Chapter 17. It felt like a dream. Nothing seemed quite real. Maureen sat close beside her, gripping her hand, and that was real. That was real. So was her mother holding her other hand. Cora wondered if they kept her from floating away. She heard the doctor, but the words he spoke just kept circling in her head, couldn't seem to take root. The grandchildren came in. Did she smile at them? They always made her smile just by being. Bob Tate was there, standing by. Bob had called her, told her, "Alice, I'm sorry." She struggled through the fog, tried to concentrate on the doctor's words. "I can't seem to make my mind work. You're saying she doesn't remember who she is? She's experienced considerable trauma, Mrs. Bodine. Long-term trauma. Physical, mental, emotional. Long-term," Cora repeated, blankly. She'd do better with straight talk. Tate stepped forward, crouched down so his eyes and Cora's were on level. "It's looking like somebody held Alice against her will, likely for years." He heard her, "Cora. She's got scars from him hurting her. Scars on her back from beatings. On her ankle, from what I'm going to say, looks like a shackle. She was raped, and not long before she was found. She's had children, honey." The shudder, like sharp fingers clawing, ripped right through her. Children. The doctor said she's given birth more than once. Yes, straight talk, she thought. Better. Horrible. Someone took her and chained her up and beat her, raped her. My Alice. Some of the scars are old, and some aren't so old. He heard her mind, too. They've got a doctor here who's going to help her with that, just like Dr. Grove's going to help her. Years. She'd lived years and knew how they flew, even when some patches of them crawled like snails. But years? Her Alice, her child, her baby, held and hurt for years? Who did it, she demanded. The fog burned to cinders by rage. Who did this to her? I don't know yet. Before she could speak again, his hands tightened his grip on hers. But I can and do promise you, on my life, Cora, I'll do everything there is to find out, to find him, to make him pay for it. I swear that to you. Rage could wait, Cora told herself. The weeping and wailing already churning inside her could wait. Because I need to see my girl, Mrs. Bodine. Dr. Grove moved in again. You need to understand, she might not recognize you. You need to prepare yourself for that. You need to prepare yourself for her appearance and emotional state. I'm her mother. Yes, but she may not know who you are. You need to be very calm when you go into her. Your instincts will be to hold her, to ask questions, to expect a response. She may become agitated. If so, you'll need to leave her alone. Give it more time. Can you do that? I can and will do whatever's best for her, but I need to see her, with my own eyes. She doesn't look the same, Tate told her. You prepare for that, Cora. She doesn't look or sound like you remember her. I'm going with you. Maureen got to her feet. I'll stay outside the room, but you're not going by yourself. Cora gave her own mother's hand a squeeze, then rose and took her daughter's. I'll do better knowing you're there with me. I'll take you in, Mrs. Bodine, Grove continued as he led the way. You need to resist asking her questions about what happened to her, reacting to the signs you'll see of what's happened to her. Stay calm. She may not want to be touched. She may not want to talk. Use her name. She's calling herself Esther. Esther? Yes, but the sheriff continued to call her Alice, and she calmed when he talked to her. Did she know him? I don't believe so. At least not on a conscious level, but he was able to connect. Grove paused outside the door. Sheriff Tate says you're a strong woman. He'd be right. With a nod, Grove opened the door. In her mind, Alice had stayed the pretty, wild-natured young girl who'd run off to be a movie star. That pretty young girl and all the stages of that girl before that day. The little girl in frilly dresses and cowboy boots. The fretful baby she'd rocked late at night. The defiant teenager, the child who'd crawled into bed with her seeking comfort from a bad dream. The woman in the bed with the bruised face, the dull and graying hair, the hard lines dug in around her mouth and eyes bore little resemblance to those precious images. Still, Cora thought. She recognized her daughter. Her heart twisted in her chest, a rag wrung hard, and her legs went weak under her. Then Maureen tightened her grip on her hand. I'm right here, Ma. I'll be right here. Right outside. Cora straightened her backbone, walked toward the bed. The woman in the bed cringed back. Her eyes, green as her father's had been, darted around the room with terror chasing behind them. Some nightmares couldn't be soothed away with cuddles.
It's all right now, Alice.
Nobody's going to hurt you. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Where's the man? Where's the... Bob Tate? He's right outside. He called me to tell me you were here. I'm so happy to see you again, Alice. My Alice. Esther. Alice hunched in on herself. I don't want any more shots. Sir will be very angry. I can't stay here. I had a teacher named Esther. Cora made up on the spot. Esther Tanner. She was so nice. But I named you Alice, for your daddy's ma. Alice and Bodine. My frisky alley cat. Was it her own blind hope, her own desperate need, or did she see something flicker in those frightened eyes? Carefully, so carefully her bones hurt, she eased onto the side of the bed. I used to call you that when you were just a baby fighting sleep. Oh, you'd fight sleep like it was your fiercest enemy. My Alice never wanted to miss a minute of life.
No.
Alice was a whore and a trollop. God punished her for wickedness. Her heart twisted again, this time with that churning rage. But Cora dammed it up. For later, Alice is and was and always will be high-spirited, stubborn, but never wicked. Oh, you could drive me to distraction and back again, my alley cat. But couldn't you make me laugh, too? And make me proud? Like that time you stood up for little Emma Winthrop when the other girls were making fun of her for having a stutter. You pushed a couple of them right on their asses, got in trouble for it, and made me proud. Alice shook her head, and Cora took a chance. Gently, so gently, she laid her hands on Alice's cheeks. I love you, Alice. Your ma always loves you. When Alice shook her head again, Cora only smiled, lowered her hands to her lap. You know who else is here, whenever you want to see them. Reenie and Grammy. We're all so happy you're home. Eyes darting again, Alice rubbed her lips together. Sir provides. I have to go back. I have a house Sir built for me. I keep it clean. I have to clean the house. I just love to see your house. Cora kept her smile easy and thought dark, bitter, vengeful thoughts. Where is it? I don't know. Now the darting eyes flew back to Cora's. They held such fear, such confusion. I got lost. I was wicked, and fell into temptation. We're not going to worry about that. Not a bit. You look tired now, so I'm going to let you rest. I'm just going to leave something with you, one of my favorite things. Rising, Cora reached in her pocket. She'd taken the wallet snapshot out of her purse on the drive-in. Gently again, she took Alice's hand, pressed the photo into it. In it, Cora stood flanked by her 2 teenage daughters, their cheeks pressed to hers as they smiled for the camera. Your grandpa took that on Christmas morning when you were 16. You hold on to that. If you get afraid, you look at that. Now you rest. My Alice. I love you. She got as far as the door and Maureen before the tears started. It's all right, Ma. You did everything right. She looks so sick and scared. Her hair, oh, Reenie, her pretty hair. We're going to take care of her now. We're all going to take care of her.
Come on now.
Come on and sit back down. Chase, Maureen said as soon as they reached the waiting area. Go get your Nana some tea, and, for Grammy, too. Sit down, Ma. Miss Fancy wrapped her arms around Cora, rocked, soothed. Dr. Grove, Maureen said. I'd like to speak with you a moment. She walked out, scanned the area for something approaching a private spot. First, she began, you said someone would be evaluating her mental and emotional state. I'm assuming you mean a psychiatrist. That's correct. I'll need the name and the qualifications of that doctor. Understand me, she continued before he could speak. My mother is, as advertised, a strong woman, but she needs an advocate, and my sister certainly does. That will be me. I need to know everything there is to know about her condition, every part of her condition. and her treatments. She drew out her phone. I'm going to record this, if you don't mind, so there's no chance I'll misunderstand or mix something up later. Before I do that, I want to thank you for the care you've given my sister so far and the compassion you showed my mother. I'll be as thorough as I can. I think it would benefit my patient if you and I and Dr. Minnow had a conversation before she evaluates Alice. Is that Celia Minnow?
Yes.
Do you know her?
Ida.
So we can skip going into her qualifications. I can meet with both of you whenever you can set it up.
Now.
She turned on her phone recorder. Let's start with Alice's physical condition. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Bodine took a page out of her mother's book. She waited until Tate stepped out to make a call, slipped out behind him. I have questions. I understand that, Bodine. But... She simply took his arm, steered him past the nurse's station. You said she'd been raped before she was brought here. You did a rape kit. That's right. Is their DNA his DNA? I've watched my share of CSI shows. And you should know it doesn't work just as it does on TV. It's going to take time to get results from the kit. And if there's DNA, we'll need a suspect to match it up against. She could identify this man. In a gesture as weary as he looked, Tate scrubbed at the back of his neck. She can't identify herself right now. I understand that. And I understand most of my family is focusing on Alice, how she is more than how she got there. So I'm going to start with how she got there. Where was she, exactly? Who found her? A couple driving home from a night out found her on the side of Route 12. We can't say where she'd come from, how far she'd walked before she just collapsed there. She was wearing a house dress, house slippers. She didn't have any identification. She didn't have a damn thing. How far could she walk dressed like that? She paced away, paced back. A few miles maybe. In any direction, Tate pointed out. We sent her clothes off to state. Their forensic people will go over them, look for something that might tell us more. But that's not going to be quick as a whistle, either, Bodine, as all of this takes time. You need to trust me on this. There's not a stone I won't turn over to find who did this to her. I'm not doubting that, not one bit. I just need a sense. I need to have something I can work through my own head. The idea she might have been snatched up and held since she left home. I don't think that's the case. The truck she took back then was found in Nevada. She sent postcards from California. That's right, that's right. Nobody much talked about Alice, but I knew that. She must have been back around here. She must have been taken around here, Sheriff. She couldn't have traveled from California or Nevada in a house dress and slippers. So that gave her a sense, at least. All right. She nodded, decisively. That's something to think about. She turned back to him. You said she'd had children. Where are her children? God, they'd be cousins to me. As it struck home, she pressed her fingers to her eyes.
She's my aunt.
I never thought about her that way. Bodine looked back down the hallway. I hardly ever thought of her at all. She would now, Bodine told herself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Bodine convinced her mother to go home with her, and Rory used Grammy as the lever. Grammy couldn't stay sitting in a hospital waiting room all night. Grammy should come stay at the ranch. And needed a little tending. Cora wouldn't budge, so Sam and Chase stayed with her. They'd take shifts. Since no one had eaten at the hospital, Bodine warmed up the meal the loyal Clementine had finished cooking and stored away. When two of the women she loved poked at the food on their plates, Bodine put her foot down. Looks like Rory's the only one who'll get a shot of whiskey after this late dinner. I happen to think we could all use one, but I'm damned if you're putting that whiskey on empty stomachs. That's an incentive. Miss Fancy managed a half smile, ate a bite of beef. I've held such anger in my heart for that girl. So have I, Maureen agreed. Anger, resentment, and all the hard words I'd say to her, if I ever got the chance. Oh, stop it, both of you. More than a little shocked, Rory sat up straight. Just hold on, Bodine. The hell I will. The anger and resentment and hard words came from what she did. She took off, and this doesn't change that careless act. The anger and all the rest was because you were thinking of Nana. You were thinking of your daughter's hurt, and your mother's. Alice did what she did, and deserved a good kick in the ass for it. Jesus, Bodine, Rory began. But Bodine shut him down with one scorching look. But that careless act doesn't mean she deserved what happened to her. Nobody deserves that. And nobody at this table is responsible for what had happened. So stop it and eat. I don't care for that tone, Maureen said stiffly. I don't care for sitting here while my mother takes on guilt that isn't hers to take, and taking it tosses a share on my Grammy. I don't care for my Grammy doing the selfsame thing to my mother. I don't like the tone either. Miss Fancy ate another bite. Just like I don't much like that the girl has a point. One that could be made more respectfully. But Maureen picked up her fork again. If she's getting away with it, Rory glanced around the table. Feeling bad about how you felt doesn't do a thing to help, Nana. What's going to help is the family standing together, doing what needs to be done together. Guilt's not a uniters, and we're going to be united on this. He added a smirk for his sister. That's how you make the point respectfully. I plowed the field, she reminded him. Miss Fancy waved that away. Every now and again the boy makes sense. She reached over, rubbed the back of his hand. She's going to need us, Reenie. They're both going to need us. Maureen ate carefully. The doctor says physically she'd be able to leave the hospital in a few days. But it might take longer for her to be emotionally ready. They'll transfer her to the psychiatric unit until... What, honey? I talked a little with Celia Minnow. She's going to be treating her. She needs to evaluate and talk with Alice and decide what's best. Maybe we could bring her here. She grew up here. Her family's here. We'll get a nurse if we need to. And Celia will either come out here for her sessions, or we can take Alice to her. I need to talk it over with Sam and with all of you, because it's a lot to ask, a lot to expect. Of course she'll come here. Bodine looked at Rory, got his nod. Bodine House is too small when you add in nurses and doctors. There's plenty of room here, and it's somewhere she knows. That lightens my burden, Miss Fancy stated. Bodine, I can't eat any more this late at night, but I think I earned one scant finger of whiskey to help me sleep. I dearly want that and my bed. Bodine rose, got glasses, poured one for Miss Fancy, cocked an eyebrow at her mother. Maureen held up 2 fingers. She poured that, the same for Rory and herself. Well. Maureen lifted her glass. However hard a road it's been for her, however hard a road still to go, let's drink to Alice. To the prodigal's return. Using Grammy again. Bodine convinced her mother to go upstairs, settle Grammy in, get some rest herself, while she and Rory dealt with the kitchen. She can't be left alone. Alice, Rory said. Do we call her Aunt Alice?
Jesus, Bo.
I think Alice will do. We'll have to take shifts there, too, if and when she comes here. Probably hire nurses with psychiatric experience. Mom will handle that part, and having something tangible to handle is going to help her deal with the rest. It may be Nana and Grammy end up staying here for a while, too. We've got room. I wonder how long she's been back here. Back in the area. As she wiped the counter, Bodine sent him a look of approval. We're tugging the same line on that. You have to figure. I always figured she was dead. I did, too. I couldn't understand how she could be alive and not even write a letter or call now and then. Nothing for years. Knowing now somebody held her like a prisoner and was so cruel to her, and all the time close by. Close enough by here. Rory, we could have driven or ridden within a mile of where she's been. Has to be isolated, don't you think? I don't know. I just don't. Those women in, was it Ohio where that bastard held them for years? That wasn't so isolated, and nobody knew. I can't figure it. I can't figure why any man would want a woman he'd have to keep locked up. It makes me sick. Filled with disgust, he tossed down his dishcloth. I'm going to go on up. I can drive in early tomorrow. Give Chase and Dad time to come home. Mom's going to want to go with you, and maybe she can talk Nana into coming back, even just for a change of clothes. If she can, I'll bring Nana back. We'll make it work. He turned to her, drew her in for a hug. No matter how many times you annoyed the sheer hell out of me, I'd have been mighty pissed if you'd ever just taken off. I feel exactly the same. You get some rest, too. He kissed the top of her head, proceeded upstairs. She knew she wouldn't settle, not yet. She told herself she needed a walk, and even though she knew exactly where she intended to walk, she didn't admit it until she knocked on Callan's door. He answered so quickly she knew he'd been waiting. "You heard." "Clementine." He pulled her inside. "I went over hoping to mooch Sunday dinner. Are you okay?" "I don't know what I am, but that's the least of it. It's on my list." His hands rubbed up and down her arms as he drew her back to take a good look at her. "I didn't call or text because I didn't want to get in the way. Didn't go over when I saw the lights come on in the kitchen for the same reason." But he'd waited for her, she thought. He'd waited. "Do you think you could just hold on to me a minute?" "I can do that." "Is Cora holding up?" "She's still at the hospital. Won't leave yet." "Callan, can we lie down? I don't mean sex. Can we just lie down so I can tell you all of it? I'm too tired to stand and don't want to sit." He hooked an arm around her waist, led her to the bedroom. "Let's get those boots off." She let him tug them away as she stretched out on the bed. "Thanks. I've been going at it all in sections and in bits. I want to run through it all together. Maybe it'll finally make some sort of sense." He stretched out beside her. "Go ahead." "When I got home from work, Mom was crying." She took him through it all, step by step. He interrupted rarely, simply let her tell him what she'd seen, heard, felt, as it came to her. "Mom's going to bring her home to the ranch," she concluded. "It may be soon, it may be months from now, but she's made up her mind on it." "That worries you?" "I worry how much stress it'll add to Mom's life, but she'd have the stress anyway. I worry they won't catch the son of a bitch who did this, and it'll just hang over us like a storm ready to break. I worry that somewhere close to home, close enough to home, there's somebody who'd do this." Children, Callan. She had children. She could have one my age or Rory's or have young ones. Are they being held and hurt like she was, or are they part of it? Like, I don't know, a cult. He smoothed her hair back from her face. "That's a lot of worry. It's like the bad shoved in. 2 women dead, Alice. It's like the bad shoved in and changed the world on me. Could you hold on again? I need to shut my eyes for a minute." "Sure." He held on, felt her fall away into sleep almost as soon as her eyes closed. He understood her worries, every one of them, but there was one she hadn't come to yet that leaped straight to the top of his pile. Alice Bodine wasn't dead. A live woman could, once her mind settled in again, identify whoever had kept her a prisoner, beaten her, raped her. He worried a man who would do those things wouldn't hesitate to kill the woman who knew his face, and anyone who stood in his way. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She woke with her head pillowed on his shoulder, and him still holding on. The comfort of that? She didn't know how to express her gratitude for the simple comfort of that. When she started to ease away, he held tighter. "Get some more sleep," he told her. "I didn't mean to sleep at all. I need to get back, in case they need me." She sat up, shoved her hair back. He sat up with her, stroked his hand down its length. She wanted to lean into him, lean on him just another minute. But, is that clock right? He glanced at it, read 3:35.
"Yeah."
"It's a late hour to bring this up, but we may need you to shuffle some between resort and ranch until we figure all this out. At least a couple of us need to be at the hospital. We'll be taking shifts." "It's not a problem. Not tomorrow, or today, I should say." She located her boots, pulled them on. "You're visiting with your mother. I can put that off."
"No, don't."
"I need to figure out some sort of schedule anyway. And your mother, she'll be counting on it." She leaned into him a moment. "Thanks for being a friend when I needed one. I'm a friend even when you don't. But next time I'm going to want sex." He made her laugh, as intended. "Me too." She cupped his face, kissed him. "Me too. Keep in touch about this, Bodine." "I will." She pushed up. "I'm going to head to the hospital. Since I got some sleep in me, relieve Dad and Chase whether they want me to or not. Chase is going to need a friend, too. I'm his friend, needed or not. But I'm not having sex with him." Laughing again, she started out. "You and Alice both left, but you sure came back different ways. Get some more sleep, Skinner." Still fully dressed, He lay back when he heard the door close. But he didn't sleep again. Chapter 18. Callan added to his already packed day by pitching in with the stable horses. Hell, he was up anyway, he thought as he mucked out a stall. He'd chosen that particular duty because he knew Chase's habits as well as he knew his own. 20 minutes after he'd begun, Chase came in. Looked tired, Callan thought, and worn around the edges. "Are you on our roll today?" Chase asked him. "Nope, just killing some time." "Because you love shoveling horse shit?" "It's my life's work." Pausing, Callan leaned on the shovel. "What can I do?" "I haven't figured out what anybody can do. We're all just waiting. Not even sure for what right yet. I know one of us has to be there to catch Nana, if she falls." His Nana, too, Callan thought. And she had been as far back as his memory ran. How's she holding up? "She's got steel in the spine. I guess I always knew it, but I never saw it so true as now." She pushed to stay the night in Alice's room. "I looked in a couple of times, Dad, too. It looked like they were both sleeping." Then Bodine walks in, about 5:30 this morning. She'd gone over to the granny's house, got Nana a change of clothes and whatever she figured was needed, and told me and Dad to go home. Wouldn't take no. Apple tree. Short drop. "I know it. I don't know Alice," Chase said abruptly. "I don't have feelings about her for her. Except feeling sick and sorry finding out she's been through the worst kind of hell, and likely years of it. But I don't know her, I don't have that kind of connection with her. I've got to think about the women I do know I do have that tie with." Running out of words for a moment, Chase rubbed his hands over his face. "Grammy's damn near 90. How am I supposed to stop her from spending hours in a hospital waiting room? Give her a distraction. Give her a task." Chase threw up his hands, a dead giveaway of frustration in a man of economic words and gestures. "Like what?" "Well, Jesus, I don't know. A grandmother thing. She's Alice's grandmother. So she's got that tie you don't, and you sure as hell shouldn't be feeling guilty over that, son. She's my mother's sister." "So the fuck what, Chase? You never met her in your life."
Clothes.
It struck Callan as inspired. "What about clothes?" Bodine said Alice only had the clothes on her back, and they took those, sent them off to be analyzed. "She's going to need clothes, isn't she?" "I expect, but think about it. You go back in there, and over breakfast you mention how Alice doesn't have anything but those hospital gowns. I'll bet you a week's pay your ma and Miss Fancy jump all over that like they've got springs in their feet." They would, too. I never thought of it. Likely they haven't yet, either." Callan pitched more soiled hay into the barrow. "They're reeling from all this, but it won't be long before they think of the practical. You think of it first, get them going on it." "That's a damn good idea. I solve world issues while shoveling horseshit." Chase's smile came fast, but faded just as quickly. "Cal, there's a man somewhere too damn close.
Who'd do what was done to Alice.
Any way to solve that one. I'll work on it, as there's plenty of horseshit. Take care of your family, and remember I can warm a seat in a waiting room. I'm going to be in Missoula this afternoon, so I can head to the hospital after I'm done there." "I wouldn't mind if you did." Callan nodded. "Then I will," he said, and went back to his mucking out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That afternoon, after readjusting the schedule, tapping Maddie to come in for a last-minute lesson and putting Ben in charge, Callan knocked on the bright blue door of his sister's pretty house. The windows flanking the door held chili pepper red window boxes he knew his brother-in-law had built. Pansies, with the purple and yellow faces he always thought a little too human, spilled out of them. His sister would have planted them. He knew a greenhouse stood in the backyard that, along with a clever swing set that mimicked a spaceship, they'd built together. Just as they'd built a life together, a family. Their clever arts and crafts shop. The backyard also held a kiln house, so some of the pottery on the store's shelves carried his sister's mark. She'd always been clever, he thought now. Able to make something interesting out of something most would take as cast-off trash. They'd fought as siblings do, and he'd preferred Chase's company and the ranch to hers and home. But he'd always had an admiration for Savannah's creativity. Even her near-to-unflappable calm, Though when his own blood boiled inside him, her cool attitude frustrated the shit out of him. But when Savannah opened the door, her brown hair in braids, her face as pretty as a frosted cupcake, and her belly outright huge under a checkered shirt, he felt only a warm shot of love. How do you get out of bed hauling that around? He gave the belly a gentle poke. Justin rigged up a pulley system. I wouldn't put it past him. Where's the big guy? Nap time. Though that precious hour is nearly up. Come in quick, while there's some actual quiet. She pulled him inside, bumping her belly just a little weird, against him in a hug. He's got the puppy in bed with him, too. He thinks he's pulling one over on me. She walked into the living room, a big, deep-cushioned sofa with happy red poppies on a blue background, wing chairs in red with blue stripes, all of which they'd found at flea markets and reupholstered. Like the tables they'd refinished, the lamps Savannah had saved from some junk pile, painted up and made new again. All the pieces all around, he thought, bits and pieces, nothing perfect, nothing exact. And everything that made a home. She plopped down in a chair, rubbed her belly. Ma's getting dressed. You're early. You want coffee? I've already had my one allowed cup for the day. I just can't quit it, but I can make you some. Just sit. How about some sassafras tea, cowboy? He grinned. Not in this life, you weird-ass hippie. Why aren't you at the shop? I needed a day off. I had some things to finish up in the workshop, and Justin starts getting overprotective about this stage of the bake-off. She patted her belly again. I could have taken Ma today, Cal. I know how you feel about it. It's no problem. I can get a sitter easy if you want me along. Don't worry about it, Vanna. She's really looking forward to it. Mostly it's spending time with you. She looked up at the ceiling as she heard a thump, a series of yips, and Boy's eyes got laughter. Time's up. I'll go get him. Savannah waved Callan back down. No need for that. Believe me,
He knows the way.
and I made the mistake of telling him you were coming by. So brace yourself. I like him. He's got your what can I do it this way, and Justin's look at the funny side attitude. You made an entertaining kid. Working on another. Want to know which kind? Which kind of what? Oh, boy or girl? I thought you weren't finding out. We weren't. We didn't with Brody. And he was the best surprise ever. So we weren't and we didn't. Then we were talking one night about how the nursery, which was gender neutral, evolved into boy. Did we leave it, do it neutral again? Or what now that we've got Brody in his big guy room and are about to fill the crib again? So we decided just find out. And we did. Okay, what flavor's in there? Strawberry ice cream. Pink. A girl. He stretched out his foot to give hers a nudge. You'll have one of each. Nice work. He watched her belly ripple. Talk about weird. She knows we're talking about her. Abra or Lila. We got it down to those two. Whoever wins gets first name, the other middle. Which one do you like? I'm not going there, between Ma and Pa. I'm not saying which one's mine, which is Justin's. Just asking which strikes you. I guess Abra then. Yes. She shook a fist in the air. Another vote for me. Now, if I talk him into Abra Rose. And saving Lila, for if we have another girl. You're already thinking of another? The puppy, a wildly affectionate lab, streaked down the steps and straight into Callan's lap. Forelegs braced on Callan's chest as he lapped Callan's face. Brody, hair in mad sleep tufts, face rosy, eyes as manic as the pup's, navigated the steps with a plastic bucket. Gal, gal, gal. Whatever else he babbled was too fast for Callan's limited toddler speak, but when the boy dumped the bucket, flung himself into Cal's lap like the puppy, Callan understood unfiltered love. He couldn't say how he'd come to deserve it, but it sure as hell brightened a day. Brody wiggled down again to retrieve the bucket, dig in for an action figure. Ron man. I can see that. I thought you were a Power Ranger man. Red Ranger. Hulk.
Captain America.
Sliver Ranger. Silver, his mother corrected.
Silver. Silver.
He named his collection as he pushed them at Callan. I can't stop Ma from buying them for him. Why should she stop? Katie Skinner came down the stairs. She wore a dark gray dress, short, sensible black boots. More, Callan thought she wore happy. To his mind, that hadn't been a staple of her wardrobe for far too many years. It suited her, that happy, like the hair she'd let go stone gray. And the laugh she let loose when Brody raced over to hug her legs. Cal, he told her. I can see that. Cal, play. Go ahead, Katie told Callan. Give him some time, we've got plenty. I'm going to make Savannah some tea. Ma, I would really love some, thanks. She wants sassafras, Callan said as he slid down to sit on the floor, thrilling both boy and puppy. I actually do. 2 shakes. Callan chose some men for battle. You put a light back in her, Vanna. You and Justin and this boy. I think we got it going again. You lit another when you came back home. It's amped up a little bit more still at the idea of you and Bodine Longbow. When his head shot up, his eyes narrowed. Savannah hugged her belly and laughed. You might have been away, Cal, but you shouldn't have forgotten how much overlap there is in people we all know. We heard all about you and Bodine dancing sexy at the roundup this past Saturday night. Dancing sexy. Callan held his hands over Brody's ears. Is that any way to talk around a child? His daddy and I have been known to do some sexy dancing right in front of him. I might have to cover my own ears. Smirking, Savannah ran a hand down one of her braids. So, about you and Bodine. Don't get ahead of yourself. I've always liked her, all of them. But Bodine especially. You don't know how she'd ride over 2 or 3 times a year with a bag of clothes for me. She'd say how I was so handy with a needle, maybe I could fix them up and use them. There wasn't a thing wrong with them, maybe a button missing or a little tear in a seam. She said that to spare my feelings. And when Justin and I opened the shop, she was one of the first in the door. She has a kind heart and class. I'm not sure you deserve her. She smiled when she said it. Women, Brody? They are contrary creatures. It's best you learn that now.
Men.
Brody held up Pink Ranger and hooted. An hour with his sister and entertaining nephew, another hour or so taking his mother to dinner. Callan considered them nice bookends. What stacked between them was duty. He stopped as she asked so she could buy flowers, waited patiently as she selected what she wanted, and kept his thoughts about the yellow tulips not lasting the night to himself. He'd have paid for them, but she wouldn't have it. He drove to the cemetery, let her lead the way after he'd parked. He hadn't been since the funeral, hadn't intended to come again. Now he realized he'd make this sojourn with her whenever she asked. He could be grateful they maintained the place he supposed cleared most of the snow. What was left made hard-packed paths easy enough for her to walk. He kept a hand on her arm in any case as she navigated through the stones to the small, simple one marked with his father's name. Jack William Skinner. Husband and father. True enough, Callan thought. He'd been both. The stone didn't need to take into account the degrees of success on either. I know it's hard for you to come here, Katie began. I know it's not altogether fair for me to ask you to come. It's not a matter of fair. He had weaknesses, she continued as the wind blew through her hair. He broke promises to you. To all of us, Callan thought, but kept silent. He made life harder for you because of those weaknesses and broken promises.
He knew that.
Oh, Callan, he knew it, and he did try. I could have left. Taken you and Savannah and left him. Why didn't you? I loved him, and love's a powerful thing. While the wind blew through her hair, she stroked a hand along the top of the gravestone. It can take hard knocks, again and again. He loved us. That's why when he gave in to those weaknesses it hurt him more than it ever hurt me. He'd work hard to make up for it. But then, Callan thought. He remembered a whole lot of events. There were times you could barely put food on the table, when the bills piled up like cordwood. I know it. I know.
Still.
She continued to run a gloved hand over the top of the gravestone, as if soothing a mournful ghost. Just as I know gambling was a sickness for him, one he struggled with. He never blamed anybody but himself, Callan, and that's an important thing to remember. Some do, they cast the blame around for their addictions. Liquor or drugs or gambling. Casting blame is cruel. Violent. Your father was never cruel, never laid a hand on me or either of our children. He didn't have a mean bone in him. With a sigh, she stopped stroking the stone, took her son's hand. But he let you down. What about you? God, it infuriated him. She never blamed her husband for the losses, the scrimping, the humiliations. Oh, Cal, he let me down. And the down was harder. So much harder, when he'd go so long without falling. A part of you blames me for not making him stop. Used to, he admitted. I used to blame you for that. I know better now. I don't blame you for anything, Ma. That's God's truth. She stared hard at him, eyes seeking, then closing. That lifts a weight. I can't tell you the weight that lifts, knowing that's the truth. His father, Callan thought, hadn't been the only one to make mistakes, to let people down. I can be sorry I didn't lift it sooner. I am sorry. I made mistakes. I made mistakes when I made excuses for him, when I made them to you and Vanna. She squeezed his hand. I can be sorry for that, and I am. He'd tell himself he had it licked. He'd know better. But he'd tell himself that. He'd just sit in on a friendly poker game, or put a small bet on a horse race, anything really. He knew he'd slide back, but he'd tell himself he wouldn't. He'd stop going to his meetings. What meetings? Gamblers Anonymous. He didn't tell you or Savannah about going to them. The truth is, part of him was ashamed for going, for needing to go. He wouldn't tell me when he stopped going, though I'd start seeing signs. The only thing he ever lied to me about in our lives together were those meetings, skipping them to gamble. I could forgive him for that, because the lies and the gambling were the same. He was proud of you and Savannah. Maybe you'll never feel the truth of that, and that's his blame, not yours. Maybe you're not going to remember the good times, and we had them. Or how he put you up on a horse the first time, brought home your first dog, taught you how to hammer and nail, and mend a fence. But he did those things, Callan, and had a father's pride in you. And your father never forgave himself for costing you and Savannah your birthright, for gambling away the ranch acre by acre. It was your home. I'll tell you a secret. She laid a hand on his arm, rubbed. The ranch was nothing but work for me. Means to an end. I'd have liked a house like Vanna's. Neighbors close by. A yard, a little garden. Horses and cattle and fields to plow and plant. Just endless work. Your daddy loved it. You love it. I never did. But you, he trailed off, shook his head. Maybe a man could never understand women and the strength that ran through them, or how they could love. I learned well enough how to be a ranch wife, but the truth is, it was never natural for me. I love living with Savannah and Justin and that baby boy. And I'm useful to them. That's natural to me. I can help make their lives easier, and every day I'm blessed to see how happy they are together. How my girls made a good life for herself. I've never figured out what to do to make your life easier, to make up for having what was yours gambled away. You don't need to. I can make my own. I don't need what was. I know you can. Didn't you send money to me every single month? Don't you still? And there's no need for you to. I need to, he said, cutting her off. You can make your own, Callan, and I know you'll build your own happy life, but the land was yours, and I couldn't keep it for you. I don't want you to carry that, Ma. I don't want to think I've left that weight on you. If it was only the land, I could have bought it back, or enough of it. I left to make my own, to prove I could to myself. I came back because I had and I missed home. Home wasn't that plot of land. I wanted you to bring me today so I could say these things and maybe put them aside for us. He never forgave himself for losing what should have been yours. And when he finally accepted he'd never get it back, it was in that despair that he took his own life. I couldn't forgive him for that. Katie looked back at the stone, at the name carved there. For all the rest, I'd forgiven him. The day we buried him here, I had no forgiveness in my heart. Anger and blame. I couldn't feel anything else. Friends and neighbors came. I said the words back to them you're supposed to say. I said words to you and your sister you're supposed to say. But the words I said to him in my private thoughts were angry and unforgiving. But you come here to put flowers on his grave. I'd have done that whether or not I'd forgiven him. And I have. I have forgiven him. He lost so much more than some acres of ground, some buildings, some animals, Callan. He lost the respect, if not the love, of his daughter. He lost his son. He lost the years he might have had with his grandchildren. So, I forgave him. I come here and put the flowers on his grave and remember there were good times and there was love between us. We made you and Savannah between us, and that's my miracle. So I can do that and let the rest go. She bent down, laid the flowers. I don't ask you to forgive him, Cal. But I needed you to try to understand and try to put this aside between us. I want to watch my boy build his own good life. For too long, for too many times, he'd thought her weak. He saw now that Cora Bodine wasn't the only woman in his life with steel in her. There's nothing hard between us, Ma. I'm sorry if I let you feel there was. I just couldn't stay. Oh no, Cal, you were right to go. She dug a tissue out of her pocket. I missed you something awful. But I was glad you left to make your own. They weren't words he said easily or often, but he saw she needed them, would never ask, but needed. I love you, Ma. Her eyes already swimming. Spilled out tears. Callan.
Go.
She leaned against him, pressed her face to his chest. I love you so much. My boy, I love you so much. He felt her release a breath as if she'd held it for years. Now I know you're really home again. I left because I needed to. I came back because I wanted to. I missed my ma, he said and heard her muffled sob against his heart. Stop worrying now. You're getting cold. Come on, let's get you in the truck with the heater going. Katie looked down at the stone, the flowers. Yes, it's time to go. Good. Because I've got a date with a pretty woman. He slipped an arm around her. I'm going to buy her a fancy dinner. She dashed the lingering tears away. Would that run to a glass of wine? You've got a taste for wine, do you? I do tonight. Then we'll get ourselves a bottle. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When he got back to the cabin, he'd seen the tracks in the snow right off. The rage that he'd nearly choked down spewed back up as he strode to the shed, found the door unlocked. He roared inside, still sure he'd find her. She wouldn't dare disobey. But the place he'd provided for her was empty, not even fully put to rights. She'd pay for it, pay dear. He rushed back out, squinting as he surveyed. The moon gave him enough light to see those tracks, though the clouds were coming in. She wouldn't get far. Ungrateful whore. And when he caught up with her, he'd break both her legs. Walk off.
Would she?
It would be the last time she walked at all. He marched to the cabin, unlocked the door. He had stores set by to last a year. Sacks of beans and rice, flour and salt. Cans stacked floor to ceiling. He had cordwood inside and outside under a tarp. But he kept his armory in his bedroom. 3 rifles, 2 shotguns, a half-dozen handguns, and an AR-15 that had cost him dearly. He had the tools for making his own shotgun shells and enough other ammunition to wage a small war. The day would come, he knew, when there would be one to fight. He'd be ready. Ready when the sovereign citizens of this once great country rose up to overthrow the corrupt government and take back the country, the land, the rights denied them and given to immigrants and blacks and homosexuals and women. A government that pissed on the Constitution and the Bible in equal measure. The war was coming, and he prayed nightly it came soon. But tonight, this night, he had a woman to hunt down, a woman he'd taken as his wife and provided for, a woman to punish. He chose a good, hefty Colt revolver, made in the U.S. of A. and already fully loaded. Stripped off his coat to don an ammo vest, filling it with bullets and shotgun shells. He strapped a knife and sheath on his belt, hung night vision goggles around his neck, and slung a shotgun over his shoulder. He'd been tracking and hunting these woods most of his life, he thought as he headed out again. No ignorant whore of an ungrateful woman would get far once he was on her trail. A trail pitifully easy to follow, even when some thin snow blew in. Wandering around without any sense at all, he concluded, quickening his pace. It worried him a little when he saw she'd changed directions, and if she'd kept on would come to a ranch road. He had no truck with the people who lived there, and their fancy house was a good mile back. But if she'd taken that road, walked that way, she hadn't. Too stupid for that. He thought with grim satisfaction when he saw her tracks heading away from the direction of the ranch house. He lost them for a while, decided she'd walked on the road some, picked them back up again when she'd either walked or stumbled off into the snow. With a cloud cover, he put on the goggles, picked his way along. He could follow her on the gravel, too, the way she dragged that one leg. Stupid bitch, stupid bitch. He used the words like a prayer as he followed the tracks, as his legs began to ache. How had she walked so damn far? He spotted some blood, crouched down, studied it. Hard to judge with the wet snow, but it was fresh enough, so it was likely hers.
He walked on.
A little blood trail, just a drop here, a drop there. But he picked up his pace until he grew winded. His head began to throb as he realized where those tracks would have taken her. Though his lungs burned, he forced himself into a hard jog, the shotgun slapping against his back, the revolver await at his thigh. He would kill her, and it would be a righteous kill. Hadn't he told himself to lock her up, snap those irons back on her, and take another wife? Younger, childbearing age. A wife who'd carry sons instead of useless girls he sold off rather than keep. He wouldn't bother to chain her and feed her now. Not after she showed her deceitful heart. He'd gut her like a deer, leave her for the animals to take. He'd be more discriminating with his next wife. He wouldn't show the next one such kindness. But when he reached the road, he knew he'd missed his chance. He could see a quarter mile in either direction and didn't see Esther. He told himself she'd die of exposure or exhaustion. And good riddance. He told himself even if she lived, she'd never lead anybody back to his cabin. He told himself the corruption of local law enforcement would never follow her trail as he had. But he'd make sure of it, wiping it, backtracking, leaving false tracks. When the thin snow turned to rain, he smiled. God provided, he thought, and said a silent prayer. The rain would wash away the blood trail, help with her tracks through the snow. Still, he worked through the wet, laying other tracks, carefully backtracking. Pleased when the rain came down heavy for an hour of the work. By the time he got back to his own land, his legs trembled with fatigue, and the jeans over them were soaked through wet. He still found the rage and energy to kick the dog, viciously. Why didn't you stop her? You let her walk off. As the dog whimpered, tried to crawl back to its shelter, he yanked the colt free. Had his finger on the trigger, and in his mind the bullet already in the dog's brain. Then he thought better of it. He'd take the useless dog out on a rope in the morning, let it run through and across any tracks near the cabin, saddle up the flea bag of a horse, ride around some. A man on his horse, taking his dog out for a run. That's what he'd do. He went back into the cabin, built up the fire. He stripped down to the skin, dragged on some winter underwear to warm his bones. Hunger gnawed at him, but the cold and exhaustion was worse. With his head throbbing again, he crawled into bed. In the morning, he told himself he'd ride out, make sure he'd covered all that needed covering. Falling into sleep, he wished Esther all the wrath God aimed at the wicked and profane. While he cursed her, Alice spent her first night of freedom in more than 25 years in a drug-cushioned sleep. In the morning, his skin hot to the touch, his chest tight, his throat raw, he pushed himself to dress, to eat, to saddle the broken-down horse. The dog limped and wheezed, but crossed the faded tracks. Though the rain had done most of the work, he reminded himself God helped those who helped themselves. He rode more than an hour before bone-rattling chills turned him toward the cabin again. He didn't bother to chain the dog. Where would it go? Barely managed to unsaddle the horse. Inside, he downed cold medicine straight from the bottle. He needed to go out, put an ear to the ground, see if anybody was talking about finding some stupid old woman. See if that deceitful bitch had anything to say. But that would have to wait until he'd slept off the cold she'd caused him to catch. He crawled back into bed, slept fitful between chills and fever. He didn't wake enough to take more medicine until about the time Callan ordered his mother a bottle of wine. Chapter 19. By the third day. Bodine became so familiar with the hospital rhythm, she could identify which nurse walked by the waiting room by the sound of the stride. She worked remotely via laptop and smartphone during what she thought of as her on-duty time. Her mother, her partner in waiting this morning, did the same. The waiting room served as their de facto offices, living room, and limbo. In the afternoon, as the afternoon before, either Sam or Rory would arrive with Miss Fancy, and Bodine and Maureen would drive back to chip away at work. They try to convince Cora to come with them, take a break until the night shift. But so far, no one could budge her. Bodine knew Callan had sat through the night on that same reasonably comfortable couch with Chase. He wouldn't want her gratitude for it, but he had it. When she'd arrived with her mother, shortly after sunup, she'd poured coffee for all of them from a thermos she'd filled at home. She'd unwrapped bacon and egg biscuits, passed them out. That's when Callan had kissed her. Enthusiastically. Mom made them, she told him, and he'd turned straight to Maureen and kissed her enthusiastically. It was the first time in 3 days she'd heard her mother laugh. Yes. He had her gratitude. The fabric of their lives woven over the past 25 years had been torn. Their routines of home and work and family shattered. Their world became the hospital. The being there, the going to and from, the constant juggling on snatches of sleep and rushed meals between. The demands of work, the people and animals depending on them. The low simmer of worry for Cora. If Alice's return created such tears and breakage, Bodine thought, how much had her careless departure caused so long ago? Is it harder? Bodine asked. Maureen stopped frowning at an email, looked up over her cheaters. Is what harder, honey? Having her come back like this. Then it was having her leave. I'm not asking that the right way.
No.
It's right enough. It's right enough. I've asked myself the same. To answer them both, Maureen set her tablet aside, folded her cheaters on top of it. I was so mad. Wasn't worried a bit at first. Here I was about to go on my honeymoon, and Alice pulls a stunt to get attention. We didn't want to leave Ma in the middle of that mess, but she wouldn't have us staying. She said it would upset her a lot more. I so wanted to go, too. Here I was, a married woman, flying off to Hawaii with my husband. So exotic, so romantic, so exciting. It wasn't just the sex part. I didn't save myself for marriage. Why, I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked to hear that. Maureen laughed a little, leaned back. I was just so smug, the married part so crazy in love, so excited to be going off with my husband to what was the same as a foreign country for me back then. And Alice had one of her famous knits, put a cloud over it all. Reaching down, Bodine gave her mother's hand a squeeze. I'd been mad, too. I was spitting mad, Maureen replied. I wasn't really worried until toward the end of our honeymoon week. Every day I was sure she'd come back. And every day I heard a little more strain in Ma's voice when we called. So we came back a day early, and then I could see that strain. In Ma, in Grammy and Grandpa. We were going to build a house. As she'd been imagining the strain, the stress, the face, Bodine missed the postscript. Sorry, what? Your dad and I. We were going to build a house of our own. Had the land picked out for it. Clothes enough he could ride over to work, and I could do the same. We were just doing the first expansions on the Dude Ranch. Just starting to make real plans for what we have now. And we'd build our own house. We never did. This time, Bodine took her mother's hand and held it. Because Alice left. I couldn't leave my mother. At first we thought we'd just put it off until Alice got back and everything settled again. The first year was the worst, every day of that first year. When they found the truck, the battery dead. She'd just left it. That was Alice. Don't fix it, just walk away. The postcards, all bright and braggy. The detective Ma hired following some lead and losing it again. It was Grammy who made Ma stop throwing money there and breaking her heart over it. And I was pregnant and having Chase. All in that first year. So, it was the happiest and the hardest year of my life. Of our lives. Alice wasn't there, but she was everywhere. Maureen reached over, rubbed Bodine's leg. And now here we are, with our world spinning around her again. Now it's my children spinning. too, and I don't like knowing it. I don't like when we can get my mother out of that room for 10 minutes. How tired she looks, how worn. She's pale, Bodine. I know it, Bodine agreed. I don't like the ugly resentment I have inside me. It's there even though I know terrible things happened to her. Things she couldn't stop. Things she didn't deserve. Somebody hurt my sister. Stole her life from her, and I want to make him pay for it. But I still resent that selfish girl who couldn't celebrate my happiness, who didn't think of her mother, and only thought of herself. Bodine set her laptop aside, draped an arm around Maureen's shoulders. I have to forgive her. Giving in, Maureen pressed her face into the curve of her daughter's throat. I have to find a way to forgive her. Not just for her sake, but for Ma's, for my own. Not once have I heard you or Dad say you'd planned to build a house. Part of you must have forgiven part of her a long time ago. Straightening again, Maureen tried to brush it off. Well, I was going to be a country western singing sensation at one time, too. You've got such a good voice. I don't regret not heading off to Nashville, and I sure don't regret raising my children in the house where I was raised. Things fall into place, Bodine, if you work at it and make your choices with some care. Bodine heard footsteps, heels not crepe soles, and when they turned into the waiting room, her mother's body shifted. Celia.
Maureen.
And this must be your Bodine. The woman, sharp-looking with glossy brown hair waving to her shoulders, stepped up, offered Bodine a hand.
I'm Celia Minot.
It's nice to meet you. You're one of Alice's doctors. I am. She looked back at Maureen. Could we talk? I'll take a walk, Bodine began, but Celia waved her down. You're welcome to stay. Your grandmother speaks so highly of you. Celia sat, smoothed her dark skirt. I've had 3 sessions with Alice, in addition to my initial evaluation. I can give you the broad strokes.
Please.
I know you've spoken extensively with Dr. Grove on her physical condition, and you're aware of his evaluation of her mental and emotional state. Celia, I hope you know me well enough not to feel obliged to dance and cushion.
Ido.
And crossing her legs, Celia stopped dancing. Alice has suffered extreme physical, mental, and emotional trauma over a period of years. We can't yet determine how long. She doesn't remember and may, in fact, have no true gauge of how long. It may be her memory will come back. It may not. More likely it will come in pieces and patches. It's my opinion that over this undetermined period of years she was indoctrinated by methods of force, physical assaults, praise, and punishment. Your mother tells me Alice was never particularly religious.
No.
She quotes scripture, Old Testament, some verbatim, some bastardized. Vengeful God, a man's superiority and dominion over women. The sin of Eve. Again, it's my opinion these views were part of her indoctrination. Physical assaults, religious fanaticism, imprisonment, and, as she speaks of no one but the man she calls Sir, probably isolation. Torture, Maureen said. Yes, extended until she submitted, until her will broke and she began to accept the will of her torturer. He is a sexual sadist, religious fanatic, a psychopath, and a misogynist. And he was her provider. He provided her with shelter, with food, with, however horrid, companionship. He beat her, but he also fed her. He raped her, but he put a roof of some kind over her head. He imprisoned her, but given her condition when she was found, allowed her basic hygiene. She was completely dependent on him. While she fears him, she feels loyalty to him. She believes him to be her husband, and the husband, however cruel, is designed by God to rule. No one ruled Alice. And boys, she liked boys, Maureen said. She liked using her appeal. Not in a mean way, she wasn't mean like that. Careless, maybe even callous. She didn't think much of marriage back then. Made noises about how it was just a trap for women. She pushed that on me off and on while we were planning my wedding. Some of it was just Alice talk, and some was her idea of being a free, desirable, and famous woman one day. She was always so sure of herself, Celia, impulsive and headstrong and confident. She wanted to scrub her hospital room. She what? She's supposed to scrub her house every other day. She became agitated about cleaning her hospital room. Alice would rather have gone without eating than wash a dish. Making her own bed in the morning was a daily bitch fest. Sliding a hand under a wing of her chestnut-brown hair, Maureen rubbed at her temple. Can somebody really change somebody else like that? Make them all but the opposite. If you were punched or slapped every morning before making your bed, I'd make it faster, Maureen finished. Can I ask a question? Celia turned her deep brown eyes on Bodine. Of course. She had children. Has she said anything about them? I can't get them out of my head. She said Sir took them away. Their father took them away. She became despondent and withdrawn when we approached the subject. I won't probe there again until we've built up more of a relationship. She has accepted your mother, not as her mother, but as a companion and an authority figure. She also looks to Sheriff Tate and seems to trust him as far as she trusts anyone. She and Bob were friendly, Maureen told her. Might have been a bit more than friendly for a while. Yes, he told me. She's accepted Dr. Grove, though she continues to become agitated during exams, and can be jittery with the nurses. But she's obedient. She eats when she'd brought food, sleeps when she's told to rest, showers when she's told to. Who thought of bringing her mother's crocheting in? Bo did. Well, it's excellent therapy for both of them. Cora's teaching Alice to crochet, and they're spending time quietly that way. It's good for both of them. It's going to take time, Maureen. I wish I could tell you how much time. She can't stay in that room forever. Neither can my mother. No, you're right. Physically, she's recovered enough to be released. Dr. Grove and I have discussed a rehabilitation center. Celia, she needs to come home. My mother will end up sleeping in her room at another kind of hospital just as she is here. We can take care of Alice at home. Home care, considering her condition, is a complicated and demanding enterprise. You need to understand just what that would mean for Alice and for all of you. You could recommend nurses or aides as long as she needs them. You could continue to treat her. We'd bring her to you every day if you say she needs it. I've thought it through. It might spark something in her. Her home, her views. Clementine and Heck, they work for us and did when Alice and I were teenagers. Wouldn't what's familiar help her, and the normal of it? She couldn't be left unattended in her current state of mind. She could wander off, Maureen. There's medication to administer, and there's, most importantly, a need not to press her, not to overwhelm her. On a nod, Maureen rubbed at her temple again. I've been reading as much as I can find, and I think I have those broad strokes. You and Dr. Grove tell me what needs to be done and not to be done. We'll abide by it. I know I can take her home without your permission, but I don't want to do that. And I don't want to put my sister in a psychiatric hospital, because that's what you mean by rehabilitation center, until I've tried to bring her home.
She needs to agree.
She needs to feel she has some control. All right. Driving her back and forth for sessions is far too much stimulation, too overwhelming. If she and Dr. Grove agree, I'll agree to a week trial. I need to come to her, talk to her every day. You'll need round-the-clock psychiatric nurses until I'm convinced she's adjusting and won't harm herself. Harm herself. She's not suicidal, Celia said, but she could inadvertently harm herself. Your mother should be close by. She and my grandmother will both move to the ranch for as long as they need to. Let's start here. Celia rose. Come down with me and see her, talk to her. I thought I wasn't allowed to yet. Now you are. Oh, give me a second. Maureen held up a hand, palm out. You threw that one at me too quick. She'll throw more. I know it. That one just knocked the wind out of me for a minute. But she rose. Bodine. I'll be right here. I'm going to call Clementine and have her fix up the room for Alice. It'll be ready for her when we bring her home. Bodine, you're my rock. All right, Celia. The walk down the hospital corridor seemed endless and far too quick. I'm nervous. That's natural. I want to ask if I look all right, and I know just how foolish that sounds. You do, and that's natural, too. You're going to be shocked at how she looks, Maureen. Try not to show it. I've been told already. Being told and seeing for yourself are different.
Keep your voice calm.
Call her Alice, tell her who you are. She probably won't remember you, at least not consciously. It's a deep block, Maureen. And it'll take time, I heard that. Taking a deep breath, Maureen waited for Celia to open the door, lead the way in. They could have told her 100 times, and nothing would have prepared her for her sister's transformation. The shock hit her belly like a fist, but she held back the gasp. Because her hands trembled, she slipped them into her pockets, hoping it looked casual. The Alice who'd come back sat up in the bed. Long graying hair neatly braided, her bottom lip caught between her teeth as she carefully worked with a crochet hook and green yarn. Their mother sat in a chair, working a more complex pattern with variegated blues. They worked in comfortable silence. Alice, Cora. Alice's fingers stopped, curled tight at Celia's voice, and her eyes latched on Maureen's face. Her shoulders hunched, her chin dipped. I've brought you a visitor. I'm making a scarf. I'm making a green scarf. Visitors aren't allowed. They're allowed now. I like the green. Maureen heard her own words, swallowed the tremor in her voice before she took a few steps forward. I like to crochet, too. Ma taught me. Maureen bent down, kissed Cora's cheek, and with her hand on Cora's shoulder smiled at the woman staring at her.
It's so good to see you, Alice.
I'm your sister, Maureen. I look different than I did before. I need to make the scarf. You go ahead. Ma braided your hair, didn't she? It looks nice. Women are vain creatures, painting false faces to seduce men with lustful thoughts. We're made in God's image, Cora said calmly as she continued to work. I'd think God wants us to present a pleasing image when we can. And he said to go forth and propagate, so a little lust helps that along, doesn't it? Those stitches are nice and even, Alice. Alice looked down at them, and Maureen saw her lips try to curve. It's good. It's very good. You learn quick, always did. I never could get you to sit still long enough to learn needlework when you were little. I was bad. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Don't be silly. You were just rambunctious. You did like planting flowers, had a creative hand with that. I loved when you and Riini would plant your sister garden. Impatiens and geraniums, Maureen began.
Rinie, Rinie, Rinie.
Alice muttered. Always bossing, always better. Alice, Alice, Alice. Maureen echoed over her hammering heart. Always pushy, always bitchy. Eyes narrowed, Alice looked up. And though her throat went dry, Maureen held the stare and smiled. I'm still glad to see you, Alice. Riini never liked Alice. I wouldn't say never. There were times I didn't like you, but you were always my sister. I still plant the garden, the sister garden in the spring. Impatiens and geraniums, sweet alyssum and sweet peas. Snapdragons. I like red ones. Now her eyes burned, seemed to throb with the tears pushing behind them. I still plant the red ones. I have to finish this, I have to do a good job. Flowers don't feed anybody. No point in planting flowers. Vain as women, and as useless. Bees need them. Birds, too. Cora reached out, squeezed Maureen's hand. They're God's creatures. Sir said no flowers. She snapped out the words. You plant beans and carrots, potatoes in the barrels, cabbage and tomatoes. And you hoe and you weed, and you water, if you know what's good for you. It's almost planting time. I have to get back. I have to finish this scarf. Celia touched Maureen's arm, but Maureen wasn't finished. Not quite yet. I could use help with the planting. The kitchen garden and the flowers. Sir said no flowers. A tear slipped down Alice's cheek as she worked fiercely with the hook. If you say please, he has to hit you to show you what no means. We have them on the ranch. Would you like to come home, Alice, and plant with me where no one will hit you? Back to my house. Back to the ranch, back to your home. Plant the sister garden with me again. God punishes the wicked. Maureen fervently hoped so. But not sisters, Alice. Not sisters who plant flowers together and tend them, who watch them grow.
Come home, Alice.
Nobody'll hit you again. You hit me. You usually hit me first, and you're not supposed to tell Ma. More tears spilled, but through them some of Alice showed through. I don't know what's real. That's okay. I know you are. You go ahead and work on that scarf. I'll come back later and see how it looks. Maureen stepped back. You cut your hair. It took all her will to keep her hand from shaking as she brushed it over her own hair. Do you like it? Women aren't supposed to cut their hair. That's all right, Alley Cat, Cora said. Not all rules are real, that's for certain. Some are just made up. Brienne, would you see if they'll bring us some tea? We like our mid-morning tea, don't we, Alice? Alice nodded, went back to her scarf. The minute Maureen stepped back, she pressed her hands to her face. Expecting the reaction, Celia put arms around her. You did great. You did better than I expected. She remembered you. She remembered I was bossy. I guess I was. She remembered her sister, a dynamic. She remembered red snapdragons. She'll remember more. This was a good thing, Maureen. He twisted the life out of her, Celia. He tried, but it's still there and coming back. You just held a therapy session, Maureen, with really positive results. She can come home? Let me talk to Dr. Grove. We need to work out the rules of the road, and you need that professional in-home help for right now. But I think if you're careful, if you're patient, continuing her recovery at home might be a good step. I'll tell her nurse about the tea. Go get your daughter, take a walk. I could use one, and I'm about to lean on Beau pretty hard. She strikes me as someone who can handle that. Maureen nodded. She's in there, Celia. Alice is in there. The next 24 hours spun around Alice again, this time for her homecoming. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the ring, Bodine held the mare's bridle. I know you don't have time for this. Jessica strapped on her riding helmet. You've got a backlog of work you're catching up on. And if you have a free hour, which you don't, you should take a nap. I don't argue with Nana, and she pinned me down hard about giving you a lesson. She says you're not to miss another one. Our world's upside down, Jessie. This is normal. I could use an hour of normal more than a nap. I wish I could do more to help. You've taken on more of Rory's work and Mom's, just like Sal's taken on more of mine. Callan spent damn near as much time at the hospital as any of the rest of us. We've had plenty of help. Bodine leaned her cheek against the mare's. I don't know if it's going to be easier or harder after today. Mom and the grannies are determined she comes home today, and they're probably right. The doctors say it may help trigger her memory. And God knows we all want her to remember enough so Sheriff Tate can find this bastard. I haven't even met her yet. I don't know how I'm supposed to act around her. You'll know what to do. I feel like I don't have the first clue, but I do know what to do here. Mount up. Chase came in while Jessica rode at a pretty canter around the ring. It lightened up his heart. Just looking at her did that. It seemed like years since he had, but seeing her ride, smiling with it, added an extra glow. The past week had been like dragging through molasses. Everything dark and syrupy, just push through one step to the next, grab some sleep, start again. Now the light was back for him. Jessica slowed to a walk at Bodine's instruction. You've got an audience, Bodine said, grinning at Chase. I don't want to get in the way. If you were in the way, I'd boot you out. As it is, you can take over the lesson. It's time the greenhorn here rode outside the ring. Oh, but Nana said the second half of the hour to take you out. You can ride with her, can't you, Chase? Yeah, I can. I've got an hour. Great. I'm going to ride back to the office then, hit that backlog. She rode straight out before anyone could stop her. She dumped me on you. Chase walked over, took the bridle. Took a moment to just look at her, with her sunny hair down and loose under her helmet, her eyes blue and clear. It's sure good to see you. How are you? I'm going to say, a little tired. And more than a little mixed up. Taking a ride with you, it'll be good, help on both those fronts. Then we'll ride. I'm a little nervous about not having the ring, the walls. I think you're going to like being out in the air. Still holding the bridle, he walked her horse over to his. I'm sorry I haven't since I don't want you to think that I took advantage of you, and you ran off. His head jerked up, his face stunned, and not a little horrified. Chase, I know what your family's going through. I didn't think anything like that. I'd hate if you did. When he swung into the saddle, she noticed the purple irises poking out of his saddlebag. Are those flowers for me or my horse? He fumbled a little as he pulled them out. I just wanted you to know, to make sure you know. I'm bad at this. Not from where I'm sitting. They're beautiful, and thank you. If you don't mind, could you keep them for me while we ride? I don't think I'm good enough to hold flowers and reins at the same time.
Sure.
After he stuck them back in his saddlebag, she reached over, gripped his shirt. I guess I have to take care of this myself again. She pulled him to her, felt a lift everywhere when his mouth met hers. When the mare shifted, she grabbed the saddle horn and laughed. That's the first time I've kissed anyone on horseback. Not bad for a novice. Hold on a minute. He took her reins to keep both horses steady and pulled her in, reminding her, once she started his engine, he ran hot and smooth. That was even better, she told him. I've missed you. It's been a crazy few days, and it feels like weeks. I really missed you, Jessie. Maybe I could take you out tonight.
Just out for dinner or something.
Don't you have to be home? Your aunt. They're saying it's best to take all that slow, not to throw everybody at her at once. I was going to make myself mostly scarce. We could have a date if you're not busy with something. We could, but here's another better. You come over tonight to my place. I'll cook you dinner. You'll cook? I like to cook. I'd like to cook for you. I'd like you to come to my place. I'd like you to spend some time in my bed. He smiled like he did everything.
Slow.
It always hit his eyes first. I'd like all of that. I'll make something we can eat anytime. So you can get there when you can get there. I've never known anybody like you. That makes us even. She glanced around, laughed. I've been writing and didn't even realize it. It happens when you're good and comfortable on a horse. You've got good form. She slanted him a look. Do I? In lots of ways. You want to try a trot? All right. She lifted her face first, looked at the sky, the mountains, felt the air that held just teases of spring. I do like riding outside. All right, cowboy, show me the ropes. Chapter 20. Alice trembled throughout the drive from the hospital. The room with the bed that moved up and down, the red jello, the door that opened and closed without locks, to the ranch. Vague pictures jumped in and out of her mind of a house with many, many windows instead of only one. Of a dog that didn't growl and bite, of a room with bright pink walls and white curtains. Far-off sounds in her ears. Voices calling, Alice, Alley Cat, stop being such a brat. Eat some of those peas if you want ice cream. The smell of horses and cooking. A bathtub filled with bubbles. It frightened her, all of it, made her heart beat too hard and fast even when the mother held her hand. But more, everything went too fast. Everything. The car the sister drove while the grandmother, Grammy, such pretty red hair. I want red hair, too, a little girl's voice said in her head, and laughter followed. The grandmother with the red hair sat in the front of the car. Alice sat in the back with the mother, holding tight to the mother's hand because the car went so fast and the world kept changing. She longed for her quiet house, her still, quiet house. She wondered if this was just one of her dreams, the dreams she kept secret from Sir.
Sir.
Would he be at this home place? Would he be there waiting for her, waiting to take her back to her quiet house? Locks on the door, the tiny window. Hard hands hitting, the belt whipping. She lowered her head and shuddered. We'll be there soon, baby. The woman doctor had said it was all right to be nervous, to even be scared. She hadn't ridden in a car in a very long time, and everything would look new and different. When she got too nervous and scared, she could just close her eyes and think of something that made her happy. Sitting outside her quiet house and watching the sunset made her happy. But she couldn't help it. She saw fields and trees, snow melting away under the sun. Cows, not rib-racked, but cattle, she remembered the word. Big, healthy, cropping through the snow melt to eat. The road would turn in a minute to the right. Was that a dream? When it did, her breathing came fast. She saw in her head a pretty young girl. Oh, so pretty, with bright red streaks in her hair, driving a truck and singing along with the radio. I see you driving by just like a phantom jet. She heard the voice, not just in her head, but coming out of her mouth now. It jolted her, and the mother's hand tightened on hers. The sister looked at her through the mirror and sang back at her, with your arm around some little brunette. A laugh, small and strange and rusty with it, broke out of her. The fields, the sky, oh God, so big. The mountains that didn't look the same as from her little house stopped scaring her so much as she sang the next words. As the sisters sang the ones after that, and they sang the chorus together. Beside her, the mother made a little sound, and Alice looked, saw her crying. She trembled again. I did bad. I was bad. I'm bad.
No, no, no.
The mother kissed Alice's hand, her cheek. These are from happiness. I always loved hearing my girls sing together. My girls have such beautiful voices. I'm not a girl, and a woman is. You're always my girl, Alice. Just like Riini. The road rose, and she saw the house. She made a garbled sound as her mind slammed between memories and a quarter-century of enforced denial. It's a little different than it was, the mother said. We've added on some rooms, and open up a couple of them on the inside. Different paints, she continued as the sister stopped the car. Some new furniture. Kitchen's changed most, I'd say, but it has the same bones. As she spoke, the mother put an arm around her, rubbed at the chill. Still the barn in the back, and the stables, the paddocks, the chickens, and we added pigs some time back. Dogs raced up to the car, and Alice cringed. Dogs. They growl, they bite. Not these two. They're Chester and Clyde, and they won't bite. Tail waggers, both of them. To Alice's shock, the grandmother hopped right out. The dogs circled her, but didn't growl, didn't bite. They wagged all over as the grandmother touched them. Tail waggers, Alice repeated. Do you want to pet them? The mother asked. Alice could only hunch her shoulders. You don't have to, but they won't bite and they won't growl at you. The mother opened the door of the car, slipped out. Panic spewed into Alice's throat, but the mother held out a hand. Come on, Alice, I'm right here. Taking the mother's hand, she inched her way across the seat. Cringed back when one of the dogs poked his nose in and sniffed at her. Sit down, Chester, the sister ordered. And to Alice's surprise, and something she didn't recognize as delight, the dog plopped his hind end down. It seemed like his eyes smiled. His eyes weren't mean. They looked happy. He had happy eyes. She inched out a little more, and the dogs but wriggled, but stayed down. She put a foot on the ground. It wore a pink tennis shoe with white laces. For a minute she stared at it, transfixed. Moved her foot to assure herself it was hers. She put the other pink tennis shoe on the ground, breathed in, stood up. The world wanted to spin, but the mother held her hand. Clinging to it, she put one foot in front of the other. She wore a denim skirt. She hadn't been able to put on any of the pants or jeans the women bought for her. But the skirt covered most of her legs, as modesty decreed, and the white blouse could be buttoned to the neck. The coat provided warmth that the old shawl she'd worn at her house hadn't. Everything on her felt so soft, smelled so clean. And still she trembled as she stepped up on the porch. She stared at a pair of rocking chairs, shook her head. We painted those just last year, the sister told her. I like the blue, like the summer sky. Now Alice stared at the open door, took a step back. The grandmother slid an arm around her waist. I know you're afraid, Alice, but we're all here with you. Just us girls for now. 2 cookies after chores, Alice mumbled. That's right, my lamb. I always had 2 cookies for my girls after chores. No chores today, the grandmother added. But we'll have some cookies. How about some tea and cookies? Is Sir inside? No. Now the grandmother's voice had anger in it. He'll never be inside this house.
Ma.
You hush a minute, Cora. The grandmother turned to face Alice. This is your home, and we're your family. Standing here, we're 3 generations of women who can take anything that's dished out. You're strong, Alice. And we're here to stand with you until you remember how strong you are. Now, let's go inside. Will you stay with me, too? Will you stay in the home like the mother? You're damn right I will. Alice thought of stepping out of the door left unlocked and stepped through the open one. There were flowers in a vase and tables, and there were chairs and couches and pictures. A fire, not a campfire, not a stove. A fireplace. A fireplace where flames simmered. Windows. Compelled, she walked, on her own, from window to window to window, marveling. Everything was so big, so far, so near, and not as frightening from inside. Inside seemed safe again. Do you want to see the rest? The sister asked. How could there be more? So much, so big, so far, so near.
But
A room with bright pink walls and white curtains. Your room? It's upstairs. The sister walked toward a staircase. So many steps, so much space. Grammy remembered how you'd wanted pink walls, so I had my boys paint them like they were. As close as we could remember. Come up, see what you think. Let's take your coat off first. Alice hunched inside it. Can I keep it? Of course you can keep it, honey. Gently, Cora slipped the coat away. It's yours, but you don't need your coat inside. It's nice and warm in here, isn't it? It's cold in my house. Tea keeps you warm. We'll have some tea in a bit. Cora guided Alice to the stairs. I remember the first time I saw inside this house. I was 16, and your daddy was courting me. I'd never seen stairs so grand. The way they go up, then split off in both directions. It was your great-grandfather built them. The story is he wanted to build the finest house in Montana to convince your great-grandmother to marry him and live in it. Sir built me a house. The man provides. Cora, let it go. Led Alice down a wide hall and into a room with pink walls and white curtains. I know it's not exactly the same, she began. I'm sorry I didn't keep all your posters and... She trailed off as Alice stepped away from her, her face astonished as she wandered the room, touched the dresser, the bed, the lamps, the cushions on the window seat. It faces west for the sunset, Alice murmured. I sit outside once a week if I've been good. 1 hour, once a week, and watch the sunset. Did you have a window in your house? The sister asked. It's a little window, high up at the ceiling. I can't see the sunset, but I can see the sky. It's blue and it's gray, and it's white when the snow falls. Not like the room with no windows. You can watch the sunset every night, the mother said. From inside the house or from outside. Every night, Alice repeated. Overwhelmed at the idea, she turned, then jumped in shock when she faced a mirror. The woman wore a long skirt and a white blouse and pink shoes. Her hair, gray like an angry sky, was braided back from a pale face with scoring lines.
who is that?
Who is that? I don't know her. You will. The mother put arms around Alice, around the woman. Do you want to rest now? I bet Riini would bring you those cookies and some tea. Alice stumbled to the bed, dropped down to sit. The bed felt so thick, so soft. She began to cry again. It's soft. It's mine? It's pretty. I can keep the coat.
Yes. See?
You can cry when you're happy, too. The mother sat beside her, then the grandmother on the other side. The sister sat on the floor. In that moment, for that moment at least, Alice felt safe. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though her feelings about bringing Alice home remained mixed and murky, Bodine put on a cheerful face as she walked into the kitchen. She found her mother and Miss Fancy at the counter, peeling potatoes. I expected to see Clementine. I sent her home. We decided to keep new or half-remembered faces to a minimum this first day. And the nurse is already up there with Alice and your Nana. How'd it go? Better, I think, than anyone expected. Miss Fancy set a peeled potato aside, picked up another. She had some bad moments, and she'll have more, but by God, she had some good ones, too. We were right to bring her, Riini. We were, and Ma seems easier already. I think she'll get her first good night's sleep tonight. Clementine got a chicken in the roaster before she left. We're having it with mashed potatoes, gravy, your Grammy's candied carrots, and buttered broccoli. It's a meal Alice favored once. So, I'll give you a hand. No, setting down the peeler. Maureen wiped her hands on a dishcloth. I want you to come up and meet her. But we decided we'll hold off on the boys. Or having Sam go up.
Keep it to women today.
We're going to take a tray up to her room for dinner. Ease her in there, too. But she should meet you. Okay. You two go on. I'll get these potatoes peeled and on the boil. They went up the back stairs. We all talked about keeping things calm and as natural as possible. I know, Mom. I know this is hard on you, Bodine. It's not. It is. On you, on all of us. So, I'm telling you like I'm going to tell everyone else. When you need a break from it, you take one.
What about you?
Your father's already made it clear I'll be taking one from time to time. She lowered her voice as they reached the second floor. The nurses are going to use the sitting room off Alice's bedroom when they're not in with her, and the bathroom across the hall we've designated for them and for Alice. Celia's coming about 11 tomorrow. Our house is going to be full of people for some time to come. Mom. Bodine drew her mother to a halt. Weren't we all there, all of us, when Grandpa got sick? Didn't we bring him back here from Bodine House and sit with him, read to him, do everything we could, even with the nurses, so he could die at home, at the home he'd chosen? Alice isn't dying. Bodine continued, but it's the same. We're just going to do everything we can to help her start living again. I love you so much, my baby. I love you right back. Now introduce me to your sister. They crocheted together, mother and daughter, in the two chairs Maureen had chosen, hoping for just that. Though Bodine had been prepared for Alice's appearance. If she didn't know the woman was a couple years her mother's junior, she'd have sworn Alice was 10 years older.
Alice.
Alice's head shot up at Maureen's voice. Her eyes glimmered with distress as she saw Bodine. Is she a doctor? Is she a nurse? Is she police? No, this is my daughter. This is your niece, Bodine. Bodine. Alice Bodine. The mother says Alice and Bodine. I named her Bodine to honor that part of us. She has green eyes. You have green eyes. Like my mother's and yours. Trying for casual, Bodine stepped closer. I like your shoes. They're pink. They don't hurt my feet. I ruined my slippers and the socks, too. That was bad and wasteful. Sometimes things just wear out. Is that a scarf you're making? It's green. Almost lovingly, Alice smoothed the length of the wool. I like green. Me too. I never could get the hang of crocheting. Lips pressed tight, Alice applied herself to it. The sister has a daughter, she muttered to herself. I had daughters. The sister gets to keep the daughter. I don't keep the daughters. A man needs sons. Bodine opened her mouth, saw her grandmother shake her head. This is a pretty room. It's cheerful, this pink. Do you like it? It's not cold. I don't need a shawl. The bed is soft. It faces west for the sunset. That's my favorite part of it. It's a beautiful sunset tonight. Confused, Alice looked over. Her crocheting fell out of her hands into her lap. A long gasp escaped as her face transformed. Cora plucked up the hook and yarn as Alice pushed to her feet. Outside the window, the sky seemed to fill the world, mad rich colors, undertones of gold etching billowing clouds, streaks of light shooting out of them and painting the white mountains. Do you want to go outside to see it? Maureen asked her. Outside. Wonder filled her voice, her face. Then she scanned down, rapidly shook her head. People are outside. You can't talk to the people. If people see you, hear you, God will strike you down. Strike you down as they die. That's not true here. Cora rose, joined her daughter. But we'll watch from here tonight. It's beautiful, isn't it, Alice? Every night? Not once a week. Yes, every night. I think a God who gives us something so beautiful as that sunset is too loving, too kind, too wise to strike anyone down. Whether she believed it or not, the words and the beauty soothed, and Alice rested her head on her mother's shoulder. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the shack, Callan washed up his dishes. He'd been waiting for a knock on his door, but since it hadn't come, He thought he might take himself over to the bunkhouse. Seek the company of men. Maybe sit down for a poker game. He didn't gamble often or much, but since he didn't have his father's problem, he enjoyed the occasional game. One thing he knew, he didn't want to spend the evening in his own company. Too much thinking and worrying about what might be going on at the main house. Too much thinking and wishing for Bodine. Too much thinking about the things his mother had told him. Just too much thinking. So maybe a beer with the men. A few hands of cards, which might add some change to his pockets. He didn't have his father's problem and generally a lot better luck. He'd talk to Bodine in the morning when they rode into work. He could settle for just talking until her life smoothed out some. Then the knock came. He stayed at the sink, annoyed with himself for the instant flash of pleasure. He'd be better off. He knew he'd be better off not being so damn tied up in her. But he just couldn't cut the rope. "It's open," he called out. When she stepped in, the stress and fatigue on her face made him ashamed of the annoyance. "I really need to get away for a while." "You've come to the right place. Want a beer?"
No. Wine.
"I still have that bottle from the cabin." She started to shake her head, then let out some air.
Yeah.
"Yeah, that'd be just fine. I haven't had my glass of wine tonight. Have a seat. I've got huckleberry shortcake, too." "Where'd you get that?"
Yolanda, dessert chef?
I let her boy ride Sundown. He's been giving me the pleading eye after school every day for a week. I gave in, and I got huckleberry shortcake out of it. With whipped cream. It ain't huckleberry shortcake without it. Good deal. I'm in for that. She tossed off her coat, sat. He took out his multi-tool for its corkscrew. It wasn't until he'd pulled the cork that he saw tears swimming in her eyes.
Ah, elle.
"I'm not going to cry, don't worry. I may teeter on the edge of it for a couple minutes, but I won't fall off." "Was it that bad?"
Yes. No.
"I don't know. I don't know, that's the truth." Breathing, just breathing for a moment, she pressed her fingers to her eyes as if to shove back the tears. "She looks a decade older than my mother, soft and kind of doughy in the body, with a face that's lined deep. Like a woman who lived hard."
God, I hear how that sounds out loud.
I'm not saying it to be judgmental. I know it. He poured her wine, and though a beer would have suited him better, poured himself a glass of wine in solidarity. Her hair's frizzed up and dry as straw, and has to be down to her ass. Like it hasn't been conditioned or trimmed in years, and I guess it hasn't been. She's got spooked eyes. You see animals with eyes like that who expect the boot or the crop because they've felt it too often. Then she saw the sunset. Saw it through the window of that room. "I know you helped paint." "I came in on the tail end." "You helped paint," Bodine repeated, a tear slipping through after all. And there was such joy on her face, Callan. Such wonder, like a child's. She wouldn't go out because some of the men were still working outside, but she watched every minute of the sunset like it was fireworks on the 4th of July and Christmas morning, and a circus parade all rolled out in one shiny package. Nobody does sunsets like Montana. He set a plate of cake in front of her. God, Yolanda knows her cake. You know, Sal and I and a couple of other girls went up to the Oregon coast the summer after graduation. They've got some impressive sunsets, but they don't beat Montana, not for me. And for Alice,
Callan.
She said she was allowed to sit out for an hour once a week, at sunset. If she was good. She's going to remember enough, so they find him, Beau. She's remembering some of the grannies and of Mom, maybe the house. She said she'd had daughters, but she didn't get to keep them like Mom could keep me. It ripped my heart. When her voice broke, she stuffed cake in her mouth, ripped it in pieces. Her breath tore. She bore down, made herself eat more cake. Callan said nothing, gave her the comfort of listening silence so she could finish it out. We took up trays for her and Nana and the nurse. A good home meal on one of Mom's pretty plates, with a cloth napkin. You'd thought we'd set a banquet in front of her. The rest of us, well, except Chase, ate downstairs. But all I could think was how she'd looked at a plate of chicken and potatoes like it was the finest French cuisine, and she didn't know quite what to do about it. She sighed, ate some cake. So, I had to get away for a while. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I think it's bound to get easier. I was hoping you'd come by. She worked up a smile for him. Well, you did say you wanted sex. I was hoping for that too, but wine and cake aren't bad. It's really good cake. Chase went over to Jessica's for dinner. I heard. He took his Tombstone DVD. Callum laughed, pleased to see that laughter mirrored in her eyes. The man can't help himself. They might actually watch some of it. I'm pretty sure he's hoping to stay overnight. He brought her flowers today. Callan just grunted, ate more cake. He's in love with her. Because he brought her flowers? You tell me, I know you've been gone some years. But you know him as inside out as I do, so you tell me if you ever recall him bringing a woman or a girl back away's flowers. Callan drank some wine, thought it over. He got Missy Crispin one of those. He circled a finger over his wrist. For the spring formal. You've got to do that. This is midweek, not even a date involved, flowers. I saw them sticking out of his saddlebag. Iris's, so he went out and bought them deliberately. Callan wagged his fork at her. Has every man who brought you flowers been in love with you? I'd sure as hell know he was seriously sweet on me if he bothered. And Chase has shy ways with women. Flowers for him are a statement of intent. Intent of. She won't know that. Bodine breezed on. But I know that. He's in love with her, and he's never been more than halfway sweet on anybody before. You know what else? I might, but you're going to tell me anyway. I can't say if she's in love with him. I haven't known her long enough to be sure of that. But I do know she's seriously sweet on him. It's not halfway sweet. She pushed the plate aside.
God.
I feel better. I think Rory was going out with Chelsea. He in love, too? No. But he's in substantial like and definite lust. I think that's absolutely mutual. Dad's going to make sure Mom gets some rest, and the grannies are better for being at the ranch right now. So, have you got a spare toothbrush?
No.
Oh, well. You want to brush your teeth? Not right this minute, but I will in the morning. She polished off her wine, stood. I'd like to try your bed out. It's not as big as the one we tried out before, but it's got good springs. Well, let's give them a good bounce. Do you mind if I lock the front door? I'd just as soon nobody wanders in while I'm naked on top of you. Who says you'll be on top? I guess we'll see. Lock the door. The springs held up just fine. And once they had, Bodine lay in a limp, sweaty daze. Oh yeah, I do feel better. Glad I could help. But I think it's time for you to feel a lot more than better. He rolled back on top of her. The days ran sugary enough that she tangled her fingers in his hair and just smiled. That would be a heroic recovery, Skinner. Not really, because we're going to do something we haven't managed before. I can't think of anything we missed. We missed taking our time. He brushed his lips to hers, skimmed them over her jaw. The fast and furious works pretty well. Let's see how we do with the slow and thorough. I like how you're put together, Bodine. His fingers glided up and down the side of her right breast. You've got long limbs, long and pretty ripped with it. I work out, she managed. Firm, pretty breasts. He brushed the nipple with his thumb. All that hair, straight as a ruler, dark as midnight. I like how it smells, so I always want to get a little closer. I like how you taste. He took his mouth to her throat. And those eyes, the color of leaves in the shadows. The way your skin feels under my hands, just silk smooth. The way your mouth fits on mine. He took his back to hers, let the kiss spin on, soft and lazy as a spring shower. I do like how you're put together. You're going to turn my head. But she couldn't quite manage a laugh. Not when her head had started to spin, and those licks of heat ran under her skin. The more I touch you, the more I want to. This time, you'll just have to tolerate it. Her pulse beat under his lips, slow and thick, just as he wanted it. Her body stretched, undulating under his hands, then quivered, then softened. He'd wanted her like this. Wanted not just the excitement, the release, but all. What would all with Bodine be? Sighs and sumptuous kisses, quiet moans and moonlight in a narrow bed. Response in an easy, unhurried rhythm. Pretty green eyes, heavy with what he could give her. He worked his way down her body. And this time when she sighed his name. Her head no longer spun. Instead, it seemed she moved. They moved through a warm, lovely mist where everything shimmered. His hands, hard, calloused, only made those lazy strokes all the more erotic. The stubble brushing over her skin as he ran his tongue down her belly made her quiver. Then his tongue slid down, slid over, slid in, and had her rolling slowly, dreamily, helplessly over a velvet-covered peak. Still he didn't rush. Still those hard-palmed hands drew her down, further down into dazed pleasure, so the shimmering mists thickened. When his mouth took hers again, she'd already surrendered. He slipped into her, heard her breath catch, saw her eyes blur. "This part, too," he whispered, toying with her lips.
Slow.
Nice and slow. Long, slow, deep, and her so hot, so wet around him. She broke again on a moan, but he held on, moving in her, drawing out every moment, every ounce of pleasure. Up again, slowly, relentlessly until he felt her give, just one more time, and gave with her. Chapter 21. Bodine overslept, something she never did. Maybe a half hour didn't rank high on the scale, but it put a dent in her rigid morning schedule. She hopped out of bed so fast. Callan missed his chance to catch her. "What's your hurry?" "I'm running behind before I get started. I can cut back on my workout, prioritize emails." While she threw on her clothes, she calculated. "Take the truck instead of Leo. I can get Leo fed and saddled up for you. I was hoping to use him today." She glanced back at the bed, at the shadowy outline of the man she'd slept with. "That'll add to your own time. Looks like I'm up anyway." Not complaining, she thought, amused, more resigned. "Do you want to come over for breakfast? I'd get better than a fried egg on toast." "Then I'll see you in an hour." She hesitated, then stepped back, leaned down, and kissed him. "If I'd known this was going to happen, I'd have pushed to get you a bigger bed. This one worked out all right." "I'll say it did. I have to go." She dashed out. Seconds later, he heard his door slam behind her. The woman sure did move fast, he thought, dragging himself up to put the coffee on. In under that hour, Bodine finished an abbreviated workout, grabbed a shower, dressed, answered a handful of emails. The rest could wait. Coffee just couldn't. Since she still ran 10 minutes behind, she'd sacrificed that first solo cup. Clementine would be in the kitchen by now. As expected when she jogged down the back steps. Coffee scented the air. Clementine had biscuit dough in a bowl and stood grating potatoes. It wasn't altogether unexpected to see Maureen chatting with Clementine and frying up bacon and sausage. But seeing Alice sitting at the kitchen table, head bent over her crocheting, put a hitch in Bodine's stride. "Running late for you." Maureen laid sizzling bacon on a paper towel, sent her daughter a silent signal. "Just a bit." "Morning, Clem." "Morning, Alice. I'm making a scarf. It's coming right along, too." "Like you, Alice is an early riser. Grammy's still sleeping, but Nana's getting a shower. I told Kathy, that's the night nurse, to take her time, and Alice could have her tea down here while we got breakfast going." "Kathy is the nurse. She came to the hospital. Clementine makes biscuits. I like the biscuits." "Got some cayenne pepper in them," Clementine said easily. "You always liked when I put a little cayenne in them." "Coffee's fresh." "Yeah." Bodine poured herself a mug. "Coffee's not allowed for childbearing women. It can stop the seed from planting." "I never heard that." Bodine leaned back, sipped. "That'd make it the easiest form of birth control ever." "Bodine," Maureen said under her breath. Bodine kept the smile on her face, wandered over to sit with Alice. "I don't think coffee's going to manage that, but I'm not ready for babies yet." "You're of childbearing age." "I am." "Bearing sons is a woman's duty to her husband. You should have a husband to provide for you." "I provide for me. I might like a husband one of these days, but he's going to have to meet my standards. They're pretty high, as I have my dad as my first yardstick. So that one of these days husband has to be handsome and strong and smart and kind and funny. He has to respect me for being who I am, the way Dad respects Mom. It's likely, given my personal bent, He's going to have to be a good horseman, too. And he's going to have to love me like I was a queen and a warrior and a genius, and about the sexiest woman ever born. The man chooses.
No, Alice.
People choose each other. I'm so sorry, Alice. Somebody took your choice away. She caught movement, saw the woman standing in the kitchen doorway. About her mother's age, with short, ash-blonde hair, a little stern around the mouth. The nurse, Bodine thought, worried she'd crossed some line. But the woman nodded. I think you're really brave, Bodine finished, watching Alice's eyes twitch as they seemed to do when she struggled to process. Women are weak. Some people are weak. You're not. I think you might be the bravest person I know. Alice ducked her head, hunched her shoulders, but Bodine caught the faintest smile. I'm making a scarf. Clementine's making breakfast biscuits. The sister is. She broke off, let out a muffled cry as Callan came in the mudroom door.
Shit.
Bodine thought. She should have run back and told Callan to hold off. Morning. Callan stood where he was. I'm here to mooch breakfast. Are those your buttermilk biscuits, Clementine? They are. Are your hands clean? They will be. You must be Miss Alice. He spoke easy, in a tone Bodine had heard him use with a nervous horse countless times. Nice to meet you, ma'am. One of the sons, one of the sister's sons. An honorary one. Maureen's voice might have been a few shades overbright, but it stilled Alice's fretful hands. This is Callan. Cal's same as family. He's a good boy, Alice.
Man, he's not a boy.
Alice patted her cheeks. In response, Callan rubbed his own. Didn't think to shave this morning. Slipped my mind. That's pretty work you're doing there. My sister does needlework. I wouldn't be surprised if she knitted up a house next. You can't knit a house. I'm crocheting. I'm making a scarf. If you want anything in this kitchen, you get over here and wash the horse off your hands, Clementine ordered as she cut out biscuits. This breakfast'll be ready soon. Yes, ma'am. She tells the man what to do. Alice whispered to Bodine. She tells us all what to do. I wash my hands. Though her eyes went damp, Clementine nodded at Alice. Then you'll get your breakfast. At the clatter on the stairs, Alice jolted again. Bodine laid a hand over hers. Rory bounded in, cheerful as a puppy, hair still damp, face freshly shaved. Overslept. Smells damn good in here. I could use. He spotted the woman at the table with Bodine. Like the rest of the family, he'd been schooled. And Rory was at the core a salesman. He shot out a megawatt smile. Good morning, Alice. I didn't have a chance to meet you yet. I'm Rory. Alice's face went slack. Bodine heard the two rapid gasps before that face transformed into something beyond joy. Something too bright even for joy.
Rory.
Rory. Tears spilled even as she laughed. And as she laughed, she pushed up from the table, flew at him. Her arms wrapped around him. My baby. My Rory. Awkwardly patting Alice's back, he stared at his mother in baffled shock. This is my youngest, Alice, Maureen said carefully. This is my son, Rory. My Rory. Alice eased back enough to look at his face, to stroke her hands over his cheeks. Look how handsome. You were such a pretty baby, such a pretty boy. Now you're handsome. So big. So tall. Ma can't rock you anymore, my baby.
Ah.
Alice. The nurse spoke, tone even, matter of fact. This is your sister's son. This is your nephew.
No. No.
Alice clutched at him again. My baby. He's Rory. You can't take him away. I won't let anybody take him away again. I'm not going anywhere, Rory told her. It's all right. I prayed for my babies. For Cora and Fancy and Rory and Lily and Maureen and Sarah and for Benjamin, even though he went right to heaven. Do you know where they are, Rory, the other babies? My baby girls?
No, I'm sorry.
Let's sit down, okay? I'm making you a scarf. It's green. My Rory has green in his eyes. It's nice. It's really nice. And as Rory looked at his mother again, Bodine stood up. She moved to the back stairs to hug and hold Cora as she wept. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He was dog-sick for a solid week. He could barely crawl out of bed to do his business, much less to down more medicine or open a can to eat. The fever burned, the chills racked, but the hacking, tearing cough was worse. It left him weak, breathless, his chest fist-tight, his throat raw from the thick, yellow mucus that spewed from his lungs. He blamed Esther, cursed her as he lay on sweat-stained sheets. He'd track her down when he got back on his feet. He'd track her down and beat her bloody, choke the life out of her. She didn't rate a bullet. Even when he managed to stand for more than a few minutes, the cough could bring him to his knees. By the time he felt able to drag himself outside, he saw the dog was half dead. Maybe more than half. He tossed some food in a bucket, pumping water into another brought on a violent coughing fit. He spat out blood-tinged mucus, wheezed breathlessly as he took a look at the cow. Hadn't been milked in a couple days, he judged, and like the horse had made do with snow and the spare grass under it. The chickens fared little better. It all showed him, clearly, bitterly. The boy had barely been around, and when he had been, he'd done his work halfway. Boy was useless, just like his cursed mother. When he got his strength back, he'd take that boy to task good and proper. And he'd go out, get a young wife, get a young one who'd bring forth sons who'd honor their father instead of one who came and went as he damn well pleased. Made a mistake with Esther, and he could admit it. Wasted too many years on her. Made a mistake or two trying to take on a second wife, but he wouldn't make another. He just had to get his strength back, even enough to get himself some medicine, some supplies. Dizzy from the effort of tending to the animals, he stumbled back inside. He wanted to check the internet, gain some solace from the words of men who knew what he knew, believed as he believed. He'd paid good money for the Wi-Fi antenna, for the hotspot devices and repeaters. And he'd learned how to use them and stay off the grid. Goddamn government, spying on everybody, stealing land, shoving their gays and blacks and Mexicans down the throats of real Americans. He was a sovereign citizen, he thought, a man prepared, even eager, to shed blood to protect his rights. He'd shed Esther's, he thought. He'd thrash some respect into the whelp she'd foisted on him. And he'd find a wife who'd give him the sons he deserved. But all he could do was crawl back in bed, shiver with chills, wheezing out breath from lungs thick with fluid. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callan's gut nodded when he saw Sheriff Tate pull up. "Let me know if you need anything," he said to the farrier, walking over to meet Tate. "Has there been another one?"
No.
"No, that's one blessing. Got a little May weather in March. It'll turn on us, but I'll take it." Tate scanned the paddocks, the shelter. "You on your own?" "We got 2 trail rides out, another 2 this afternoon, and a pair of lessons down at the center. May weather means May bookings." Tate nodded. "Is that Spike over there?"
Yeah.
Hell of a name for a farrier. You don't often see a farrier wearing a spiked dog collar and sporting half a dozen tattoos. But he knows his work. "Can you take a break?" "It appears I'm already taking one. Let's walk over this way." Tate aimed for the big paddock. Some fine-looking horses. "We brought more in today. We're going to take them out to pasture tomorrow, if this weather holds like it's supposed to. It's been some time since I herded horses to pasture at dawn, rounded them back up for the night." "It sounds like you're looking forward to it." "I guess I am. I like the work here, even though there's a lot of computer and paper involved." He reached out, rubbed a curious bay down the nose. "I know you didn't ride over here to see how I was taking to the job."
No.
"I'm heading over to the Bodine Ranch to talk to Alice. She'd be having her talk with the psychiatrist now. I'm going to hope she remembers a little more. I can tell you she's had more to say. I heard her myself when I went over at breakfast. She thought Rory was hers. She named off 7 children. All girls but for one named Rory, and another. The way she put that one, he either died in the birthing or right after. My Christ. I don't figure I'm telling you anything I shouldn't when I say she latched onto Rory. She talked about how she'd rock him, sing to him, play peekaboo, how he'd learn to walk on his own. It about broke your heart. Have you got anything on this son of a bitch, Sheriff?" "I wish I could say we did. We're working with the Stoddies. We put up her picture, gave it to the media, in case anybody'd seen her. We had dogs out, trying to pick up her trail, but with the rain, and not having a damn clue how far she'd walked up or down the road before she collapsed. We don't have so much as a starting point. You need her to tell you, and you can't push at her. You're right on both counts. When the curious Bane nudged at his shoulder, Tate gave him an absent pat. But any little thing she can say is one more thing to work with. But that's not why I came by. I heard Garrett came out here, in an official vehicle, wearing his official uniform, and went at you again. Clintock doesn't worry me. I suspended him. Callan turned now, shoved at his hat. There's no cause for you to do that on my account. I didn't do it on your account. Temper ruddied Tate's cheeks. He disobeyed a direct order. He harassed and threatened a private citizen. I suspended him rather than firing his arrogant ass, as he's got some good qualities under the bullshit, and I've got 2 manhunts on my hands. I got 2 women dead and a cold trail on whoever killed them. I got a man who kept a woman I have a fondness for locked up we don't know how many years. And right now, that trail's cold, too. But if Garrett crosses the line again, he loses his job. And that's for me to say. Tate tapped a finger on Callan's chest. Are you in charge around here? I guess I am. Would you tolerate one of the people out leading a trail ride, giving a lesson, tending the stock doing the opposite of what you told them, getting up in the face of one of the guests here, disrespecting your authority? Wedged firmly in a corner, Callan heaved out a breath. All right, you made the point. And my next is this. He's as pissed off as it gets. If he comes at you, Cal, I hear about it. I don't want any bullshit from you here about handling him fine. About him not worrying you. He's one of mine, and if he comes at you again, I need to hear about it. I can't have a man who'd do that holding a badge and a weapon and working under me. You got that clear? Yeah, Ido. You don't have to like it. Well, I don't. But I understand it. Your word on it. Tate held out a hand. Hell. Boxed in yet again. Callan shook hands. My word on it. Then we're good. I'm going to go talk to Alice. But Tate stared out at the horses another moment. 7 children. She named them off. She named them. Merciful God. Tate muttered and walked away. When he pulled up to the ranch house, he hoped he'd timed it well. He recognized Dr. Minot's car, so that was good. He wanted to hear what she had to say, too. When he knocked, Cora came to the door. I hope I'm not intruding, Mrs. Bodine. Of course not. You went with Cora at the hospital, Bob. You stay with Cora. Alice is talking with the doctor. With Dr. Minot. I think they should be almost done. You come right in. He took off his hat as he stepped in. How's Alice doing, ma'am, since you brought her home? I really think better. I do.
Ma.
Look who's here. Why, Bobby Tate. Setting aside some knitting, Miss Fancy patted the cushion on the couch beside her. You come sit down and give me all the local news and gossip. I wish I could. Miss Fancy. Well, I'm going to get you a cup of coffee. Please don't trouble Miss Fancy. The day I can't get a cup of coffee for a good-looking man when he comes calling is the day I meet my maker. The shirt she wore said, Women belong in the House. And the Senate. Miss Fancy believed both statements with equal fervor. You're going to have to wait a few minutes anyway, she added. Alice is talking to the head doctor upstairs. You sit down, and I'll get that coffee. We're looking for things to do, Cora said when her mother left the room. Trying to keep busy. I guess you'd have told me right off if you had anything to tell me. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bodine, Cora. We're doing everything we can. I don't doubt it. Oh, Dr. Minot. You're finished? We had a good talk. Sheriff. Dr. Minot. Is she up for more talking? Give her a few minutes. She's doing very well, Mrs. Bodine. I think your instincts, Maureen's instincts, about bringing her here were right. It's just the start, but she's calm. Can you tell me if she remembers anything about her abductor, her captivity? She avoids it, and that's natural, Sheriff. She's struggling with what he indoctrinated in her, and this reality. This reality she remembers in some part of her mind, and this reality is where she feels safer, even happier. She did talk about the house, and when I asked her if it was bigger than her bedroom, the one upstairs, she said it was about the same, but now she has windows and pretty walls. Celia turned another smile to Cora. Painting it the way it had been makes her feel comfortable, gives her a sense of ownership, though she doesn't recognize it as such. And now Celia turned toward Tate. Her captor didn't live in the house with her. I'd say it was more the size of a shed than a house. She wasn't ready to talk about what she could see when she went outside. She mentioned a dog, a mean one, but she closed off on any other details. An outbuilding and a dog's more than I had.
Here you go, Bob.
Oh, Dr. Minnow. Miss Fancy carried the coffee to Tate. Can I get you some coffee? Thanks, but I have to get back. I'll be here the same time tomorrow.
For now.
Don't push her about Rory. We'll give her some time there. I'll get your coat, walk you out. Tate stood with his hat in one hand, the coffee in the other. Miss Fancy, I'm going to go up and see her, if that's all right. The nurse up there is. Miss Fancy rubbed her temple. Hell, her name slipped my mind. Don't worry about that. I'll see you before I go. He assumed they'd used her old room and knew where to find it. For a few months long ago, he'd pined outside her bedroom window. And sometimes she'd climb out of it to meet him.
Now.
With the years between sitting heavy on her, she sat by the window, working yarn with a hook. The woman in the second chair read a book, but rose when he came in. You have company, Alice. Alice looked up and smiled shyly. I know you. You came to the hospital. You were very nice and came to visit me. Her eyes twitched. You can walk on your hands. I could once. His heart knocked a little as he remembered making her laugh when he'd walked over the grass on his hands. They'd been 16, he thought, and he'd been wildly in love with her. Not so sure I could do it now. I'll leave you to talk. I'm in the next room, the nurse told Tate quietly. You're drinking coffee. I'm not supposed to drink coffee, but Bodine does. She's the sister's daughter. She's nice, too. I know Bodine. She's a fine young woman. Can I sit with you? The man doesn't have to ask. The man does. A polite man asks. Could I sit with you? Alice. She actually flushed a little. You can sit. I'm making a scarf. It's for Rory. It's for my son. He has green eyes. He's so handsome. He grew so tall. How long's it been since you've seen him? We had breakfast. Clementine made biscuits. I like her biscuits. I mean before breakfast. How long since you'd seen him?
Oh.
He was just a year old.
Just 1 year. Such a sweet baby.
I could keep him and nurse him and bathe him and teach him to clap his hands. I taught him to walk and say mama. Because he's the son. You had daughters. Baby girls. Cora and Fancy and Lily and Maureen and Sarah. Did you teach them to clap their hands? I couldn't.
Sir had to take them.
He has no use for girls, and they can fetch a good price. Maybe you can find them. I can try. But not Benjamin. God took him to heaven before he came out of me. And not Rory. I found Rory right here. I'm happy I came here. Did you have your children in your house? I mean to say, were they born in your house? Only Lily and Maureen and Sarah and Benjamin. Sir provided the house because I gave him a son, as a woman is meant to do. Where did you have Cora and Fancy and Rory? In the room downstairs. Her lips pressed together. I didn't like the room downstairs. I didn't like it. I liked the house better. It's all right. He touched her trembling hand. You won't ever go back to that room. I can stay here with Rory. With the mother and the sister and Grammy.
Grammy.
Grandpa has M&Ms. He smells like cherries and he has a beard. That's right. It occurred to Tate she wouldn't know her grandfather had died. So he trod carefully. Does Sir have a beard? All over, all over. She rubbed a hand over her cheeks and chin. Does he smell like cherries? No. Like the soap that stings at first. And sometimes not. Sometimes like whiskey. Sometimes like whiskey and sweat. I don't like it. I like making the scarf, I like making the scarf, I like making it, and the window and the biscuits. I like the pink walls. They sure are happy walls. What color were the walls in your house? Gray with white spots and lines. I like these better.
I'm ungrateful.
I'm ungrateful for what Sir provided. No, you're not. You're grateful to be home with your family. Can you tell me something, Alice? I don't know. Can you tell me where you were when you met Sir the very first time? I don't know. I have to finish the scarf, finish it for Rory. That's all right. I have to go now, but I'll come back. If that's all right. It's all right. I wanted to come home, she said as he rose. You're home now. I should have called Grandpa from Missoula when I got there. He'd be come to get me. He wouldn't be mad. You were coming home from Missoula? From otherwhere? I don't know. I'm awfully tired now. I'll get the nurse for you. You can rest a while. They roast turkey for Thanksgiving, but I like Grammy's ham better. Grammy makes ham for Thanksgiving, and we all make pies. I'm going to sleep. All right, Alice. Here, I'll help you. He helped her to the bed, tucked a throw around her. It's soft. Everything is soft here. Is the mother here? I'll go get her for you. You rest. He went out, signaled to the nurse before he started down for Cora. An outbuilding, a dog, somewhere on the road from Missoula to the ranch, sometime around Thanksgiving, though God knew how long ago. It was more than he'd had. Chapter 22. Time moved. While most of home life centered around Alice. What to say, what not to say, what to do, what not to do. Spring glided in with all its sweetness and all its demands. The sun came earlier, stayed later, and those daylight hours increased the work. Bodine often thought of that work as an escape from the stress and worry of the eggshell walking required at home. Then felt guilty for thinking it. She thought of the nights she spent with Callan in his narrow bed or at an empty cabin as another kind of escape, and didn't feel the slightest twinge of guilt. If she analyzed it, as she sometimes did, she concluded he gave her balance, companionship, a good ear for listening, a steadier hand than she'd ever given him credit for, and really good sex. She liked to think she gave him just the same. Most days she saddled up and rode to work with him, then home again. If she could juggle the time. She rode home again, midday, to give her grannies a little break from Alice. I like her. Though she had an agenda in mind, Bodine rode easily beside Callan. Every once in a while someone, peeks out from the trauma. And I know I'd like that someone. And the dogs like her, which is a good gauge. The dogs like Alice? And it's mutual. A lot of the time they sprawl and snore at her feet when she crochets. The sheriff came by while I was there this afternoon. He's got a good way with her, too. Did he get anything more? It came out she was 21, just turned 21 when she started hitchhiking home. So that gives him a closer, when. I don't know what he can do to close up 26 years and find something, but I could see it mattered knowing. She wanted me to stay while he talked to her. She was happy starting out, like we were all having a little visit. She's making another scarf for me. She finished Rory's. Lifting her face to the sky, Bodine shook her head. I'm all over the place. Not so much. She likes you, trusts you. She likes Tate. She's shy with me if I'm around, but I don't scare her. It's the same with Dad and Chase. The shy, but not scared. And still she won't step outside. People are outside, and that's that. She needs more time. I know, and it hasn't been much time yet. But we all have to be so careful, and it wears Callan. It's helping, but it wears. Some days she knows Rory's, not her son. Others she digs in there like a mama bear. It's hard on Rory. He's dealing better than anyone could expect. You forget to give him credit sometimes for his heart. He has such a good heart. You want to know what I think? I'm blabbering about it again, so I must. You've always been tight.
God.
I admired and envied that all my life. Your family pulls together, and this situation's made you pull harder. I figure Alice is peeking out from what that fucker made her, because she's got that in her. I know what it's like to be 18 and pissed at the world. More than you, he added. I've been pretty lucky in my world. It's more than luck, but yeah. I know what it's like to want to come home, to need to. Nobody stopped me from doing that. Nobody stole more than half my life. And it was hard enough to come back. I never thought of that, she said quietly. I never thought it was hard for you coming back. As they rode, slow and easy, she studied his profile. I should've. You never know what's changed, what's the same, and if you'll fit back again. It's the chance you take going and coming back. I'd say the fact she's able to make her scarves and talk to Tate, to anyone without screaming, to get up in the morning and go to bed at night means whoever she was at 18, whatever that son of a bitch tried to turn her into, there's a hell of a lot of Bodine in there. It'll do more than peek through. It took her a moment before she could speak. Do you want to know what I think? I'm listening to you blabbering, so I must. I think I might go a little crazy if I didn't have you to talk to. The things we say, and God knows the things we don't, at the ranch are always careful now. They have to be. Mom and Grammy are worried about Nana. Dad's worried about all of them. Chase takes Rory off more than he needs to give him some breathing room. You do the same. I do, we just don't say much about any of it. Really can't. And I bet I'm not the only one leaning on you. I've got good balance. I was thinking just that. Shifting in the saddle, he gave her a long study. So, you don't have to think you need to change directions and not keep on the way you were going. We're already on land that might have been mine if things had been different. They weren't different. It isn't mine. I'm sorry. She stopped her horse, realized she shouldn't have been surprised he caught her turning away from his old house. It seemed like a good idea. Now it doesn't. He knew the land the same way he knew his own hands. For the moment he was content enough to sit his horse and look at it. We signed the papers and it's yours. Your family's. I don't regret it. It would break my heart if we had to sell our land. Oddly, he thought it would break his own if that ever happened. It's not like that for me. Not this land. I don't know if it ever was. One of these days I'll want my own, and I'll get it. With a shrug, he smiled at her. I did all right in California. You're not too polite to ask about that, but you haven't. There's not too polite, and there's downright rude. I can be downright rude, she decided. What's all right for yourself, more or less? Enough I didn't have to sell. I could have kept the land, given my mother and sister their shares, bought some stock, got a decent ranch going. Maybe that was more all right than she'd imagined, and maybe that added another aspect to him she hadn't considered. She appreciated a good head for business and financial security. But you didn't. Nope. Because it's not what I wanted. I didn't mind running my own business and wasn't bad at it. What do you mean your own business? Since he knew where she'd been heading, he rode forward. I hooked up with a partner in California, and we had our wrangling enterprise such as it was. And it did all right. When I was ready to come back, he bought me out. I don't mind working for somebody else, either. So I'm fine where things stand. Yet another aspect she hadn't considered. I didn't know you started a business. I thought you just worked for one. I wanted to try it out. As simple as that, really.
He thought now.
He wanted to try things, get a feel for things. It fit well enough for a while. It fits you better from what I see. I've gotten real fond of women who know how to run things. And have to think a lot of one who juggles it all to get home for an hour in the middle of the day to put family ahead of everything. Why, Callan Skinner. Eyes wide. She pressed a hand to her heart. You're going to bring a blush to my cheeks. That'll be the day. He could see the house up ahead now, the single story with its slightly crooked L. The empty paddocks, the overgrown yard, the scrabble of a chicken coop. The empty barn gone to a faded, red-streaked gray, where his father had hanged himself. Some wildflowers were trying to bloom. In the distance, the mountains held some blue, some green under the frosting of snow. What was the idea, he asked her. Coming here? We're still deciding what to do. We have some options. The first is whether to incorporate it into the ranch or the resort. Eileen, big surprise toward resort. That's a shocker, he replied. Chase is on the fence, another shocker. Though I think part of the fence-sitting is waiting until he knows what you'd rather. It's not my land. Shut up. Rory's with me. Mom's just too distracted to think clearly either way. And Dad leans ranch, but he's open. We haven't brought the grannies into it, but we will. Okay. Either way leads to other options. But right now the leans are swaying heavier toward resorts more likely, so I'll give you those. We could fix up the house, the outbuildings, rent this out as a mini ranch experience. Families, groups, corporate events. We could raise the house, the outbuildings, and build new ones. Either toward that mini ranch experience or a group of high-end cabins with a central kitchen and community area like we do for the glamping. Bring in some stock, make it an educational experience for youth groups. How to tend horses, cattle, chickens. Lots of options. You've got your preference. Which is it? She shook her head. They're all workable, all good, and can all be fluffed up and marketed. I'm asking you how you feel about it. I told you. I'm fine with it. It's not mine to say, anyway. She hissed, dismounted. Oh, get off your horse, Skinner. I mean that literally and metaphorically. She walked Leo to the paddock, looped his reins over the fence. You grew up in that house. You worked the land here, raised horses and cattle. You have a damn opinion. You have feelings. He got off his horse and distinctly felt the edges of the corner she had pushed him into. I don't care as much as it seems you want me to. Bullshit. Just bullshit. I'm asking you to tell me right when we're standing here. Take it down, the house, the barn, all of it, or fix it up and make it new again. Just that. Tell me. Angrier than she wanted to be, she knocked a fist on his heart. Tell me what you feel, what you'd want. She left her hand on his heart. He swore it burned right into it, like the sun burning across the sky on its slow descent. Like her eyes into his. Take it down. All of it.
Done.
Bodine. Done, she repeated. That's all I needed. He grabbed her wrist before she could pull away. The temper they both felt evaporated when she laid her other hand on his cheek. It matters, Callan, what you feel. Not just to me, but it sure as hell matters to me. They're options, and all of them good. Why shouldn't what you want count? It's not mine. It was. It might have been, but it wasn't. If my only choice in coming back was to come here, to this land, to this house, I wouldn't be here. This isn't where I'm rooted, and whatever roots there were so shallow ripping them out didn't change a thing. He pulled her close so they could look at the front of the house together. I've got mixed memories, good and bad. I don't know that one outweighs the other so much. I remember when my father got it into his head to build that addition there. He didn't know what he was doing, and I was about 12, so I didn't know either. But he tried. He heard his mother's voice as they stood in the wind over his father's grave. He tried. He tried, Callan repeated, maybe finally accepting just that. And it made my mother happy. It's lopsided and the floor and side slopes, but he tried, and it made her happy. It's mixed that way. Saying nothing, Bodine leaned into him a little. An offer of comfort. But my mother's never going to walk on that floor again. And she's never going to stand here and look over at that barn and remember how he looked hanging. I don't want you to take it down for me. I said it's done. Turning to him, she laid her hand back on his heart. Maybe she'll come back here one day and see what we've built. Maybe it'll make her happy. Maybe it'll make you happy. She gestured, waited until he stopped looking into her eyes, followed her direction. You've got a couple of rose bushes over there. You should dig them up. Make sure you get good root balls. Cover them with burlap, and take them to your mother. I bet your sister would know how to get them going again. It would mean something to your mother. In his throat, emotion lodged with gratitude. There are times I don't know what to say to you. Times you just blow a hole through me. He drew her in, held on. I'll dig them up, he told her. She liked that. And I wouldn't have thought of it. You might have. I'd throw it all out, he stated, looking over her head at what might have been his. That's the wrong way. There's some of those daffodils trying to come up on the side of the house. I could dig them up, too. Savannah always liked those when we were kids. And...
What?
Maybe I'll pry up a couple floorboards before you tear it down. Between Justin and Savannah, they could make something.
She'd like that.
There you go. Bodine leaned back enough to kiss him. Why don't we walk around for a minute? See if there's anything else. Before he could answer, his phone signaled. Text from my mother. He frowned at the readout. She never texts. She just, Christ. My sister's in labor. Well, you've got to go. Grabbing his hand, Bodine dragged him back to the horses. You have to get there. She's having it at home. Why would anyone do that?
There ought to be a law or something.
Why is she? Mount up, Skinner. She said it with a laugh, for a moment seriously adoring him and his pure male fluster. You can get to your truck in less than 10 minutes and drive there and ask her yourself. He swung onto his horse. Maybe Vanna doesn't want me in the middle of things. Men are idiots. Bodine sent Leo into a gallop, knowing Sundown would follow her lead. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Her mood high, Bodine strode into the house. She found Clementine at the counter with Alice, peeling potatoes. I'm making mashed potatoes. Clementine's showing me how. I can watch her fry the chicken. And I can eat it, Bodine said, making Alice duck her head and smile. Something already smells good. We baked a chocolate cake. I like cooking with Clementine. My house doesn't have an oven. I couldn't bake chocolate cake. You're making me hungry for it. Bodine poured a glass of wine as her mother came in. I brought home news, she announced. Callan's sister's having her baby. That's happy news, Maureen said. You can pour me a glass, and we'll drink to a healthy baby. I had babies. Alice continued to peel as she spoke, but her shoulders hunched. It hurts and there's blood, and it hurts more and more. If they're girls, you can't keep them because they fetch a good price. The sister keeps her girl, but I can't keep mine. She aimed a furious look at Maureen. My girls would be as pretty as yours. Prettier. It's not fair. No, it's not, Maureen began. I'm sorry. I don't want your sorry. I don't want your sorry. I want my babies. I want my Rory. Why is he yours too? Why do you get everything? Let's sit down, Alice. Bodine moved toward her. You can show me the scarf you're making me. No. For the first time, Alice slapped out at Bodine, then rounded on her. You're the daughter. I'm the daughter. Too. I'm the daughter. Why does she always get everything? That's enough. Her own temper fraying, Maureen stepped between them. That's enough, Alice. Just shut up. Shut up, shut up. You're not my boss.
Rinie, Rinie, Rinie.
Always the good one. Always the winner. Always, always. Alice shoved her. To Bodine's shock. Maureen shoved Alice right back. Maybe you should start acting your age. Maybe you should stop whining about everything just like you always did. Maybe you should stop blaming everyone but yourself. I hate you. Yeah, what else is new? Girls. Cora quick-stepped into the kitchen, Miss Fancy on her heels. Stop it right now. She started it. Alice poked a finger at Maureen. She can't boss me around, Ma. You always take her side. It's not fair. How come I have to wash the dishes for a week and she doesn't? Just because she gets straight as? The teacher doesn't like me. Okay? And I was going to clean my room, Ma. I just forgot. Reenie's such a beautiful bride. Well, I'm going to be a movie star. Just you wait and see. Why does she keep her babies? Why? Tears flowing, Alice pressed her hands to both sides of her head. Why? I don't understand.
Who am I? Who am I?
Not the woman in the mirror. No. The old woman. Who is the old woman in the mirror? Who am I?
Alice.
My Alice. Cora stepped forward. Alice and Bodine. There now. With her fingertips, Cora wiped at the tears. Who am I? Bodine felt her own throat close as she watched Alice struggle.
Ma, I
was coming home. I know. You're home now. I don't feel right. I don't feel right anywhere in me. Can I go back? Just go back. We're going to start from here, and it's going to be all right. Reenie's mad at me. No, I'm not. Maureen ran a hand down Alice's braid. I'm not mad. I'm glad you're home, Alice. I was mad. I can't remember why. My head hurts. You can lie down a while, Cora said. I'll sit with you.
No,
I'm making mashed potatoes. Clementine's teaching me. Clementine. If complaints were $1, you'd be a billionaire. That's right. Though her eyes shined, Clementine tapped a half-peeled potato. They won't peel themselves, girl. I'm going to sit down right beside you. Make sure you do a good job. Miss Fancy walked over, sat on a stool. Grammy. Alice tipped her head to Miss Fancy's shoulder. Grammy always smells so good. Where's Grandpa? He's up in heaven, darling, taking care of your little Benjamin. Grandpa's with Benjamin. I don't have to worry. As she picked up the peeler, she looked at Maureen, her eyes full of grief. He's not my Rory. He's yours. We're sisters. We share. I hate to share. Now Maureen laughed. Don't I know it? Behind them, Bodine slid an arm around Cora, spoke softly. Come on and sit down. You're shaking. I'll make you tea. I'd rather have that wine. Sit first. Bodine dashed back for the wine, waited until her grandmother wrapped both hands around the bowl of the glass, took a sip. She called me Ma. I know. It's the first time. She called me Ma. And when she looked at me, she remembered. I could see it in her eyes. She's coming back. Alice is coming back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Exhausted, confused, and overwhelmed, Callan stepped back into the shack. He tossed his hat and jacket in the vicinity of a chair. Though he deeply wanted a beer, he wanted sleep more. He headed into the bedroom and, dropping down on the bed to pull off his boots, sat on Bodine. He said Jesus Christ inside the few seconds it took him to identify woman rather than God knew what. She rolled upright with a grunt. You're supposed to look before you sit. That's sleep. He fumbled for the light, which had her slapping a hand over her eyes. What are you doing sleeping on top of my bed with all your clothes on? I couldn't sleep. You were doing a damn good impression. At home. I thought I'd wait for you, and I fell asleep.
Savannah?
The baby? Great and really pretty. I think. She's my first straight out of the oven. Here. He pulled out his phone. See for yourself. Bodine blinked her bleary eyes, focusing on the image of a tiny bundle swaddled in a pink and white blanket and wearing a pink cap. She's not really pretty. She's gorgeous. What did they name her?
Abra.
Abra Rose. Did you hold her? I'm going to admit I didn't want to. Rather handles sweating dynamite. But I got roped into it.
And it was a moment.
There were lots of moments. He swiped through to show Bodine other pictures of the baby, in her mother's arms, her father's, her grandmother's. And finally his. Bodine's thought, studying him with his niece, was besotted. Mostly I have to wonder why any woman would go through that. I'm not ashamed to say I got out of the room as much as I could, but they kept pulling me back in. Yeah, lots of moments. He finally pulled off his boots, then stretched out beside her. Both of them still dressed. I didn't do any of the work, and I feel like I climbed a couple mountains. He shut his eyes. And, in the moment, I said I'd take the boy for a few hours a couple days this week, give them some rest time. I'll figure out what to do with him. Pony rides, let him scoop up some horse manure. Nothing a boy likes better at that age. Miranda, the kids' activities coordinator, can help you out. Yeah, sure. Might save my sanity. He let his mind start to drift. So, how was your evening? Intense. Mom and Alice got into a big fight before dinner. Yelling, shoving. What? His brain fired up again. What? Actually, it started with Abra Rose. I mentioned the baby coming, and Alice got going, then she and Mom got into it. It's a revelation to see your mother fight with a sibling the way you might to yourself. And Nana started to break it up, and Alice went off. She turned a little more, so they were stretched out face to face. She remembered things, Callan. Mixed up things, silly, petty, kid stuff things, but she remembered. She called Nana Ma. Not the mother the way she has been. She called my mother Riini. It was a lot. Really a lot. Maybe a breakthrough. I don't know. Nana's sure it is, and it worries me she's got her hopes up, because Alice could get up tomorrow and not remember any of it. There's nothing wrong with having your hopes up. You ought to do the same. Maybe. Chase, Rory, and I had a little meeting later. In the barn. We figured Dad's got Mom, And during the day, Rory and I will keep an eye out there. Chase is taking Grammy, Rory Nana, and I get Alice. She could lean too hard on Rory. And she's still easier with me than Chase. All I have to do is figure out how to take the lead there. Today was the first day without the nurse rotation and boom, intense. You'll handle it. We should get undressed and actually get in the bed.
Yeah.
In a minute. In a minute they'd both fallen asleep, just as they were. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The man known as Sir fashioned a rough cane out of a sturdy branch. It helped him when his legs got too shaky to finish his ranch work. The dog died on him, but dogs were easy to come by. He'd get another when he felt up to it. He considered shooting the horse, more trouble than it was worth, but felt well a man could do without a dog for a bit of time. A man without a horse was hamstrung. So he fed it sparingly, rationing out the grain. He took more time with the cow. The cow still produced milk, even if milking the thing exhausted him. He wheezed as he walked, but he could walk. At least until the coughing struck. When it did, he had to stop, sit, suffer through it. In a few days, when he felt better, he'd go for more medicine. Shell out the money for feed, for hay. Start hunting for a new, young wife. One strong enough to plow the plot and plant it. One vital enough to give him sons. One comely enough to give him pleasure. This was his waiting time. He told himself every night when he crawled into bed that by morning he'd be strong again. Strong enough to start that hunt. He'd readied the basement. And there she would stay. And as she plowed the field, so he would plow her. As the field produced its bounty, so would she produce hers. From his seed. Every night, he slept with a revolver under his pillow and a bullet ready to dispatch anyone who tried to stop him from defending his God-given rights. Part 4. A return. You're searching, Joe? For things that don't exist. I mean beginnings. Ends and beginnings, there are no such things. There are only middles. Robert Frost. Chapter 23. If Jessica had to run her feet off half the day, she'd do it in great shoes. According to the app on her phone, she'd logged more than 7,000 steps. And it was still shy of noon. Even better, her big weekend event would absolutely rock. As a nod to the bright sun and Montana, she paired her great shoes with her Stetson over a low, smooth ponytail. She thought of it as an East meets West fashion statement. On her hot pink stilettos, think spring, she strode back from the mill yet again, intending to swing through the saloon and the feed bag. But stopped when Bodine pulled up in one of the resort cars. "Tell me this weather's going to hold for the weekend," Jessica said. As she stepped out of the car, Bodine looked up at the big, blue sky. "It looks good for it. We might get a quick flurry tonight, but it's sun and 60s tomorrow."
And a good thing, she added.
"We're getting the camp set up. I've got event guests in Riverside Camp and the Eagle's Nest tonight. Will they be ready by check-in?" "Riverside's ready now, and the crew's setting up Eagle's Nest. Your guests will be glamping tonight, no problem." She tapped Jessica on the shoulder. "So, no need for you to go out there and nag the crew." "Nagging the camp crew off my list. I really want this one to run smooth." "The Cumberland family reunion, right?" "Family reunion / birthday party. The matriarch will be 102 tomorrow." "I'm fascinated and terrified." 102. Have you seen the cake?" "Not yet. It's nearly finished, and rather than nag that crew, I've looked on in awe. It's huge and gorgeous and clever. Towering, really, with symbols and decorations marking milestones in her life. I'm taking pictures for the website. It's truly one of a kind, and big enough to feed the 78 people attending, whose ages range from 7 months to that 102. You're practically bouncing." "I know." With a laugh, Jessica gestured toward the mill. "There's something about it. The continuity, longevity, the big, spread-out family coming together. They've been sending pictures and mementos for weeks. They've booked the mill for the whole weekend, and we've arranged everything they've sent, like a fun museum of their family's history. It's like another world for somebody with hardly any family history and no close relatives." "You're Bodine Longbow family now." Touched. Jessica bumped her shoulder to Bodine's. "And as such, I'm determined to make this event another highlight of Bertie Cumberland's life. Speaking of families, how's it going for you? It's up and down, but maintaining for longer periods. Hooking a thumb in the front pocket of her jeans, Bodine took a long look around. Since things are under control here, I'm actually going to head home pretty much now, work from there the rest of the day. It took some arm twisting, but I talked Nana and Grammy into going out, getting their hair done. Taking a few hours. Clementine will be there, and between her and me, we can look after Alice. It's a lot. It's miles of a lot.
And it's family.
I get bits and pieces from Chase, but you know how he is. I do. I also know he's happy. And while he doesn't say much, he does. Yesterday, he saddled up Mom's and Dad's horses and pushed them. In that way, he has of pushing into taking a ride together. They like their date nights, and haven't taken one since Alice came back. That's how he fixed it. Bodine let out a sigh as they began to walk. And Chase and Callan dragged Rory over to the bunkhouse for poker last week when he was overwhelmed with Alice. Chase said she has accepted Rory's, not hers. Nodding, Bodine watched a couple of guests playing horseshoes. So normal, she thought so every day. She seems to have settled there. But even a week ago, she thought or needed to think he was hers. They got him away from it for a few hours. What gets you away from it?
This.
Bodine gestured to expand the resort. And Callan's a good listener.
So are you.
Anytime. We should go dancing again. The 6 of us. That one night at the roundup seemed like a lifetime ago. Rory's still seeing Chelsea off and on. I'm there anytime. Except this weekend. Jessica qualified. This event is going to, she glanced at her watch. Oh God. I need to check on the welcome buffet and airport pickups. I'll confirm the airport pickups on my way through. Any problem, consider it fixed before I head home. Thanks. Bo, if you need any help. A hair day, a shopping day, just a bitch day. I'm your girl. Jessica took off at a trot on her pink pumps. But not this weekend, she called back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When she got home, loaded with paperwork, Bodine put it aside. She needed both hands and all her will to shove the grannies out of the house. Once she had, and she watched until they'd driven out of sight, she swung through the dining room, where Clementine polished the big table. Are you sure they're not doubling back? Blowing out a breath, Bodine dropped into a chair. Pretty sure. I'm giving it a couple minutes before I go up. Get into the work I brought home. Nana said Alice was resting, that her morning sessions seemed to go well. As far as I can tell, I'll tell you this. Getting your grannies out for the afternoon's the best thing all around. Alice needs a little distance too, if you ask me. Satisfied with the table, Clementine started on the big sideboard. Did they fight like that a lot? Bodine asked. Alice and Mom, like the other night? When they were kids. They had their spats and their blow-ups too. Likely as not, Alice got it going. But your ma got her licks in. Your ma liked being the oldest, I can tell you that. Lorded it some. Fascinated, amused, Bodine propped her chin on her fist. Really?
Oh.
She wasn't above some I was here firsting. But she'd fall back on Alice getting away with something, because she was the baby. Just like Alice whined her head off about your ma getting away with stuff, because she was older. I've heard the same from you and your brothers over the years. Clementine paused to point a long finger at Bodine. You weren't above pulling those middle child or only girl cards when it suited you. Sometimes it worked. Bodine lifted her shoulders. Let them fall. Sometimes it didn't. But did they like each other, Clem? Love's different. I love Chase and Rory, but I like them, too. I can get mad at them, slap and snap, but I like them. I think they did. They could be tight as a pair of tangled-up springs one minute and at each other the next, laughing together and telling secrets 5 minutes after they were shouting and shoving. Cora had the patience of Job keeping up with 2 moody girls. Clementine polished, turning the air into an orange grove. Once when your ma was pregnant with Chase, I found her sitting upstairs alone, crying and rubbing that little bump she had going. She said she wanted her sister, wanted Alice. You know they picked the names of their first babies?
What? How?
When they were girls, they let each other pick the name of their first son, first daughter. Charles after your great-grandfather, and Maureen was to call him Chase. And Maureen picked Rory for Alice after their daddy. Bodine for Maureen if she had a girl. Cora for Alice. Carefully Clementine set the big pewter candle stands back on the server. I'd say they meant a lot to each other, as they both stuck by that, even when the other wasn't around to know. No one ever told me that. I don't know who knew besides them and me. They told me, so it was official. Turning back, Clementine smiled. I guess they were around 12 and 14. I'm glad you told me. It helps me see them. She pushed up. I'm going to haul my briefcase up and get started. I'll check on Alice before I do. You're a good girl, Bodine, at least half the time. That'll have to do. As she got her things, started upstairs, Bodine thought of her mother at 14 making a pact with her sister, a pact that would become a family. And of Alice at 12 dreaming of babies the way a young girl might. Of Alice having those babies alone in some maniac's basement. Of having those babies, who might have given her some comfort, taken from her. She was now determined to be more patient, more kind for Alice's sake alone. Not just from worry for her grannies, for her mother, but for Alice, who'd once been 12. Then she saw Alice, gray-streaked hair, hanging limp, eyes wild and angry, and the scissors snapping and shining in her hand. Alice. She had to firmly slide the word over the lump of panic in her throat. Is something wrong? It's all wrong. All of it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want it. Okay. What don't you like? What don't you want? I can try to help. Hoping her tone sounded easy and unforced, Bodine tried a step forward. I can say it's wrong. Alice jabbed the air with the scissors, stopped Bodine in her tracks. I can say I hate it, the doctor said. She said. Sure you can. You can tell me if you want to. Ma and Grammy went out. Alice snapped the scissors, again and again. Click, click, click. Ma and Grammy went out to get their hair done. But they're coming back soon. And I'm here. Clementine's right downstairs. Maybe you could show me the scarf you're making for me. It's finished. It's done. Teeth clamped, Alice jabbed the air with the scissors. I can make one for Chase. All of Reenie's. All hers, all hers. I'd love to see it.
Could I try it on?
With her eyes on Alice's, Bodine tried another step forward. Just a few more, and she'd be close enough to grab Alice's wrist. She was stronger, quicker, could take the scissors. Yes. But I don't want it. Alice grabbed her hair, with her free hand, pulled viciously. Okay, that's okay. You can, and she understood. Your hair? You want to get your hair done like your ma, like Grammy? I don't want it. Squeezing her eyes tight, Alice pulled again. Sir said it's a sin for a woman to cut her hair, but the doctor said I can say. I can say I don't want or I do. Which is right. I don't know. You can say. Bodine agreed, moving another step forward. That's your right. You can say because it's your hair, Alice. I hate it. Then we can change it so you don't. We can go get your hair cut, Alice. I'll take you. Not out there. No, not out there. As she looked at the walls, the doors, her breath came fast. No, not out there. I can cut it off. I want to cut it off. He can't stop me if I'm in here. In the home. Oh, the hell with him. Bodine's words had Alice's eyes going wide. The hell with him, Alice. It's your hair, isn't it? Nobody's going to stop you. But how about I cut it for you? You. Alice lowered the scissors, stared. You can do it? You can. Well, you'll be my first, but I can sure try. Maybe Bodine's heart still skipped. But she smiled as Alice meekly held out the scissors. How about we set up our salon in the bathroom there? You can sit on the stool. Do you know how short you want it? I don't like it. I don't want it. You can cut it. Bodine guided Alice to the stool. I was just thinking, I know this girl and she grew her hair really long, almost as long as you. She grew it long. Then cut it because she was donating it to this place that made wigs for women who got sick and lost their hair. If you want to do that, I can look up how it's done. You send it to a sick girl. Send the hair.
Yeah.
Would you want to do that? But it's ugly. Old and ugly. Tears swam. Who would want it? Hoping to soothe, Bodine ran a hand down the impossible length. I bet they'd fix it up. Make it look nice. I'll look it up on my phone while you brush out your hair. Bodine got a brush, watched Alice frown into the mirror. Following the instructions, Bodine braided the long hair. I bet there are at least 2 sick girls who'll be grateful to you. I'm going to turn you a little now so you can see from the side. Do you want it this short? Bodine held a hand to Alice's mid-back. More. Bodine climbed up inch by inch until she held the flat of her hand above Alice's shoulders and got a hard nod. Okay, let's see. She bound both ends with a band, blew out a breath.
I'm nervous.
You're sure about this? I don't want it. All right then, here we go. Praying the result wouldn't send Alice into a rage or into tears, Bodine cut. She clutched the heavy braid as it fell away, held her breath. Alice just stared at the mirror, eyebrows lowered. I can fix it up some, I think. Maybe get Nana's smaller scissors, or… Slowly, Alice lifted her hand, pulled her fingers through. It's still ugly, but better. It's cut away, and he can't stop me. You cut it away, and he can't stop you. But I don't know who that is. She pointed at the reflection in the mirror. I don't know. Bodine laid the hair aside, set her hands on Alice's shoulders. That's my Aunt Alice, who named me. Alice's gaze met hers in the glass, and she smiled a little. You're Bodine because we promised. That's right. I've got this other idea. You know Grammy has some hair dye in her room. How about we color your hair now? Red like Grammy's? I love Grammy's hair. Me too. Let's color your hair, Alice. Now Alice smiled, lips and eyes. I want that. I want red hair like Grammy's. You have a red vest. It's pretty. You like it? Bodine ran a hand over the red leather vest Jessica had talked her into buying. You can borrow it sometime if you want. Riini hates me to borrow her clothes. I don't mind so much, and I'm offering. Let me go get the dye. As a precaution, she took the scissors with her. She didn't get much work done, but she'd make up the time. As a hair and makeup consultant, Bodine figured she was in the lower 10th percentile, but she did her best. Flushed with success, she talked Alice into jeans, a first since her return, a pretty shirt, and her own red vest. She even dug out some earrings. When Alice stood in front of the full-length mirror, studying herself, Bodine ranked it as one of the best moments of her life. I can see me, Alice said with wonder. I got old, but I can see me. I can see Alice. Alice and Bodine. You look really pretty, too. I was pretty. Alice lifted a hand to her cheek. I was really pretty. He took my pretty away. I have some back. I have a little back. I like my hair. I like the red vest to wear, to borrow. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's go show off to Clementine. Bodine held out a hand, and though she ducked her head, Alice put hers in it. Halfway down the stairs, Bodine heard her mother's voice. So did Alice, as Alice's hand tightened into a vice on hers. I'm going to take this tea up and have a nap, Maureen said. I may go back after dinner, just to help Jessie with this event.
But…
Still pouring the tea, Maureen froze as Bodine led Alice into the kitchen. The hot water spilled over the rim of the cup before Clementine caught it, took the pot.
Alice.
Tears springing to her eyes, Maureen pressed both hands to her mouth.
Alice.
Alice. She rushed forward, and though Alice jerked back, went stiff, kept coming until she'd caught Alice in her arms. Oh, Alice. I didn't want it. Bodine cut it. A sick girl can have it. Oh, Alice. Drawing back, Maureen fluffed her fingers through the red hair Bodine had managed to style into an uneven amateur bob. I love it. Absolutely love it. I love you. She clutched Alice to her again, held out a hand for Bodine's. She kissed her daughter's hand, closed her eyes, and rocked her sister where they stood. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As Jessica's event included trail rides, pony rides, cattle drives, and lessons, Callan put in some overtime. He'd need to be back at it by sunrise. But for now he could enjoy an easy ride home. He hoped he'd find Bodine on the other end of the ride, maybe get her to sit out with him, have a beer, watch the sunset. And maybe if their schedules meshed up over the next few days, he could take her out to a fancy dinner. He couldn't figure why he wanted to. He'd never been one for fancy dinners. But he wanted to try one with her, see how it set. He wanted her back in his bed again, and for more than sleep. He just wanted her, and it was time to admit it. Everything about her fit. So, why make it less than it was? He hadn't come back for a woman, but he'd found the one he wanted, the one he could see building a life with. Maybe she wasn't there yet, but he didn't think she lagged far behind him. The puzzle of the moment was, did he wait for her to catch up, or did he give her a push? Something to consider. Doesn't get much better than this. Leaning forward, he rubbed Sundown's neck. Does it, boy? Cool evening coming in after a warm day. Wildflowers popping. Deer over there, see 'em? Yeah, you see them. Losing their winter coats. Fields are greening up some. We'll be bringing some of the horses down to that pasture there at sunup. Still snow on the peaks there, but that just makes the sky bluer. He pulled his horse up to enjoy the moment, watched the white tails of the deer bob across the near field. When he actively thought of dismounting, picking some of the wildflowers for Bodine, he embarrassed himself. A man could take things too far. He walked the horse around a slight curve. Let's stretch those legs out. He'd no more than given the signal, and Sundown was bounding forward. He felt the sting low on his calf, heard the sharp snap of a bullet. Sundown let out a cry of pain, stumbled. Instinct took over. Go! He felt his horse labor, but they were in the open. So he pushed until he could pull up again where the ground rose, where a cabin sat, where trees provided some cover. He leaped off, didn't spare a curse for the shock of pain in his leg. Not when he saw the blood seeping low on Sundown's belly. Easy, easy, easy. Dragging off his bandana, he pressed it to the wound. It's okay, you're okay. He heard the sound of an engine. The echo and roar yanked out his phone as he scanned the trees, the ridge. As he vowed vengeance on whoever hurt his horse. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Bodine stepped outside hoping Callan had gotten back. She imagined what a kick he'd get out of her cutting Alice's hair, giving her a makeover. She'd like to sit out in the cool, watch the sunset, and tell him about her day, hear about his. She liked the idea of knowing she could, knowing they might wander in some time after dusk and make good use of his bed. Thinking about that, smiling about that. She turned sharply when she heard Chase give a shout and bolt out of the house. Her first thought was Alice, but her father ran out, too, and Rory. And every damn body. What is it? What happened? Somebody took a shot at Callan, hit his horse. He's a mile down on Black Angus Road. Chase kept running toward the horse trailer. Rory streaked into the stables. Equine first aid kit. Bodine thought as she charged after him. She grabbed a bridle, had Leo in it within seconds. What are you doing? Rory demanded. I'm going. I can get there faster on Leo, cutting through. Stay here. Whoever did it might still be out there. Then you stay here, she snapped back. Swinging onto Leo's bare back, she rode out at a gallop. She'd heard the shot, she thought now. Heard the echo of it when she'd stepped outside, and hadn't thought a thing of it. Now the idea that the shot had been aimed at Callan, had struck that gorgeous horse, filled her with fury. Bent low, she took Leo into the trees, cutting off the longer length of the road, pushed him thundering down the narrow, uneven track, slowing him only to navigate down the slope. She saw Callan. Felt a dizzying wave of relief when she saw him standing, saw Sundown standing, and another dizzying wave of fear at the blood soaking the ground. He glanced up, his face carved with rage. It didn't fade off when he spotted her. What the hell are you doing? How bad is it? She called out, picking her way down. They're on their way. How bad? I don't know. God damn it, Bodine. You've got no business. He cut himself off. She'd come, and he couldn't change that. Take his head, will you? Talk to him. He's hurt, he's shaken up, quivering. Bodine thought as she jumped off Leo, went to Sundown's head to soothe. It's all right. It's all right. We're going to get you home and all fixed up. His belly? I think it's a graze. It's long. Carved a damn groove. It's bleeding heavy. He'd yanked out the spare shirt from his saddlebag once the bandana had soaked through. Did someone call the vet? She said. Yes. Because someone would have, and Callan needed as much soothing as the horse. Don't worry. He's going to be fine. Here they come. She held both horses steady as her father maneuvered the truck and trailer. Rory jumped out while it was still moving. Vet's on her way, so's the sheriff. Can you walk? We've got the hoist. He'll walk. He'll load in. Let's have a look, son. Sam squeezed a hand on Callan's shoulder, hunkered down. Don't think it went in him or through him. Looks like a bad graze. You're going to be just fine. Checking as he went, Sam moved back to Sundown's head, studied his eyes. You're going to be just fine. We're going to get you home. He glanced down as Callan limped forward. You hit, he said, remarkably casual. Maybe. For Christ's sake. You're shot. Bodine grabbed Callan's arm, got shaken off. I'm seeing to my horse. Slowly, painfully for both of them, Callan guided Sundown into the trailer. Let him be right now. Sam patted Bodine's arm. He's hurt and he's mad. Just let him be right now. Let's go home. Tend to both of them. Though she was hurt and mad herself, Bodine clamped her mouth shut, swung back onto Leo, and rode home. She let him be. She hung back, as the vet worked, as Callan continued to soothe the wounded horse. It broke her heart to see the horse rest his head on Callan's shoulder, to see him close his eyes when the vet gave Sundown something to ease the pain. The whole time Callan stroked, murmured, and watched every move the vet made. I'm going to say, he's lucky. The vet stripped off her bloody gloves, tossed them in a plastic bag. Even though getting shot's never lucky. The bullet grazed over the meat. There's no penetration. He's lost some blood, and he's going to hurt. I'm giving you pills against infection. And I'm going to check on him tomorrow morning. He'll want rest and pampering. You're going to keep that wound clean. But he's going to be all right. He's a strong, healthy boy. I'm going to write out instructions for you to follow, and we'll keep an eye on him. No vigorous exercise for a few days. No riding for at least a week. We'll see after that. He'll heal up, Cal. He'll have a battle scar. We won't worry about that. The vet adjusted her little square-framed glasses, peered at Callan through them. You'll be sleeping in here tonight? What do you think? I think I'm going to write out what to look out for, what you can call, and wake me up in the middle of the night for. Otherwise, I'll see you both tomorrow.
I'm grateful.
Sundown thanked the doc. He might have reacted a bit sluggishly, but Sundown bowed his head. Now Bodine stepped forward. Would you mind taking a look at Callan before you head out, Doc Bickers? When she gestured at Callan's leg, Bickers rolled her eyes to the ceiling. God's sake. Get off that leg, boy. You there, Chase Longbow. Help this idiot into the kitchen so I can see if he needs the damn hospital. I'm not leaving my horse. Well, get the idiot something to sit on so I can see what's what. Chase hauled over a stool. Not until I've seen what we have here. She pried off the boot and the movement. The friction drained the blood out of Callan's face. At her sides, Bodine's hands went to tight fists. About 2 inches above his ankle bone, the skin bloomed purple and red around a bloody gash. Well, Bickers sniffed, pulling on fresh gloves. Your boot took the worst of it. I liked those boots. Still beyond pissed, Bodine forced her hands to relax, stepped over and took Callan's. Don't be a baby. You can afford new boots. Took a little bite out of you, but not enough to do more than hurt like the living fires of hell for a day or so. You want something for pain, you go see a people doctor. I can treat this topically, and you're going to have your own battle scar. You want it stitched up, you get the people doctor for that. I can do it, but there's no reason. Now suck it up. I'm going to clean and disinfect this, and it's going to add some flames to that hellfire. Want something to bite on? Callan rolled a sour look up at Bodine.
Yeah.
He pulled her head down, clamped his mouth on hers. When the fire hit, he lost his breath for a minute, but she gripped his jaw in her hand, pressed her lips harder to his. Almost done here, Bickers told him. You stay off this as much as you can. Don't see you needing a crutch, but find yourself a pair of tennis shoes, a couple days of that before you try pulling boots over this. It's not near as bad as that sweet horse. Mostly a nick is all. Right now it feels like you jabbed down to the bone with a hot poker. Yeah, that'll ease up. You're a strong, healthy boy. Vickers slapped his knee. And nearly as good-looking as your horse. You can take something over the counter for the pain. You got anything tucked away that's stronger? You tell me beforehand. I don't. All right. I'll write all this down for you, leave it. And see you both in the morning. Thanks. Vickers nodded, tossed away the gloves. I'd like to know what kind of sick son of a bitch takes a shot at a sweet horse. I guess he was most likely shooting at you, but he hurt the horse more. She gathered her bag, nodded at Tate. Your turn. The sheriff stepped forward. You up to talking to me, Cal?
Yeah.
But I'd sure like a beer first. Rory held one out. Grabbed one for you. I'm supposed to go back, let the others know you and Sundown are okay. Thanks. Callan took a long, slow pull. I'll tell you what I know. Worked a little late, rode home slow.
Pretty evening.
I figured to give Sundown a run when we came around that first bend on Black Angus. He'd just changed gates. I felt it hit me, then I heard it, then he stumbled. I had to keep him going. It hurt him, but we were in the open there, and I didn't know if we were going to get shot again. So I pushed him until we had some cover. I heard an ATV start up and take off. You sure about that? A truck, a bike. I know the difference. An ATV. Probably up on the high trail. He had to wait until we came around that bend for a good shot, so he'd be up there, or why not take the shot when we were just standing there or walking? Going into a gallop's probably what threw the shot off. He had to compensate, change angles fast. Likely not much of a shot. Callan took another long pull on his beer. As memory serves, Garrett Clintock's not much of a shot. I'd like to know if he owns an ATV. You leave that to me. Callan pushed the beer at Bodine, got to his feet. Fury turned his eyes into a storm cloud of fiery blue. You see that horse? I love him like a brother. Some asshole hides up in the trees, tries to ambush me, and shoots my horse? I don't leave that up to anybody. If you go after Garrett, I'll end up having to arrest you for assault, and that'd be after he kicks your ass because you can't put all your weight on that leg. Do you think if he did this, I'll let it go? I don't. Do you think if he did this, I will? Tate sighed, rubbed his face. I'm going to deal with this. Don't do anything stupid. Because his leg throbbed like a bad tooth, Callan sat again when Tate left. I'll take care of Clintock for you, Chase said. He looked at Chase, shook his head. I know you would, but I have to deal with this myself. Tate's right about getting my ass kicked right now, so I'll just heal up for a couple days. Tate'll have him in jail by then. He's got an ATV. Callan nodded. He'll get out sooner or later. I can wait.
Well,
I'll get you a bedroll. Get two, Bodine told her brother before he walked away. Callan looked up at her as Chase walked away. Are you sleeping out here? What do you think? He pushed himself up again, pulled her to him. I don't have it in me to shake you stupid for riding out there that way.
good.
I'd hate to kick your ass under the circumstances. What I will do is go get you the plate I expect Clementine has warming in the oven, and get you another beer. A couple of Motrin. Four, she agreed. Bodine. As his horse had with him, Callan lowered his head to her shoulder. Scared the shit out of me. I know. Just as she knew, he didn't mean getting shot. He meant coming close to losing his horse. I'm going to go get your supper. He let her go, limped back to his horse. He thought how he'd nearly stopped to pick Bodine wildflowers. He wished he had. Chapter 24. Bodine woke snuggled up against Callan. That in itself had become pretty usual. But the fact that they both were pillowed on Sundown's chest added a brand new element. They'd slept better than she'd anticipated, especially since they'd left the lights on in case they'd needed to deal with any medical issues in a hurry. Right now the stall smelled of hay and horse and antiseptic. And the horse snored. She took that as a good sign as she eased herself away and sat up. She used her phone to check the time, 5:15. No, not bad at all, but her stable companions could use a couple more hours. If it wasn't inside the bedroll, she'd have checked Callan's leg. Instead, she picked her way around, staying hunkered down to carefully examine Sundown's wound. Nasty, she thought, and there'd be some pain when he woke. But the wound looked clean. She laid a careful hand on Sundown's belly.
Warm.
Not hot. After she crab-walked back, she stood, studied them. Unable to resist, she lifted her phone again, took a couple of pictures. She'd print one out, frame it for Callan. Hell, she might even toss one on the website. Thinking of that and Callan's fancy writing show, she hunkered down again for another angle. A nice companion shot to the one of Callan, arm thrown up, and Sundown's forelegs pawing the air. Morning. Callan mumbled. Seriously? Barely. Go back to sleep. He's fine, she said as Callan sat up. I checked the wound. No heat, looks clean. Let me take a look at yours before I go grab a shower. It's fine. Then let's see. He grumbled about it, but worked himself out of the bedroll. The bruising, Bodine noted, bloomed glorious. But when she unwrapped the bandages like Sundown's, the wound looked clean. No streaks of red, no troubling heat. Got some swelling, but no more than expected. Looks like you're both on the mend. And you've both got the day off to keep mending. I'm fine. We've got a full plate today, which the rest of us will handle. Getting shot equals a sick day, horse and rider. She tapped her finger against Callan's chest. I'm the boss of you. You're not going to want to leave him anyway. She sat back on her heels. I was so pissed off at you. For getting shot? His fingers raked at his hair. Doesn't seem quite equitable. For not saying you've been shot. And for shoving me away once I realized you had. I can apologize for that part. No need. After I stopped being pissed, which was mostly from being scared brainless, I thought about it. I'd have done exactly the same. We've got that in common, I guess. Enough that I'd been pretty pissed at you if the situation been reversed. So, we're good there. Try for some more sleep. I'll bring some coffee out after I get that shower. Then you can grab one of your own and some breakfast. Dad, Chase, Rory, Mom, any of the hands will stay with him while you get cleaned up and fed. I know it. She started to stand, but he tugged her into a kiss. I value a woman who'd sleep in a stall with a hurt horse. It wouldn't be the first time for me. Unlikely it's the last. I value it. She patted his knee, rose. Pulled on her boots. Stay off that leg. Listening to her boots' steps recede, Callan gave Sundown. He knew the horse had waked, a rub. Looks like I've crossed into new territory. She puts an ache in me I don't know what to do with. He glanced down, met Sundown's eyes. Hurts some, doesn't it? Well, let's get up easy, you and me, and see how we stand. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Seconds after Bodine shut her door, Alice opened hers. She walked quiet and had a quick flash of the girl she'd been sneaking into the house, or trying to, after curfew. She knew about the hurt horse. Everyone had jumped up, and there'd been shouting and running. It had scared her at first, scared her that Sir had come to take her back. That he'd hurt her because she'd cut her hair and made it red like Grammy's. But it hadn't been Sir. Somebody had been mean to a horse, and she wanted to see it. She liked horses. She could remember riding them and brushing them. She even remembered helping one get born once. She wanted to see the hurt horse, but everybody said she shouldn't worry. Everything was fine. But she wanted to see the hurt horse, so she would. Hard-headed. Mile-wide, stubborn streak. For some reason, hearing those words in her head made her giggle. She had to slap a hand over her mouth to muffle the sound as she crept down the back stairs. And she remembered where the creaky ones were. Oh my gosh, she remembered. Tears swam into her eyes as she navigated around them. She hadn't been outside yet, not once. She hadn't even gone into the mudroom because she knew a door there led to outside. Her stomach hurt. Her bad leg hurt. Her head hurt.
She should make tea instead.
Some nice tea. And go work on her scarf.
No, no, no.
Don't be a scaredy cat. Don't be a scaredy cat. Don't be a scaredy cat. She couldn't stop saying the words over and over, even when she put her hand over her mouth again. They just kept running out of her. When she pushed open the door, she flashed straight back to pushing open the door in the house Sir provided. Now her head swam, so she had to brace a hand on the door jamb. The air blew over her face.
Cool, sweet.
As she had weeks before, she stepped out. Stars, so many stars. A world full of stars. She circled under them, arms held high. She remembered dancing. Had she danced under a world of stars? There was the big barn, and there the bunkhouse, and there the stables, and there the chicken coop. Oh, and there's where Ma planted her kitchen garden.
There was the sister garden.
She remembered. She remembered. But when the dogs Bodine had let out came running, she froze. They didn't bite. They didn't growl and lunge. They wagged and pranced and rubbed up against her legs. They liked to sleep at her feet while she made scarves. Being outside didn't mean they'd bite. "You're good dogs," she whispered. "Not mean. I know you. You're Chester and you're Clyde. You come in the house and sleep when I work on my scarf. We're going to go see the horse." She walked to the stables under a world of stars with the good dogs running in happy circles. She tried to open the door quiet, mouse quiet. She knew the smells here. Nothing scary, nothing mean. Horses and hay and manure, saddle soap and linseed oil, grain and apples. She walked mouse quiet. Too, on her house slippers, creeping along in the flannel pajamas she liked so much. So soft. A voice made her stop again, push a hand to her heart when it beat hard. "You're going to take your medicine and no whining. No use giving me that sad look either. I'm going to take mine. You see me whining and looking pitiful?
Fine.
I'll take mine first." She crept down a little more, saw the man. The man who came to the house sometimes to Sunday dinner, to breakfast. Sometimes. She'd seen him kiss Bodine, and Bodine didn't seem to mind at all. But if the man made her a little afraid, the horse. Oh, the horse was so beautiful. And the beautiful horse propped his beautiful head on the man's shoulder. "I know it hurts." The man's voice said kindness, said love, said the opposite of anything mean. "You didn't hurt the horse." The man turned around, one hand still stroking the horse's neck. He had a scruffed-up face and tired eyes, and his hair was all tousled. "No, ma'am. I'd never hurt him." "Who did?" "I don't know for sure." "Are you cold, Miss Alice? You want my jacket?" He shrugged it off, stepped forward. She'd started to step back, step away, but saw he limped a little. "I limp, too. Did somebody chain you up?"
No.
"I got a little hurt when Sundown did." "This is Sundown." "Sundown, this is Miss Alice Bodine." To Alice's delight, and to Callan's ridiculous pride, Sundown bent his forelegs into a bow. "He's so pretty." "He sure thinks so. You can pet him. He really likes being petted by a pretty woman." "I used to be pretty. I got old." Bodine cut my hair and made it nice again. "Did she?" More pride. "It looks real fine. A lot like Miss Fancy's." He kept talking as she edged closer, lifted a hand to stroke Sundown's cheek. "You know I'm pretty sweet on Miss Fancy." Alice laughed, a little high, a little rusty. "She's even older than me." "It doesn't matter a bit." "Sundown," Alice murmured. "Your name is Sundown. I like to watch the sun go down. It makes the sky so beautiful. Like magic. I like horses. I remember. Things get so mixed up in my head, but I remember I like horses. I like riding them, riding fast. I'd be a movie star and have a ranch in the Hollywood Hills. I'd shop on Rodeo Drive. Here, let's put this on." She didn't jerk away when he helped her into his jacket. "Maybe when he's better, you'd like to ride Sundown." She pressed her hand to her lips, her eyes wide and full of wonder. "I could. When he's better. The doctor needs to tell us when. But you could ride him when she says he can." I might not remember how." "That's okay. I teach people how. Me and Sundown here. You can think about it." "I can think about it. Nobody can stop me. I can think about it." "Where did he get hurt?" "Right along his belly. See here?" She let out a gasp, and whether or not she remembered how to ride, showed Callan she remembered how to move and act around horses. She crouched, one hand soothing Sundown's flank as she studied the wound. That's mean. It's mean. I know about mean. About mean that chains you up and hits with fists and whips with belts.
This is mean that way.
He'll have a scar. I have scars. I'm sorry. She crooned it as she straightened, moved back to Sundown's head, stroked. I'm so sorry somebody hurt you. Somebody mean. When Sundown rested his chin on her shoulder, she closed her eyes a moment. Opening them, she looked directly into Callan's. You're not mean. I know mean. I know there's meaner than you ever think. But I don't remember you. I wasn't around when you were. I went away. I did that, too, when I was about the same age you were when you did. Tilting her head, she gave him a longer stare and kept stroking Sundown. Where did you go? You know, it's funny. I went to California just like you did. I ended up in Hollywood. She gasped again, and something lit up in her eyes. Were you a movie star? You're handsome. No, ma'am, but I worked in the movies some. I worked with the horses in movies. There was something young and wondering in her sigh. Was it wonderful? I liked it, but you came back. I miss this place. The ranch, the people. I've got a mother and a sister, and they needed me around more than I wanted to think when I left. I miss the ranch, my family. I was coming back. Nobody stopped you when you came back.
No.
I'm real sorry somebody stopped you. I got old there, she told him. Old and weak and crazy. Miss Alice? That's not what I see when I look at you. Not what I'm hearing having this conversation with you. Conversation, she said slowly. We're having a conversation. What I see, what I hear, is somebody hurt, but strong over that. Just like Sundown. Strong and smart and good, just hurt some. I'm not scared of you. He tried a grin on her. I'm not scared of you either. She laughed a little, pleasing him. I feel more like Alice with my hair cut and red like Grammy's. I feel more like Alice with Sundown. If, when he's better, I can ride Sundown. But I can't remember how. Will you help me? That's a promise. Maybe you could do me a favor back. I can't do much yet. I can make you a scarf. Your eyes are gray, and they're blue. Gray and blue all at once. Maybe Ma has yarn like that, and I can make you a scarf. That'd be nice, but I was wondering if you'd help me with Sundown for a minute here. He needs to take some medicine, and he doesn't want to. He needs it to get better and stop hurting. Maybe you could talk to him for me. He caught the look Sundown gave him. One that clearly accused Callan of being sneaky. Callan just smiled back. If anyone claimed that Horse didn't understand every damn word said, Callan would call them unimaginative at best. A liar at worst. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Dressed for the day, Bodine carried a thermos of black coffee toward the stables. She'd already addressed Callan's schedule, texted Easy, who'd had the day off, to ask him to fill in.
Done.
Texted Maddie to take one of Callan's lessons. She'd have to cancel Sundown's show when she got in, and was working on something fun to replace it, but everything else, she'd covered. The ranch hands would be stirring in the bunkhouse, as her father and brothers were in the main house. Clementine, she imagined, would drive up any minute. Another day would begin. She hoped Garrett Clintock's day, because she joined with Callan thereon who'd taken that shot, began behind bars. She nearly tripped over her own feet when she saw Alice walking toward her in the pully dawn light. Alice? Alice, what are you doing out here? Wearing Callan's jacket, she noted. I went to see the horse. He's hurt. And the man, I can't remember his name. Callan? Cal. I'm Cal, he said. He got hurt too. I helped him give Sundown his medicine, and we had a conversation. He's going to help me ride Sundown when Sundown's better. Somebody was so mean. Mean. I hate mean. You can get used to it. I got used to it, but now I hate it. There were stars. They're gone now. The sun's coming up. Bodine gestured east. See. The sun's coming up. I like it. The men are coming out. Recognizing the jolt of panic, Bodine put a hand on Alice's arm. They're not mean. How do you know? Alice hissed. Sir didn't look mean when I got in the truck. How do you know? Because I know them. Every one of them. I know they'd all protect you from the mean. You remember Heck, don't you? He'd never be mean. I think. It's all right. It's already a lot before sunrise. I'm going to make Cal a scarf. I like his eyes. Are they blue? Are they gray? Are they blue? Are they gray? It's fun. I'm going to tell Dr. Minnow I went outside. She'll be surprised. Maybe when I get home from work today, you can walk over and visit Sundown and Callum with me. You can meet my horse, too. He's Leo. I want to, if I don't feel crazy again. Fair enough. Bodine continued toward the stables and decided she owed Callan more than a day off. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Word spread. While she hadn't expected otherwise. Bodine hoped to eke out the information rather than tamp out firestorms everywhere the minute she got to work. Sal leaped at her literally the second she stepped into the lobby. Is it true? Nobody's here but me, she said quickly. I heard it from Tess at Zentown. Zeke texted her about it last night. Zeke, ranch hand, brother to Tess, massage provider.
God.
It's true. Callan and Sundown were both grazed by a bullet. We don't know if it was intentional. Sheriff Tate's looking into it. Sal fisted both hands on her hips. It's me, Bo, and I know when you're hedging. I'd like to keep it to that, officially and away from the guests. So please say that if and when you're asked. What's going on around here, Bo? Billie Jean's killed and that other girl. Now this? Oh my God, is it connected? Is it all?
No.
I can't see that. That's not hedging. But your aunt. Sal. God's truth, I don't see how one thing links to another. They still don't know who killed Billie Jean. Just saying it had Sal's eyes going damp. Nobody even talks about it anymore, hardly at all. We haven't forgotten her. You know that. What happened yesterday, it was something else. Just means stupidity. You know who. I think who, and that's different. I didn't even ask if Cal's all right. Sal rubbed her eyes. And that horse. Everybody loves that horse. They're healing up. Good. Okay. How about if I do a pool, come up with some silly get-well gift from everybody? I think that would be a great idea. She'd barely settled behind her desk, trying to formulate a replacement for Sundown's performance, when Chelsea and Jessica came in together. I swear men talk more than women. Rory told you. Chase told you. Jessica had enough presence of mind to shut the door. They got shot. They did, but it's the classic flesh wound. I'm not going to minimize it, she added quickly. It scared the crap out of all of us, and a few inches different. It'd be more than scared. But they're both going to be okay. I'm not sure I can block Callan from coming to work tomorrow the way I did today. Rory said Garrett Clintock did it. Bodine raised her eyebrows at Chelsea. Rory needs to be careful accusing anybody. Then so does Chase, Jessica put in. I've never seen him like that. So angry, so cold, hard angry. And he had plenty to say about Clintock going after Cal now and back when they were boys. Let's keep that opinion, which I completely share, from running all over the resort. Is Sundown really okay? I mean Cal, too, Chelsea qualified. It's just, I know. And he is. He's hurt, but he's healing. It's going to be a little while before he can come back to work here. Which is another problem. I need to come up with something to replace his show. I know that's part of the weekend agenda. Hell. Jessica tapped a finger to her temple. Went straight out of my head. We can just say the horse isn't well. I can come up with something. Let me think about replacing that program. Actually, I was thinking. Jessica put an arm around Chelsea's waist. Didn't I tell you, this girl's always thinking? Let's hear it. Well, Carol does barrel racing. Easy and Ben have both done rodeoing. It'd be a scramble for today. But I bet they can put something together. That's good. Chase does some fancy rope work. He does? Bodine smiled at Jessica. I'm surprised he hasn't lassoed you yet. He'll make excuses. But I'll have Mom put the pressure on there. If the others agree, and we've got Thad at the ranch who's done the rodeo, we can put together an hour to fill the gap, keep your family reunion happy. I'll head down to the BAC, lay out the plan. You've got a meeting in 5 minutes, Chelsea reminded Jessica. And you wanted to talk to the kitchen about today's lunch. I'll run down. I can have the program written up in about an hour. Don't ever leave me, Jessica told her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Jessica's faith in her always gave Chelsea a boost. She loved the work, the people, the place, and really loved having someone she admired give her opportunities to create, even take charge. Still formulating how to pitch the alternate program, she drove to the BAC. If time wasn't so tight, she'd have loved the walk. To her mind, nothing beat spring in Montana. Halfway there, one of the maintenance trucks hailed her. The driver leaned out. I heard somebody shot Cal Skinner's horse right out from under him. Chelsea repeated the basic line Bodine had given her before she'd left the office. They're okay. Somebody was shooting, and they were both grazed, but they're okay. I heard that horse had to be put down.
Oh no.
The vet already fixed him up. He just needs a couple days off. The guy, what was his name?
Vance.
Gave her a beady eye. You sure about that, girl? I talked to Rory and to Bodine just a minute ago. We're even doing a donation pool to get Sundown a get-well gift. Who's got that going?
Sal?
That's right. I'll put my money in that. Damn good horse. People oughtn't to go around shooting unless they know what the hell they're aiming at. Bunchaw greenhorn dentists from back east. Bet that's what it was. You have a good one, girl. You, too. She drove on wishing it had been some greenhorn. But Rory, spitting mad, had been sure about Clintock. And sure it had been deliberate. As upsetting as it was, she didn't see Rory being that wrong. She pulled up, saw Easy leading a couple of horses to the near paddock.
Hey, Easy.
Hey there, Chelsea. Is Ben around? Just went in to get us a couple Cokes. How about Carol? Early trail ride. She'll be back in. He looked up, squinted, gauged the angle of the sun. Oh, about a half hour maybe. Something I can do for you. Yeah, actually. You, Ben, Carol. We need to replace Sundown and Cal's program this afternoon. Cal takes sick? Got a text from the big boss asking if I'd come in today. Just figured we were extra busy. You haven't heard? He tethered the horses, turned. Heard what? Well, you're going to hear, and the story's getting bigger, so it's better to hear it straight. Somebody was up in the woods above Black Angus Road yesterday and took a shot. Cal and Sundown were both hit. What? He grabbed her arm.
Shot. Wait.
I should have said grazed. Both of them were grazed, and they're going to be fine.
Jesus H. Christ.
How bad? Cal's a damn good boss, and that horse is something special. Grazed Cal's leg, Sundown's belly. Easy's face hardened. It was that damn deputy. He'd released her arm, and now Chelsea took his. Why do you say that? I was right here when he came after Cal the one time. Went at him hard, too. And I saw him riding around on an ATV yesterday when I was bringing in a trail ride. Out of uniform, but I knew who he was. Didn't see he had any business on resort property. But I had guests in line and couldn't go after him to say so. You saw him, Chelsea repeated. On property, on an ATV? I did. About 4, I'd say. Right around then. You might need to tell the sheriff. I sure as hell will if it means anything. And maybe nobody else right now? Bodine wants to keep it from getting, well, too hot. I'm feeling pretty hot. That's bushwhacking. Shooting a horse, Easy muttered, stroking the bay mare. What kind of son of a bitch does that? A heartless one, I think. He looked back at her.
Me, too.
I've got to get back, but we could really use your help this afternoon. You got it. I'm mad enough to spit. The program, she began, explaining what they had in mind. It'll be fun. We'll put that together, you bet. I'll talk to Ben and Carol. I don't know Chase so much, or this other one. We've got that. If you could figure out what you'd do, who goes when, that kind of thing. And if there's anything you'd need. If you could do that by noon, I think we could pull this off. Then, that's what we'll do. I'm right pleased to be part of it.
Great.
I've got to get back and start working on it. He looked over as Ben came running, shouting as he did. Holy shit. Holy shit, somebody shot Cal and Sundown. Easy tipped his hat back. Go on ahead. I'll tell him. Not about Clintock, okay? Not yet. Easy winked, put a finger to his lips. He admired the way she looked walking away, then shifted to the breathless Ben.
Hold on, Ben.
I've got the full story.
I stand by the river, the waters are still, the memories flow, they always will. I reach for the past, though it's far away. I dream of a time when we used to stay. The years have passed, but the heart remembers the summer nights and the glowing embers. I'd give anything to turn back time, to walk once more in those days of mine. But if I close my eyes, I can almost see the love we shared, so wild and free. And though we're apart, I feel you near, in the echoes of the love we held dear. But if I close my eyes, I can almost see the love we shared, so wild and free. And though we're apart, I feel you near, in the echoes of the love we held dear. A place to yesterday where we were whole.
Chapter 25. Easy puzzled on what to do. He'd never had so much on his plate at one time, and along with Ben was almost sort of in charge of things. He had to load up the horses for the lesson down at the center, call out more for another trail ride, and figure out how to put on a show. He liked the show part of things, the fun of it, the being back in front of people like during his rodeo time. And he had to think about Cal. He sure liked Cal. There was a man who knew horses and men and how to keep things running smooth. Somebody had shot at his boss, and that was bad enough. But that somebody had shot at a damn fine horse, too, and that couldn't be borne. The fact he'd likely seen that somebody knew that somebody made him proud, and made him plenty nervous along with it. That pretty Chelsea said he needed to talk to the sheriff about it, and Ben said just the same. So he guessed he had to do that. He just didn't know how to go about it, especially with all the work and the show. He sure didn't know how to go about being in charge. He didn't know whether to feel relief or worry when Chase Longbow rode up, leading a second horse. Ben took the lead there, rushing right up before Chase had so much as dismounted. Have you seen Cal? Cal's really okay? How's Sundown? They're both doing fine. Doc Vickers was giving them both another look when I left. Word is you boys have your hands full here. And my sister signed us up for some damn show later today. I can give you a hand for now, and Thad and Zeke'll be along later. You going to do some fancy rope tricks? Chase patted the rope coiled over his saddlebag. Looks like. When's the next trail ride? Carol's out now, Easy told him. She'll be back any minute. I'm signed for the next one. 10 o'clock.
Ah.
Maddie's giving a lesson down at the center, so we need to load up 2 horses for that. Well, let's get to it.
Wait.
Tell him, Easy, Ben insisted. You gotta tell Chase about Clintock. Chase's eyes went from friendly to hard, like an ice ball hard, and had Easy gulping down spit. What about Clintock? Easy saw him, Chase, saw him riding on his ATV yesterday. Chase walked the horses over to loop reins around a post, turned.
When?
Where? It was. Let him tell me. Clamping his lips, Ben gave Easy an elbow poke. Well, you see, I had a group out on the trail, and I saw him, that deputy, over on the Bear Paw Road. I was leading the group down the Elk Trail when he went by below. When? Had to be about 4. You're sure it was him? Sure it was Clintock. Yeah, I'm sure on it. He had goggles on, but wasn't wearing a helmet. He came around here once going hard at Cal, so I recognized him right off. How about the group you were with? Did any of them see him? Well, yeah, they had to. Easy paused, scratched at the back of his neck, adjusted his hat. The lady right behind me even said something about riding the ATV and not wearing a helmet. Asked weren't they required, 'cause her son signed up to ride on the ghost town trip tomorrow.
Well.
Today that would be now, as this was yesterday, we were talking. Do you remember her name? No, not right off. But they were all with that big group that's here. That big family group that's keeping us all hopping. Okay, hold on a minute. Here comes Carol and her group, Ben said. You go on, give her a hand with them, Ben. You hold on here, Easy. Chase pulled out his phone. Bodine, I need you to see who Easy had out on the trail yesterday about 4. Just look it up. Tell me if that group's still here. Do I sound like I care how busy you are? Easy shifted his feet, cleared his throat, looked longingly at Ben and Carol. All right, Chase said after a minute. We're going to have to shift around Easy's schedule some. Shut up a damn minute, he snapped. He saw Clintock on an ATV yesterday afternoon, riding on Bear Paw. That's what I said. You track down that group of people, just get a handle on where they might be. I'll take care of this. Well, Jesus, Bo, of course we're calling Tate. I'll let you know. We sure got a lot to do around here. Easy began when Chase lowered his phone. That's right. And now you're calling Sheriff Tate. If he can't come here and talk to you, you're going to go to him. We'll cover you. Holy cow, Easy said under his breath. Do I call the 911? No need. Chase scrolled through his phone for Tate's contact number he'd added in after Billie Jean's murder. Use mine. I don't know what to say or how to say it right. I never did this before. Tell him who you are and what you told me. Okay. Easy let out a breath, tapped the contact. Sheriff Tate? This is Easy, that is Esau Lafoy. I work with the horses at the Bodine Resort. Chase, Mr. Longbow said I needed to call you up, tell you what I told him just now. Before he'd finished, Bodine drove up in one of the little cars. Easy's palms were damp by the time he handed the phone back to Chase. You're sure? Bodine asked without preamble. Yes, ma'am. I surely am. The sheriff's coming to talk to me, says I should stay put here until he does, but I've got a trail ride and... We'll cover you. The group with you saw him, too?
Had to.
I held them up for a minute, well, not half a minute, I guess, while he rode by below. She nodded, looked at her brother. Her eyes weren't ice-ball hard, Easy noted. They were fireball hot. They're all part of the weekend event. 2 are headed to Garnet on the ATV ride, 1's on the cattle drive, and 2 are booked into Sundown. If Tate needs more than Easy's word, he can talk to them. She checked the time, drew a breath.
All right.
Easy, you see to the horses that just came back from the trail. Carol can transport the horses down to the center for the lesson coming up. Ben can take your guided ride. We got another going out just about the time that one gets back. I'll take it, Chase said, without much enthusiasm. If you're not finished with Tate, I'll take the ride. You want that show about 3 o'clock, so... Bodine shoved a hand through her hair, realized she'd forgotten her hat. Here's what we do about that. She laid it out fast, complete, in a way that left Easy breathless and impressed. He couldn't for the life of him figure how anybody thought so quick. And the pony rides, she continued, ticking down the list. I can call in the grannies if we need more hands. I can clear my load if we need, take one of the afternoon rides. You do whatever the sheriff says you need to do. Easy scratched the side of his neck. Yes, ma'am. We're grateful, Easy. She gave his arm a pat. This is important. She debated whether to contact Callan, considered it while she helped saddle the next group of horses. Decided if she'd been left hobbling around and tending to a beloved horse, and he didn't tell her right away, she'd skin his ass. Before she could, Tate pulled up. She made her way back as he headed to Easy. Bodine, Easy. You got here quick, Bodine commented. I was down on Black Angus Road with Curtis. You know Curtis Bowie.
Sure.
He's down there now, taking some pictures. So, Easy, let's just start here. How about you tell me what this ATV you saw looked like? Okay, sure. Wasn't one of ours anyways. It was smaller, one of them sporty ones like, done up in camo paint.
I didn't pay much more mind than that.
Tate nodded. Though he wore dark glasses that shielded his eyes, Bodine read resignation in his body language. Bodine, you got a private place nearby where Easy and I can talk. I'll take you down to the back office in the BAC. That'll do. As they walked, he glanced over at her. The group Easy here was leading, they're all here?
Yes.
2 are in Sundown, and should be finished there in about a half hour. The others won't be back until afternoon, but I can give you their basic locations if you need. I'll let you know. How about you text me their names to start? I'll do that right away. She led the way in, skirted around the desk, the staff, the guests, and into the little office. Anything I can get you? While Tate shook his head, Bodine studied Easy. He looked like a kid called to the principal's office. You want a Coke, Easy? I sure wouldn't mind one. Throat's feeling pretty dry right now. I'm going to get you a couple of Cokes, then get out of your way. She gave Matt at the desk a look that said, don't ask. She got the Cokes from the vending machine, delivered them, shut the door, and got out before anyone could corner her with questions. She shouldn't take the time, she told herself. She didn't have the time, but she got into the resort car and took the shortest route to the ranch. She went straight to the stables, grateful everyone was too busy to get in her way. Sundown stood in his stall, looking unhappy. He perked up when he saw her, poked his head out as far as it could reach. Where's your guy, huh? Is he as bored as you are? She heard noises, scraping, jingling, glanced around. He's back there? I'll go take a look. When she reached the tack room, she saw Callan gathering up bridles, cinches, head collars. He looked as bored as his horse. Aren't you supposed to stay off that leg? It's healing up. And I'm getting off it again in a minute. I can work on some tack, but if I work back here, Sundown's going to sulk. He's already sulking. See? All right, I'll give you a hand. We'll set you up a workstation. You ought to leave his door open if you're going to be right there. It'll make him feel less confined. Good idea. What are you doing back here? We'll get to that in a minute. Together they dragged out a small table, a taller stool, a bucket of water, cloths, sponges, brushes, oils. What did Bickers say? Healing clean. She doesn't want to saddle or anybody up on him for at least another week, and not until she clears it. But I can take him out, walk him around some. Already did. I got her list of do's and don'ts, and she'll come by again tomorrow. How about the two-legged stud? At least that got a fleeting smile out of him. Pretty much the same as Sundown. I can go back to work Monday, maybe tomorrow for a few hours. She expects me not to be stupid and make her regret clearing that and agreeing I don't need a people doctor.
Now.
Did you come back just to see if we were being stupid?
No.
Go on and sit down. You were limping more on that last haul. Tate's over at the BAC talking to Easy.
Easy?
About what? About seeing Clintock riding his ATV yesterday, about an hour before you and Sundown were shot. Riding along Bear Paw. Is that so? He said it slowly, coolly. But his eyes flashed hot blue under the storm gray. How did Easy know it was Clintock? Staying steady, Bodine thought.
For now.
He recognized him, goggles, no helmet. And the sheriff asked him to describe the ATV. I don't know Clintock's ATV, but I bet the sheriff does. Smaller than what we use, and a camo design. Easy was leading a trail ride. The guests saw him, too, and Tate, I expect, will talk to them, do the corroboration. Looks like I owe Easy more than a beer, Callan said, and began to take a bridle apart for cleaning. Curtis, that would be Deputy Curtis Bowie, you might remember him, is taking pictures where it happened. I can't say, but I think I know Tate well enough to speculate he's already talked to Clintock and got a denial. But now there are witnesses who put Clintock on resort property and in an area that leads up to where it makes good sense for sniping down on a horse and rider on Black Angus. Nodding, as if they discussed casual dinner plans, Callan hung the bridle from a hook, began cleaning it with a clean, damp cloth. It might be enough. I'd put money it's enough for Tate to fire him, and I hope it's enough to arrest him. I can say, because I know you well enough, if he's not behind bars you'll handle him yourself. Callan said nothing, just kept cleaning tack. I'm going to ask you for one thing. Just one. I can try to give it to you. When you go to handle him, you tell me. I'll keep a beer cold for when you get back. Setting the cloth down, Callan looked up now. I've got a powerful feeling for you, Bodine. Knocks me sideways about half the time. It could be getting shot in the leg that does that. Nope. After moistening the saddle soap, wetting a sponge, he rubbed some into a light lather. Want to go out to a fancy dinner? She started to push back her hat, then remembered she wasn't wearing it. You're going from kicking the shit out of Clintock to fancy dinners? I'm not much for them myself, but I find I want to see how I like having one with you. As he had with the cloth, Callan patiently, thoroughly soaped the leather. Get all dressed up, Maybe order some snooty French wine. His gaze flicked up to hers. You want to do that? I've never been much for fancy dinners either, but I wouldn't mind trying one with you. Once you're all the way healed up. That's a deal. All right, when I decide to go after Clintock, I'll tell you. Satisfied on all counts, Bodine squeezed a shoulder, gave Sundown a quick rub. I've got to get back. Do you want me to have somebody bring you a cold drink? I've got an invitation to lunch at the big house. We're fine till then. He kept cleaning tack when she left methodically, while Sundown watched. They might put him behind bars. They might put him behind them long enough to square it for us. If not, well, I'll square it for us. He reached up, rubbed Sundown's cheek. That's a promise. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tate got his statements, got his pictures, and however heavy it sat on him, accepted his duty. He drove to Clintock's, the cabin tucked away on his family's ranch. Clintock's truck and ATV sat under an open shelter attached to the cabin, just as they'd been when Tate had gone by the night before. And just as he had the night before, Clintock stepped out of the cabin onto the narrow porch. He wore sweatpants, a sweatshirt ripped off at the elbows, and a skin of sweat. Tate concluded he'd been pumping iron for a while. One of Clintock's favorite pastimes. Garrett. Sheriff. Curtis, he added when the deputy got out the passenger door. What can I do for you? Well, Garrett, it's like this. You have the right to remain silent. What the hell bullshit is this? Tate just continued reading off the Miranda warning. We all know you understand your rights, but do you want to confirm that? Fuck you. When Clintock turned away, yanked open the cabin door, Curtis moved in. Come on now, Garrett, don't go making it harder than it is. He made it harder by slamming a fist into Curtis's jaw. Cursing, Tate surged forward to help Curtis muscle Clintock to the ground. You're under goddamn arrest, Tate snapped. Get those cuffs on him, Curtis, goddammit. Resisting arrest, striking a police officer. I am a police officer. Not anymore, you're not. You're under arrest for discharging a firearm on private property and for attempted murder. You're out of your fucking mind. I got witnesses, for Christ's sake. Together they dragged Clintock to his feet. I'm adding lying to a police officer to the list. When I came by here yesterday, you said you hadn't had that ATV out in a week. And it was as clean as a whistle. Just washed clean. I've got witnesses, damn it to hell and back, Garrett, who saw you riding it on the resort, saw you heading it up on the road above Black Angus. Skinner's a goddamn liar. 6 people saw you. 6. And we got the bullet Bickers dug out of that horse. That was a lie, but Tate was done with playing fair. When we test your long guns, get ballistics done, what do you think we're going to find? He saw it, the panic, the flush of fury, the quick cutaway of the eyes. I want a lawyer.
I want a lawyer now.
I've got nothing to say. You'll get a lawyer. Get him in the back, Curtis. I can't even look at him. One of my men, one of my own, trying to backshoot a man like that. The accusation had Clintock kicking out, elbow jabbing. Skinner killed those 2 women, and you do nothing. He kills them, and you suspend me for dogging him for it. He deserved having his horse shot out from under him. He deserved worse. Tate's face looked like a mask of fury carved in stone before he shoved Clintock back against the truck. You were aiming for the horse? Is that what you're claiming now? You did nothing. I'm doing something now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It tore up his gut, questioning one of his deputies, former, dealing with the pipsqueak of a lawyer. It didn't help the nodding and twisting that Clintock proved pitifully simple to trip up. Maybe it suits him to stand in the Longbow's kitchen and watch out the window as Alice carefully led the recovering horse around the paddock with Callan limping by her side. Her progress is really remarkable. Celia Minnow watched with him. Is she going to remember more about the captivity? I wish I could tell you. I can tell you she's stronger, mind and body. I can tell you she seems to have forged a bond with him, with Callan Skinner. It's the horse in part, but it's also him. He left home, came back.
So did she.
Someone hurt him. Someone hurt her. Being here, surrounded by family, has helped give her a sense of safety, helped her throw off a lot of the indoctrination. But I still need to let her tell me as it comes to her. She has a lot of trust in you. Pushing too hard for answers could damage that. I know it's frustrating. I'm wondering if he's dead, and that's how she got away. If you're wondering if she caused his death, my opinion is she wouldn't have been capable. He dominated, she submitted. She speaks of him as alive. Her thought pattern often simplifies everything, as a child's would. It's coping. There's good and bad, mean and kind, soft and hard. And other times she's remarkably astute. Celia gestured toward the window. Cutting her hair? The courage of that. The symbolism of it? It was an act of self, recognition of self. She may slip back again, and everyone should prepare for that. But she's making good progress. I'm going to go out, talk to her, while she's with Cal and the horse. I'll keep it light and friendly. Callan figured she'd have walked Sundown to Billings and back, and been happy about it. His own leg ached like a bitch, and he could only blame himself for skipping the afternoon Motrin. But he couldn't bring himself to ask her to stop. Can I braid his mane? Callan chanced to look back at Sundown, calculated the humiliation. I used to braid Venus's mane, and bring her carrots. I can bring him a carrot. Suddenly she stopped, looked around. Where's Venus? I don't know. Is that your horse? She's mine. Grandpa let me pick her out. Pretty Venus. She's a buckskin, too, with a blonde mane and tail. And that was a long time ago. I forget. It was a long time ago. She must have died like Grandpa when I was in the cellar or in the house. She must have died when I wasn't here. I had a horse before Sundown. I called him Charger. It was real hard for me when he died. But Sundown's getting better. He won't die. He's getting better. He's getting better, she repeated and began to walk. When he's stronger, I can sit on him, as soon as the doctor says. I talked to my doctor today, too. Both my doctors, the man and the woman. They said I was getting better, too. There's Tate. Bobby Tate. I know him. He's not mean. I know him, too. Alice Bodine, Tate said with a cheerful smile. I sure like your hair. Bodine did it. That's her first name. That's my last name. This is Sundown. Somebody hurt him and Cal, but they're feeling better. So I see. You're the sheriff now. Bobby Tate's the sheriff. You have to find people who hurt people. Tate nodded, took a chance. You're right. I did find the person who hurt Sundown and Cal. I put him in jail. Her eyes widened. Does he have to stay there? Locked up? It's hard to be locked up. You can't get out. Nobody comes to let you out or hears when you scream. She pressed her face into Sundown's neck. I didn't hurt anybody. No, you didn't, honey. But this man did. So the law has to decide what to do about it. You're the law. Bobby Tate's the law. Did you find Sir? Did you put him in jail? I sure want to. I'm trying to. She angled her head around again. We used to kiss, didn't we? We did. You don't kiss me now. Well, I got married. Tate tapped his wedding ring. But before we kissed, after, too, we were friends. We are friends, Alice. Sir didn't kiss me. I didn't want him to, but he would have no matter that. But he didn't. We did other things. You did other things with me. Tate cleared his throat as Callan looked discreetly away. Well, yeah, we did. But you weren't mean. You weren't hurting. We laughed, and you walked on your hands. Sir doesn't laugh. He hurts. His hands are hard and mean, and he rapes me. Dr. Minnow says it's rape, not marital rights. He rapes me so it hurts, always. The words tumbled out, the pitch rising. It's rape, Dr. Minnow says, even when I don't fight. If I fight, he hits me, and it's worse. Even when I just lay down and let him. She says it's raping. Is that the law? Is it? You're the law. Is it the law? It is. It's the law. If you find him, you'll lock him up? I want that. She surprised Callan by reaching out, gripping his hand. I want him locked up where he can't get out, where nobody comes when he screams. I want that. I'm going to keep looking so that happens.
I promise you, Alice.
You said he had a beard all over and dark eyes. Dark eyes. I close mine when he does it. Maybe you could tell me more about how he looks and we could draw him. I can't draw. Riini can't either. Even I can draw better, but I can't draw faces. I know somebody who can draw faces if you want to try to tell me more of how he looks. How you remember. I don't know. Her hand tightened, a small vice on Callan's. I don't want to see his face. I'm going to make Cal a scarf. I'm going to ride Sundown when he's better. That's okay. Swallowing frustration, Tate kept his tone easy. It's too pretty a day to worry about things. Maybe I'll come see you tomorrow, Alice, just to visit. She nodded at Tate, then looked at Cal. What would you do? You went away, you came back. Somebody hurt you and Sundown. Would you see his face so they could draw it? I think sometimes if you look at something straight on, look it right in the eye. It doesn't seem as scary as it does when you close your eyes. And I think you're about the bravest person I know, so if you need more time with your eyes closed, you should take it. Bodine said I was brave, the doctor said I was brave. You said I'm brave, but I don't feel brave. I don't want to go back to the house. I don't want him to find me. I want to stay here. Can you come tomorrow? She said to Tate. Ask me again? I sure can. It's good to see you, Alice. And you, Cal. Callan hesitated as Tate started off. Miss Alice, could you watch Sundown for a minute? I need to ask the sheriff something. We'll be right here. Callan caught up with Tate at the gate. Did he admit it? Tate leaned back against the gate. He's changed his story half a dozen times. That hot head of his isn't helping him. Neither is lying to me about being on the property on that ATV, and he knows he's caught there. He's slipped up plenty and trying to stick to shooting at a snake, not realizing the shot went wild and hit you and the horse. That won't hold. But in one of his slips, I think I got the truth. He wasn't shooting at you. Now, that's bullshit. He was shooting at your horse. Callan rocked back on his heels, waited for his temper to peak and ebb. He aimed at Sundown? I'm going to say that's my opinion. I'm going to say it comes down to a goddamn dog and a goddamn poker game when you were kids. His father lost a dog to yours. And Garrett shot the dog out of spite. He was trying to kill your horse for the same reason.
Pure spite.
Callan looked back to where Alice walked Sundown and chattered away to him, and could see it. See that wound across the belly, and how a few inches higher would have done the job. You'll take him down for it. That's going to be up to the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury. But I'll tell you, I'm going back at him, and I'll get him to say what he did. That I will do. All right. What you said to Alice, it's going to help me do my job for her, too. I'll do my job, Cal. Cal nodded, but as he walked back to his horse, he thought, sometimes, justice didn't have a damn thing to do with jobs. Chapter 26. By Sunday evening, with the crazy weekend behind her, Jessica drove to the ranch. Though just sleeping for a solid 12 hours held a lot of appeal, the invitation to Sunday dinner swayed her. She enjoyed seeing Chase in his natural habitat, and had yet to connect with Callan since he and Sundown had been hurt. She accepted her Western transition as complete when she realized she wanted to see the horse as much as the people. The transition didn't, and likely never would, include footwear. When she saw Sundown in the paddock and, to her delight, Chase spinning a rope, lariat, she corrected, she left the huckleberry crumble, which she'd made, in the car, and walked over to watch. Rory sat on the fence beside a woman with red hair pulled into a short tail. The woman clapped enthusiastically when Chase jumped in and out of the spinning rope. When Chase gave Jessica a tip of the hat with his free hand, the woman glanced back, though she'd heard about it. Seeing Alice's transformation left her stunned. This is someone else, Alice murmured and reached for Rory's hand. You might not remember me, Alice. We only met for a minute a few weeks ago. I'm Jessica Bozov. I work for Bodine. Bodine's Riini's girl. This is Rory. Not my Rory. He's Riini's Rory. And Chase is Riini's. He's putting on a show for me because I didn't get to see it. He's really good, isn't he? Uncle Wayne did rope tricks. Chase said Uncle Wayne taught him. Sundown does tricks too. Cal taught him. Cal's not just Riene's. He's mine too. I wanted to see Sundown and Cal. Grammy fussed at Cal and said he had to go in and put his leg up a while. In a couple days, I can sit on Sundown. He's much better. And the man who hurt him's locked up. Alice looked at Rory for confirmation. He's locked up? That's right. We don't have to worry about him anymore. Bobby Tate does his job. Alice applauded again as Chase took a bow. It was a good show, she told him. Jessica's here. I remember now. She's your girlfriend. Chase lowered his head, concentrated on coiling the rope. It's looking that way. He's shy, Alice told Jessica. I never used to be shy, but I feel that way a lot now. We'll go help with dinner. Alice patted Rory's arm. So Chase can be with his girlfriend. Barely blocking a snicker, Rory hopped down, lifted Alice off the fence. I like your shoes, Alice said. Jessica barely managed a thanks before Alice walked away with Rory. I can't believe that's the same woman who came home from the hospital. It's Spine. Chase looped his rope around a fence post. That's Bodine's Spine. Dad told me she's going to work with an artist tomorrow, agreed to it, to try to get a picture of the man who took her. He reached over the fence for her hand, tugged her, so she climbed on the bottom rail. Fancy shoes. Not for riding. I dressed for Sunday dinner. Then she laughed when Sundown moved up behind him, nudged him forward. He's definitely himself again. Go on now, I don't need any help. To prove it, Chase cupped the back of Jessica's neck with one hand, lowered his mouth to hers. Then he just stood there a moment, eyes on hers, fingers lightly rubbing her skin. Riding's out. He vaulted over the fence. But we can take a walk. I haven't even gone in to say hello to your mother. Couple of minutes. With her hand in his, the sun warm on her face, she walked with him. She heard a cow lowing off in a field and a chittering she knew came from some busy squirrel. And through an open kitchen window came laughter. You've put pansies in. She paused a moment, looking at the pots on the back porch steps. My grandmother always put pansies in early, in the window box outside the kitchen window. She said they made her smile while she did dishes. Made her happy spring was coming around again. I didn't think you'd stay through the winter. Genuinely surprised, she stared up at him. Why? I figure now it was my problem more than yours. He drew her around the front side of the house and to the bench between the ginkgo trees. I thought, just look at her, she'll run back to New York after her first Montana blizzard. But you didn't. You really saw me as that. What was the word he'd use for Alice?
Spine.
That's spineless?
No.
That was mostly me, and it wasn't my spine I was worried about. Can we sit a minute? I feel like I've got to finish this out. Yeah, maybe you should. Jessica. I'd say I saw you as this exotic bird. So pretty it hurt my eyes, and just out of my reach. Apt to fly off. Exotic bird, my butt. I've worked all my life, and worked hard. More about me than you, he reminded her. The first time I saw you, you were wearing a red suit, and your hair was coiled up, and you smelled like something mysterious blooming in a hothouse. You shook my hand and said, Jessica Bozov, it's nice to meet you. I could barely get my tongue to work, and all I could think was I hope like hell Bo doesn't hire this one.
Well,
that's nice to know. He just put a hand heavy on her shoulder when she started to get up. I told her it was a mistake when she did. And I've come around to seeing that was a lot more about me than you. In a defensive gesture, she folded her arms under her breasts. If you'd taken such an instant dislike to me, I'm surprised you didn't put a lot more pressure on Bodine. It wasn't dislike, and pressuring Bodine when her mind's made up's a waste of time. Taking your time's not wasting it. And he took his time now. I thought it was a mistake, believed it was because I didn't see you staying. So pretty, so polished, I didn't see how you'd fit in. And since I was damn near struck dumb, and blind the first time I saw you in that red suit, it didn't bode well for me. I figured to keep my distance until Bo came home and said how I was right, and you were leaving. Apparently you've been disappointed there. No, just wrong. I kept my distance as best I could because every time I saw you, I wanted to touch you. And I knew if I touched you, I'd want more. I knew when you left, even keeping my distance, I'd think of you.
I wasn't going to cross that line.
Then, well, I did. She audibly sniffed, but softened. I yanked you across that line. I was working my way across. It would have taken me longer, but I was working my way across. Then I knew, if you left, I wouldn't just think of you. I'd never get over you. Any woman who came along after, I would put up against you, and she'd never measure up. She wouldn't have your face or be as smart as you, have your grit under all that polish. There'd be nobody else. He tugged her hand into his, studied it. And I want a woman and a family, a life we can grow into. I don't mind waiting for it, but without you, I'd wait forever. I watched Tombstone. I can ride a horse. I have a Stetson. His lips curved as he pressed them to her fist. I love you. I think I loved you before any of those things were true, if love can hit that fast. I love knowing they're true now. I feel settled knowing you're happy here. I am happy here. There's nothing for me back in New York. I've built my life here. Friends, work, a life. I lost my family, Chase, when I lost my grandparents. And I've made a family here when I never thought to have one again. I've never had a friend like Bodine, and now Chelsea. And everyone. I'm asking if you'd think about building onto that with me. If you could come to love me enough for that. For making a life and a family with me. Marriage, good God, he was talking about marriage. The fast leap from a slow-moving man left her dumbfounded. Sitting very still, barely breathing, she thought of her parents on one side. Selfish, careless, cold, abandoning her without a second thought. Then her grandparents. Kind, loving, giving, enfolding her into their lives without a second thought. Then she thought of him. I don't know how I could love somebody so stupid he can't see I already love him more than enough already. But apparently I do. Now he held her hand to his cheek, just held it there, before turning his head, pressing his lips into her palm. Is that a fancy way of saying yes? It wasn't fancy. It was a lot of words. How about I put it another way? Will you marry me sometime? Sometime is pretty open-ended. You say yes. You say when. Give me a second. She looked out over the land, to the mountains, to the sky that spread blue over everything. She felt him waiting, so steady and strong in his silence. She trusted him to wait until her head caught up with her heart. I say yes. I say October. After my first summer, before my next winter. Again, she laid a hand on his cheek. And saying yes, Chase, just saying yes, fills up little spaces in me I didn't know needed to be filled. You did that. You helped fill those little empty spaces. He kissed her, sweet as a promise, held her close. You still got that red suit? I'm not getting married in that red suit. I was thinking more of the honeymoon. She laughed. Steady and strong. She thought again. And often surprising. I've still got it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While at the Bodine Ranch Sunday dinner turned into a celebration, the man known as Sir bumped his truck along the narrow road where winter had carved pits and shallow ditches. Every jolt rammed through his body. He stopped, climbed out to unlock the gate posted with no trespassing signs. The old metal shrieked as he shoved it open. He climbed back into the truck, drove through across the old cattle gate, got out again, dragged the gate closed, locked it, chained it. A coughing fit seized him until he had to brace himself on the gate. He coughed up and spat out phlegm, caught his breath, then climbed back into the truck to jolt and bump his way back to the cabin. Since he had to stop and rest often, it took him an hour to unload the supplies. He downed medicine first, the cough suppressant, the headache pills. He always seemed to have a headache these days, the decongestant, mixing them together in a kind of medicinal cocktail. Downing them with the whiskey-laced coffee, he considered another element of his cure. He'd picked up a meal, ate the 2 cheeseburgers slowly, and without real appetite. He needed meat, good red meat, and forced it down bite by bite. Breathing, wheezing, and whistling, he fell asleep in the chair in front of the fire as the sweat slicking his skin went cold. He woke in the dark. Cursing. He lit the oil lamps, got the fire going again. He spent too much time sleeping and needed to spend more planning. He'd driven all the way to Missoula and back, proving to himself he was recovering from the damn plague Esther had cursed him with. He'd gotten medicine and supplies, even managed some scouting around. He'd seen plenty of women. Women showing their bare legs, women with their breasts rising up under low tops, their faces painted. He'd thought one or two of them might suit him, might make a good wife once he broke them. But he lacked the strength, as yet, to take one. So he'd take the medicine, eat red meat, and get his strength back. When he had, he'd hunt the back roads, haunt the dark places outside the dens of sin. The bars and cheap motels. The right one would come along. God would provide. Not another like Esther. Or the one he'd christened Miriam, who'd managed to hang herself with her bedsheet weeks after delivering a girl child. Or Judith or Beryl. He'd buried them all but Esther. Given them Christian burials, though they'd been sinners. Been disappointments. He had to find another quickly. A strong, young, fertile woman. One who could be trained to obey. And to tend to him, as his illness had shown him he was no longer young. He needed sons to carry on his legacy, to honor him as he aged. And he needed the woman to provide them. The tourists would come soon, those parasites, they'd come, as would those needed to make their meals, make their beds. As he drifted to sleep again, he thought the coming weeks would offer opportunities. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callan would rather have ridden horseback to work, and he sure as hell would rather have ridden Sundown. Since neither made a spot on the plate, he rode shotgun in Bodine's truck. I could have come in with Rory. She spared him a glance. Something wrong with my driving, Skinner? I'd rather be behind the wheel. Take what you get. But she glanced again. What's bothering you? The leg? Christ, it got grazed. I didn't get gut shot. She jerked her shoulder, maintained silence until she pulled up at the BAC. Out, and take your crappy mood with you. He sat another moment. I've spent a lot of time with Alice the last few days. It's noted and appreciated. Careful you don't smack your head on a tree branch riding that high horse with your nose pointed at the sky. I liked the time with her. It took my mind off other things. And I feel like she got to trust me. I'm not going to be around today when she tries working with Tate and the artist. It's good of you to worry about her.
I mean that.
Nana and Grammy will be there, Dr. Minnow, too. And Dr. Grove said he's coming out to have a look at her. She watched the sun break above the horizon in a thin line of bright, beaming gold. You've helped take her mind off things, too. It may sound strange to say you picked a good time to get shot, but it worked out that way. That's one way to look at it. He shifted to her while the eastern sky exploded. How about that fancy dinner Saturday night? Not only a fancy dinner, but a Saturday night fancy dinner? Wide-eyed. She jiggled her shoulders back and forth. I might have to buy a new dress. If you've got more than one, I haven't seen it anyway. She laughed, kissed him. Go on, get out, Skinner. You're on my clock. When he had, she leaned out the window. If I get hung up, I'll have Rory come back and pick you up after work. I'll wait for you. He walked back to the window. Come home with me tonight. I'll pick something up from the kitchen here for both of us. Come home with me. All right, but I'll get the food. I'm closer to the kitchen. Not fancy. He called out as she backed up. That's for Saturday. It occurred to Bodine as she turned, flicked a glance back at him in her rear view. They weren't just sleeping together. They were dating. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She did work longer than she'd hoped. Seasonals were dribbling back. Others needed to be hired. New hires meant interviews, vetting, training, orientation. It's all a good thing, Bodine told Jessica as she packed her briefcase. Bookings are up for spring right through to the first of the year, and they were solid last year. With us adding more activities and packages, it's only going to head up from there. You need a full-time assistant. I know how great Sal is, but you could use her full-time, or if you'd rather she run the front desk, you need somebody else. Having Chelsea's made a huge difference for events. You need the same. Bodine frowned over it, over the simple truth of it. I always get an itch in the middle of my back when I think of a formal assistant. Jessica pointed with a perfectly polished pink fingernail. That's your control button talking. I've heard that before. Maybe I'll talk to Sal. Maybe. Meanwhile, I've got an order to pick up from the kitchen. I have a date.
Me too.
Apparently, it's past time I saw Silverado. In exchange, Chase is going to try my lemon pasta with wilted arugula. It struck Bodine again, and she stopped in her tracks. My God, he's in love like Romeo. You're getting married.
Yeah.
Jessica patted a hand on her chest. You'll be my maid of honor, won't you? I can't believe it's taken you a damn day to ask. After dancing forward, Bodine gave Jessica a squeeze. I was my cousin Betsy's maid of honor, so I have some experience. And I trust you won't make me wear raspberry pink organza with poofy shoulders. Blood oath on that one. But as Jessica's smile struck Bodine as a little frantic, Bodine angled her head. Don't tell me you're having second thoughts? I've already had 24 thoughts. They all circle back to I really love him. It's the marriage idea that scares me. He's going to eat wilted lettuce, and you're going to watch a classic Western movie. In my book, you're already married. You just haven't had the party yet. As my maid of honor, will you keep saying things like that now, and then over the next few months? Absolutely. Now, let's go round us up a couple of cowboys. Shortly, as she drove home with 2 hearty chicken dinners in the back and Callan beside her, Bodine wondered out loud. Have you ever eaten wilted arugula? Why would I? Turning, he gave the containers in the back a suspicious study. That's not in those take-home dinners, is it?
No.
It's going to be on Chase's plate tonight at Jessica's. That man is sick in love, he said with some pity. He doesn't much like unwilted lettuce. I was thinking the same. She's getting the better end of the deal. As for him eating it, she watches Silverado. Classic. And a visual feast for the female eye. We're having us some Cajun chicken, rosemary fingerling potatoes, and asparagus. You're making me glad I'm not in love with Jessica. Add on some huckleberry cheesecake. Maybe we should get married. Laughing, she turned sparkling eyes at him. Careful, Skinner, some women grab at straws. How about we watch Silverado? I've got my own DVD. Got popcorn? I believe I can come up with that. I've got the beer. He reached over, touched her arm. Alice is sitting out on the front porch. Even as he spoke, Alice rose, her hands clutched together at her waist. As if she'd been waiting for her cue, Cora stepped out. Bodine pulled straight up. I faced it head on, Alice said. I looked in my head, and I told Pete. Pete's the artist. The one Bob Tate brought here today. Cora slipped an arm around Alice's shoulders. Alice has been waiting to tell you. How do you feel about it? Callan asked her. I'm glad it's over. It hurt. She pressed a hand to her belly. I had to stop and start and stop and start. I'm glad it's over. You have to look at it. We have one. And Bobby said everybody should look at it in case they know, sir. Ma, I'll go get it. I like being outside. Alice stopped, tapped a finger to her lips. What is it? Bodine asked. I keep wanting to say things over and over. I'm trying not to. I like being outside, she said carefully, maybe because I had to be inside for so long. Coming out whenever I want makes me feel good. Now she pressed her lips tight as Cora came out with a sketch. This is Sir. It doesn't look exactly right, but I can explain better. His hair got gray like mine did, and his beard, sometimes he had it, sometimes he didn't. But most times he did. And his face got old like mine. This is how he looks as best I can explain now. Bodine studied the sketch. Were his eyes truly crazy, or did Alice only see them that way? In the sketch they had a wild, fierce look about them. The hair hung thin, unkempt, straggly. A grizzled beard covered the lower half of a thin, hard face. The mouth made a cruel, compressed line. Do you know him? Alice demanded. Do you know who he is? Bobby says he has a real name. Not Sir. A real one. I don't think I do. Bodine looked up at Callan. I don't, but we know what he looks like now. It'll help find him and stop him. Because he knew he could, he stepped up, hugged her. You did really good, Alice. On a sigh, she rested her head on his chest a moment before stepping back. He's not as tall as you, but taller than Bobby. That's what I told Pete. His arms are strong. He has big hands, harder than Rory's or yours. He has a scar on his palm. This one. She tapped her left, slashed a line across it. And one here like that. She drew a curve on her left hip. He's got a mark. She looked at her mother. Birthmark. A birthmark here. She touched her right outer thigh. Like a smear. I said I'd remember when he locked me up. I said I'd remember when I got away. And I did remember. I remembered. Can we go see Sundown now? I don't want to think about it anymore. Sure we can. Did you keep an eye on him for me today? I went out this morning, and I went out after I helped draw the face. I gave him a carrot and one for Leo with the pretty blue eyes, too. And I brushed him and sang him a song. He sure likes when you sing.
So do I.
Maybe you can sing for us again, when we see how he's doing. He offered Alice his arm, made her grin. I can see her coming back, more and more, Cora told Bodine. And today I watched her suffer through memories and fears. He looks like a monster. He looks like a monster, and he had my girl all those years. He'll never have her again. Nana, he'll never touch her again. I don't believe in vengeance. The war took my husband, the boy I loved, the father of my babies. And I grieved, but I never felt hate in my heart. I feel it now. I feel it every day now. My girl's home and coming back, and under the joy of that, I feel such hate, Bodine. It's black and it's bright, that hate. Nana, I don't think you'd be human if you didn't. I don't know if them finding him and locking him away for the rest of his miserable life will ease that for you. I don't know either. Cora let out a long sigh. I have to remember to look at her, to see her as she is, as she's coming back, and be grateful. But it doesn't stop me from wanting to cut his balls off with a rusty knife and hear him scream. After shaking herself, Cora arched her eyebrows at Bodine. That's not something most people would smile at. Most people aren't me.
Oh, well.
I'm going to put this ugly thing away. She took back the sketch. Do you want to ask Cal to dinner? Actually, he asked me. I've got a couple of take-home dinners in the truck. We're going to watch a movie in the shack. Now I've got something to smile about. I'm just going to run up, grab the movie we're watching, and a couple bags of microwave popcorn from the pantry. Don't forget your toothbrush, Cora called out. Honestly, Nana. On a laugh. Bodine looked back. Think who you're talking to. I've had a spare over there for weeks. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Bodine ran upstairs, Callan checked Sundown's wound. Alice stroked the horse and sang Jolene. You sure can sing, Callan said when she finished. I sang with Rieni and I sang to my Rory and I sang to myself. I couldn't have a radio or records or a TV. Rieni's Rory, gave me it's little and has songs on it and you can put things in your ears and listen. An iPod.
Yes.
It's the nicest present. Rory is so good. He's such a good boy. The iPod is like magic. It has lots and lots of music, and I can listen to it when I can't sleep. Are you having trouble sleeping, Miss Alice? Only sometimes now, not so much as before. And the music takes away the bad dreams. Even in the bad dreams, I can't see him like he was when I got in the truck. I can't see him clear that way anymore. Was the truck blue, or was it red? I shouldn't have gotten in. I saw the snakes. In the truck? He had snakes in the truck. Not real ones. The picture. The sticker thing. He's a sovereign citizen, a true patriot, and true patriots will rise up and overthrow the corrupt Federalists. They'll take our country back. Did you tell the sheriff about the sticker? Did I?
I think.
Maybe. True patriots will revolt because the tree of liberty needs to be watered with blood to bring the country back to the people, under God. A man needs sons to protect the land. I only gave him one that lived. One's not enough to fight and work and protect. I think he had more. More sons. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. More wives. Do you think I can sit on Sundown soon? Will asked Doc Vickers. Miss Alice, can you tell me why you think he had more wives? He prepared to back off. He could see the jerky way her hands moved, hear the anxiety in her voice. But she pressed her face to Sundown's. He said I didn't hear anything but the wind. I didn't hear calling or crying or yelling. I imagined it and shut up about it. It's okay. Sundown's almost better. You're almost better, too. You didn't limp today. Some things get better. You're a lot better yourself, Miss Alice. I'm better. Things are better.
I can go outside whenever I want to.
Ma's teaching me how to crochet a sweater now. I heard his truck that night. I heard it. I wasn't sleeping. He took the baby away. He took my next baby away, and the next. He took poor little Benjamin who went to heaven away, and I wasn't sleeping because I heard inside and outside, and in my head and in my heart. Desperately sorry, Callan brushed a hand over her hand, laid it on her shoulder. She reached up, gripped it hard. I heard the truck come back, and I was afraid. So afraid he'd come in and take his marital rights. And I heard the scream. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an owl or a coyote. It wasn't the first time, but I heard it so clear that time once, twice. I did. And I heard him, too, shouting, cursing. And he didn't come for his marital rights that night, or the next, or the next. Were you in the house or the cellar? The house. It was night. It was dark out my window. And once after, not the next or the next, but after, in the day. In the light, I heard calling. Help, help, help. I think. I couldn't hear it very well, but I heard. Then I didn't hear it anymore. But the crying once. I heard crying sometimes when I worked in the garden. Maybe it was the babies crying for me. I had to stop hearing the crying because I couldn't get to the babies. It's how I went crazy, I guess. You're not crazy. She stepped back, smiled. A little bit. I think I was more crazy then. I had to be, or I'd have killed myself. He went with his heart, with his gut, and framed her face with his hands, kissed her softly on the mouth. You may be a little bit crazy, but you're still the sanest person I know. Her eyes teared up even as she laughed. You must know a lot of crazy people. Maybe I do. When she left him, singing to herself, he pulled out his phone to call the sheriff. There might be more women locked up in some cellar being driven mad. Chapter 27. It took the best part of a week. With a delay of a solid day of soaking rain, but on a soft April evening, Callan saddled Sundown for what he billed as the big reveal. Maybe everybody shouldn't watch yet. He turned, studied Alice in her new boots and buff-colored hat, her jeans and bright pink shirt. She'd added a brown leather vest he suspected was Bodine's. You sure look a picture. She ducked her head, but he caught the smile. I'm going to be right with you, he reminded her. But if you want to wait. No, it's silly. I make myself silly. But you'll be with me. Every step. You ready? She gave a nod, put her foot in his hands for the boost. When she settled in the saddle, she let out a long, happy sigh. It feels so good like it did the first time. Not the first time ever. But since you helped me sit on Sundown. Do you want the reins? Not yet. Not yet. Most everybody's seen me sit on him now, and you walk me on him. You can just walk me on him, okay? He led her at a slow clip-clop toward the doors of the stables. I used to ride so fast so far. You will again, when you want. He led her out after a long workday where the big reveal included steaks on the grill, cornbread and beer, and a family who'd come together for something as simple and as monumental as a middle-aged woman sitting on the back of a horse. Most of the ranch hands had gathered as well, and broke into applause. Chase held the paddock gate open, closed it again behind them. Callan led them around in a full circle. We can just walk like this, he said to Alice. You tell me if you're ready or you're not. It's all up to you. I'm not used to everybody looking at me, she confided. My chest hurts some. That could be you feeling the pride in mine. You say nice things. I feel good when you talk to me. My Benjamin went to heaven. But maybe if you didn't, he'd be like you. The onlookers sat on the fence, or stood with a boot perched on a rung. She knew the faces, knew the names. But still, they all watched her. They're proud of you, too. Proud of me. She murmured that as well, as if letting it slide into her mind. And happy to see Sundown's well again. That's right. You helped him get better. I helped. I can do it. I can do it, but you'll stay with me? You know I will. He handed her the reins. You go on and take a ride, Miss Alice. She felt the leather in her hands. Old memories and new ones, the feel of a good horse under her, the frisky spring breeze over her face. Sundown stood absolutely still until she nudged him into a walk. Callan stayed close. But she rode. And it made her proud. It made her remember being young and safe and free. It brought that bubbling up inside her she knew now was happiness. She looked down at Callan. Can I? Just let him know. When she moved into a trot, all on her own, she heard the clapping, even some cheers. But she paid little attention to that. She was free. You didn't say anything about her learning to trot, Bodine said. Callan just shrugged, stood by the fence. You don't have to know everything. When she stopped, face flushed, in front of the fence, she looked for Callan's nod. She took off her hat, held it high over her head as Sundown bowed. When Callan helped her dismount, she threw her arms around Sundown's neck, then around Callan's waist. Can I ride again tomorrow? You can ride any and every day you want. Alice, I took a video. Rory held up his phone. A movie of you riding. A movie. I want to see. When she rushed over to Rory, Callan turned to Bodine and her mother. I'd like to take her on an easy trail ride. When she's ready, I think Rosie would be a good ride for her. She's gentle and bright. I don't know if she'd ride away from the ranch, Maureen began. She would with Callan, Bodine put in. Or Rory. Maybe with me. And Rosie's a good choice when she's ready to get up on a horse that's not Sundown. I'd want to talk to Celia first and Ma. Reenie, come see. I'm a movie star. She's just being careful. Bodine swung over the fence. At this point Nana would let Alice ride to the moon and back if it put that happy look on her face. Mom's trying to balance that out. It's no problem. You might want to talk to the doctor about having her work with the horses here, then over at the BAC. The BAC? An hour here and there with me. I read up on some therapies and a lot use animals. It's horses for Alice, though she likes the dogs, too. She grooms Sundown as if he's going to a beauty pageant. She could handle more of that. Maybe. Her mind hadn't gone there. But now that it had, she saw the benefits. Maybe it would do her good to do some work outside in the stables. She's been helping Clem in the kitchen. You've got a brain, Skinner. She gave him a friendly poke in the ribs. Sometimes I even use it. The work makes her feel useful, and feeling useful makes her feel normal. You should talk to Dad about it. See how she does here, then we'll talk about her spending a little time at the BAC if she wants. Alice obviously enjoyed the evening. She talked to her mother about the sweater she'd started and, surprisingly, to heck about the horses, watched Rory's little video countless times. For himself, Callan bided his time. Under starlight with Chase slipping off to Jessica's. And Rory to a date with Chelsea, he sat with Sam on the front porch. Cigars and whiskey equaled a good way to end the day. You put in a lot of time with Alice, Sam said after a long stretch of easy silence. She put in a lot of time with me. Before we go into that, I've got something to ask you. I figure, since I don't remember a time you weren't, you'll be straight with me on it. Callan felt the quick, slippery knot slide and twist in his belly. He'd been preparing for the boot to drop about Bodine, and had yet to formulate answers to questions her father might ask. There might have been a few times I slid under the straight line about things Chase and I got into. Not if I asked you direct. No, not if you asked me direct. Evasion? Well, that was just being cautious about something or other. Lying was lying. So, I'm asking you direct. Are you planning to go after Garrett Clintock? The knot loosened. He found it a hell of a lot easier to answer that than a father's "What are your intentions regarding my daughter?" He's out on bail. Lazily now, Callan dragged on the cigar. Watched the smoke trail off into the night. I'm healed up. It's going to be up to him whether we have a conversation or something more physical. But I can't let it go. It'll be harder if you ask me to let it go, but I still couldn't. What I'm going to ask is you don't go start that conversation alone. I don't doubt you can handle yourself, Cal. But you'd fight fair. It's how you're built. He won't, as that's not how he's built. He's got a streak in him and always has. Sam sipped some whiskey. And now he's ruined himself around here. Nobody's going to take his side on this. Can't say what the courts will do, but nobody's going to take his side. He'll never be a peace officer again wherever he goes, and go he will. If he doesn't end up in prison, he'll want to do more than bloody your nose. Sam drew on his cigar. Let the smoke go. I'm going to ask you for that. Don't go for him alone. Take somebody you trust to bear witness to a fair fight. It grated some, but the fact was Sam Longbow invariably talked plain sense. I won't go alone. All right then.
Now.
We're not going there right yet. All right. To save us the awkward moment when you are, consider it already given. We don't have to go back here. I don't have any land. Only a small percentage of it. You're planning to keep working for a living, I expect. As long as you don't fire me, I'm good. Well, her grandmother didn't fire me when I slipped off with her daughter, so you're safe on that. Now, if you didn't want to talk to me about that, what's on your mind? How would you feel about hiring on Alice? Hiring Alice. I was going to ask how you'd feel about letting her help some with the horses. Stable work. She's damn good at grooming. And she could muck. She's strong. The limp hampers her some, especially if she's tired, but she's strong. She's got a good way with horses. The dogs now, too. I guess it's animals altogether. But when I thought more on it, it seemed to me she'd get more pride out of it if she drew a little pay. Wouldn't have to be much. As the night birds called, Sam contemplated his cigar. I never thought of it. I said something to Maureen before, and I know she wants to talk to Nana and to the doctor. That'd be the right way, but you run the ranch, so... It's a good thought, Cal. A good one. And judging from what I've seen the last couple weeks, the right one, too. We'll see if we can make it work. Somebody's coming. Even before he saw the headlights, Sam heard the engine. Off in the quiet of the night. Late for visiting, Sam added, but crossed his boots on his stretched-out legs, a man confident in his own. Sheriff Tate, Callan said quietly when the truck got close enough. They waited as Tate stopped the truck, got out. Evening, Sam, Cal. Evening, Bob. You look tired out. Because I am. How about a chair? A whiskey and a cigar? If I take the cigar, I'll pay for a week. You could have a hazmat team hose me down. My wife would still smell it. But the whiskey I wouldn't mind. I'm off duty. Take the chair. Callan got to his feet. I'll get the whiskey. Appreciate that. Before Callan could reach the door, Bodine opened it. Sheriff. Evening, Bodine. I'm just getting him a whiskey. I'll get it. When she shut the door again, Callan picked up the cigar he'd set in the ashtray, leaned back against the porch rail. I was on my way home, and felt I should come on by, tell you where we're at. I've been talking to some people the last few days, pushing on the business Callan passed on that Alice passed to him. People we know are active or more than sympathetic to militias. True patriots being one. That's the phrase she used to you. A couple times, Callan agreed. He paused when Bodine came out. Thanks. Long day. He took a slow sip. Long, dry one. Those people dug into those groups aren't very likely to cooperate with a police investigation. Especially with one who isn't what they call a constitutional sheriff. He paused again, took a longer sip. Still, we went out, talked, showed the sketch. Made sure they heard what this individual we were asking about is being investigated for. Only the hardliners are going to hold that line when a man's done what this one's done. Still, we didn't get much of anywhere on it. Until today. At that, Bodine walked over, stood by Callan. I got a call from somebody today. I won't say the name, couldn't say if you'd know it, but I've got to keep it confidential, in any case. Says he recognized the face, has seen this man at the compound they have a few times. Doesn't know his name for sure. Says he goes by JG, says this man drills with them every few months, not regular.
Run some supplies for them.
Claims he hasn't seen this individual for months now. The compound's a good way east of here, but this character thinks our man has a patch of land around here, lives, as some of them do, off the grid. We're going to push on this, but carefully. Would a reward help? Money never hurts, Bob told Sam. 50,000, if he can lead you to the son of a bitch. 10's enough for this type. You clear me to offer 10. He'll find out more than I think he already knows. Then you're clear for it. Saves me from asking. Bob drank again. There's more on the other information Alice passed to Callan. About there maybe being other women. The time she gave for hearing the screams and the calls for help. Going after we figure he moved her into that shed. I did a search for missing persons in the age span that makes the most sense. I've got one who's never been found. 19-year-old girl doing some hiking and photography on the trails in Lolo. Called her ma and her boyfriend from Stevensville on July 16th, fresh off the Base Creek Trail. She planned, she said, to get some food, maybe another quick hike, then camp for the night. That's the last they heard from her. Last anybody did. Not a damn trace of her. He might have had more than Alice, Bodine offered. He might have another woman locked up right now. I talked to the agent who has that case, that still open case. We'll talk again. I went to Stevensville, talked to the people he talked to back then, who remembered seeing her. Still daylight when she walked off, and Alice says it was dark when she heard the scream. We're going to follow this through, try to narrow down when and where he grabbed her, if he did. I'm going to need to talk to Alice again, about when she might have heard the other sound she told Cal about. Other things that might mean other women. He let out a breath. On the next. I need to tell you, we haven't got anything panning out on Billie Jean's or Karen Allison's murders. The couple of leads we thought were viable just weren't. We're still working it. But we don't have anything new, and it's been months now. Longer it goes, the colder it gets. I'm sick and sorry about it. And last. He lifted his gaze to Callan's. You know Garrett's out on bail. But he'll do time, Cal. He will do time, and he'll never carry a badge again. Glad to hear it. You ought to stay clear of him. I'm just having a cigar on the front porch. Tate shook his head.
Rose.
You ought to stay clear. Thanks for the drink. I'm going to plan on talking to Alice tomorrow, but now I'm going home and hoping Lolly will warm up whatever she made for dinner. He pushed up, started down the porch steps. Looked up. We got a clear night. You see something like that sky, no matter how long you've been the police. You just don't understand why people do what they do to people. As Tate drove off, Sam picked up his empty glass, then Tate's. I'd better tell your mother all of this. Do you want me to talk to her with you? He shook his head at Bodine. I'll take care of this. He looked out where Tate's taillights grew small. Long, hard day for some of us. I don't know what to do. Bodine lifted her hands, let them fall when her father went in. What to do or think or feel. Nothing to do, but take it as it comes. I need to say, you know I've had an ear to the ground about Clintock. He's spending some time at the Step-Up bar. I'm going to take a drive over there in a few days. What's wrong with tomorrow? I believe we have a date and a fancy dinner. She flicked that away like a gnat. We'll have the fancy dinner next Saturday. Get this done, Skinner. It'll eat at you until you do. We'll go tomorrow. Bodine, are you saying you'd rather go to a potential bar fight than a fancy restaurant? I don't understand anyone who wouldn't.
Grinning, he held out a hand.
There come those powerful feelings again. Let's take a walk under this big sky. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He picked his wife. He had a plan. This time around there would be no mistake. Evenings, most usually he worked on organizing, on preparing. Supplies and security. A woman needed to be locked up tight until she understood the order of things. And even after that, he had the leg irons bolted strong to the wall, added 2 more sturdy locks to the door. Thinking of the noise some of them could make, he took time to staple up strips of foam on the walls. Not that anybody ever came around the cabin, but that sort of precaution should have been done long ago. Once done, he took a good look around, imagined his wife in the bed. Stripped down. He'd see to that and ready for planting. The image made him hard. So hard, he was grateful he wouldn't have to wait much longer. The long winter was over, and spring had come. The time for planting. To every time there was a season, he thought. And this was his. The seed his seed would take. Grow inside the young, fertile womb. And then he'd make another change. Leave the son in the care of the mother. Honor thy father and mother. Yes, this time that would be done. He'd even bring the boy to her for visits, maybe some schooling as he grew. And do the same with the sons who came after the first. They'd make a family, with him as the head, the woman as the helpmate, the sons as legacy. Confident in his plans, in his choice. He lay down on the bed where he'd plow and plant, and considered how once that seed took hold, he might choose another wife, start another son. He had room, could keep them separated until they learned to be sisters. Two, to keep him pleasured, to grow the sons, to grow the crops, tend the stock, to clean and cook as time went on. Two, to see to the women's duties while he took on the men's work, pursued the men's interests. He closed his eyes, building it all in his head. A kind of kingdom, he thought, and slept a little while to dream of it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callan planned to throw together a meal after work on Saturday, then drive out to the step-up bar about 9. He'd put in a full day. Spring weekends proved to be packed tight at the resort, and had seen to Sundown's feeding and grooming himself, and spent some time rubbing vitamin oil into the raw pink scar on his horse's belly. Battle scar. He straightened, gave Sundown a couple of good strokes. I can't balance the scales unless I shoot the bastard, and I just don't have that in me. Or don't want to act on it if I do. But I can add a couple of weights. Sundown stomped his right front hoof twice, and though Callan understood the horse reacted to his tone, he went with it. Yeah, one for each of us. Behave yourself, he ordered as he stepped out. Latched the stall door. He crossed over to Leo, scratched Bodine's gelding between the ears where he liked it best. Keep your eye on him. He wound his way out, exchanging words with a couple of the hands, turning down an invite to poker. Since he'd taken longer with Sundown than he'd planned, he backpedaled cooking to tossing a sandwich together. Then walked into the shack to the scent of cooking and the sight of Bodine at a stove. Woman, don't you have my supper on the table yet? Funny, she said without turning around. Sort of was. What are you cooking?
I didn't know you did much of that.
I don't, but I can brown up some meat and pour some barbecue sauce on it and fry up some potatoes. That's what you're getting. It smelled a hell of a lot better than a cheese sandwich. I'll take it and say thanks. Thought you would. Want a beer? She glanced back to see him shake his head, nodded hers. Saving that for after. While a few beers makes an interesting fight, a clear head's a smarter one. I wouldn't mind a Coke. He got out two, opened both. Bodine. Callan? That made him smile and kiss the top of her head. I've got words turning around in my head, looking for their right spots. When they get there, I've got things to say to you. Am I going to like hearing them? Well, you'll have to let me know. I need to wash up. I've been with the horses. You've got about 5, maybe 10 minutes before this is on the table. When he came back, she spooned generous portions of the sauced meat onto buns, scooped up fried potatoes, added a hefty portion of mixed vegetables. I stole the vegetables from Clementine. She had plenty done. After she sat with her own plate, he two-handed the filled bun, sampled. It's good. Got some bite to it. That's the hot sauce. I figured you could take it. Take it and like it. Meant to ask, since we're not booked real heavy on Tuesday, I'd like to have my mother bring the kid in for a while again. Brody loves the horses. And he's been asking for another pony ride. You don't have to ask about that, Callan. I like checking with the boss. The boss says anytime you can work it out's fine. Text me when they get in. I'll come down and see them if I can. I'll do that. I told her they've started tearing down the old place. How'd she take it? She was fine with it. Didn't matter. It didn't seem like she was putting that on, and I made a point of asking Savannah about it. She said the same, Ma's okay with it. She really loves having the piece of flooring, especially since Justin made it into picture frames. And the rose bushes, especially those. So it was the right thing to do. Was that weighing on you?
Some.
Off and on. Now it's not. So only this. Wouldn't you rather stay back here tonight while I go deal with Clintock? She stabbed some potatoes, looking at him with a little smile while she ate, clutching my pearls while I paced the floor, and having a ripped petticoat for bandages ready. Never seen you wear pearls or a petticoat. though I imagine you'd look really good in both. And why do you assume I'd need bandages? Grammy's pearls are set aside for me, and I could borrow them if I wanted to clutch them. I don't own a petticoat, so you'll do without bandages ripped from one. But I already tossed a bag of frozen peas in your freezer because Clintock's big and he's a brawler. I may not have a doubt you'll kick his ass, but he'll land a few. Watching him. She licked sauce off her finger. But to answer your question, don't start thinking because I cooked you a meal ago full stereotypical female. You're not stereo or typical anything. Damn right. I'm going. Somebody's got to hold your coat, and nobody's robbing me of the pleasure of seeing you bloody him some. How about after our fancy dinner next Saturday we get a fancy hotel room? She polished off her sandwich, downed a little Coke. Have you got money to burn, Skinner? I've got it to spend. Looks like I'll be packing an overnight bag. Let's get these dishes done and get going. I was thinking I could eat another helping. She poked a finger against his taut belly. You'll regret that thinking if he lands those couple in your gut. Can't argue with that, he decided and pushed back from the table. Chapter 28. The step-up bar slouched beside a two-pump gas station that primarily stocked cigarettes, chewing tobacco, and ammo. You could buy coffee there if burning a layer from your stomach lining caused no concern, but the soft drink machine stuck out front offered the better bet on the rare occasions it was stocked. Across the weedy, pitted gravel lot, a 20-room motel with a reputation for dubious sanitary standards welcomed only the most desperate of travelers. Still, some locals enjoyed the fuck you ambience and patronized the bar for some serious drinking. And occasionally, enough drinks lured a couple or two over to the motel for the non-advertised hourly room rate. The three enterprises largely stayed afloat due to bikers traveling through who preferred cheap drinks, a hard-eyed game of pool, and the occasional brawl over the niceties. Before he'd taken off for California, Callan had dragged Chase in there with him for a couple of rounds of rebellious underage drinking, as nobody in the place gave a New York rat's ass about checking IDs. As Callan pulled in, past the flickering vacancy sign for the one-shot motel, he saw nothing much had changed. He heard the insect buzz of the vacancy sign swatting at the still night air. Rising over it, the moon rode, a bite away from full, on a star-struck sky. He steered away from the line of parked bikes, slid in next to a pickup. Shook his head. Chase leaned back against the truck, Rory beside him, with Jessica and Chelsea flanking them. Didn't know we were having a party. That's how it goes, Bodine said as she climbed out. Callan got out, walked over, scanned the lineup. I appreciate the support, but it looks like I need an army to tend to my business here. I don't care how it looks. Chase pushed off the truck. Clintock did what he did on our land. We won't get in his way, or yours, unless he tries something dirty. He's in there. Rory wagged his thumb behind him. His truck's down there. Callan tried one last time. It's not the best place or circumstances to bring dates. Now Rory grinned. You brought one. Plus, tell him, Chelsea. I've got a black belt in Taekwondo. When she lowered into a fighting stance, Callan could only wonder. I took it all through college. And I have a mighty and fatally accurate bitch slap, Jessica added. Couldn't change it, Callan decided. So he'd trust the brothers would keep the women out of harm's way should harm rise up. All I need to do is punch him in the face. That'll square it for me. Chase nodded. Then you get that done, and we'll all be on our way. Callan went in with what he thought of now as his damn entourage, and saw the interior hadn't changed much, either. The decor ran heavy to taxidermy with bear and buck heads mounted, the Montana state flag framed beside the Gadsden. One new element? A sign reading, "Guns don't kill people, I do." A couple of biker types smacked pool balls around, and a couple more drank bottled beer and watched. The place held two booths. In one, a couple of old guys who looked permanently pissed off sat across from each other, working on their beers and playing cards. He judged the second booth commandeered by the bikers. As empty bottles littered the table and leather jackets formed heaps on the seats. 7 stools lined the bar, all full. At first glance, he didn't recognize a soul but Clintock at the end, then felt a little tug of recognition for the big guy center bar, chomping down on beer nuts. As the others filed in behind him, The balls stopped clattering. Asses shifted on stools. Callan hoped to hell the fact the female population of the bar now numbered 3 didn't stir up trouble. But he knew by the way Clintock straightened on his stool that at least one patron knew trouble had walked in. "Skinner? That you?" The big guy gestured. "Kiss my ass, that's you, Cal Skinner. Heard you were back." "Sandy Rhymes," Bodine muttered, and a light bulb switched on. "How you doing, Sandy? Could complain, won't bother." "Hey there, Chase," Rory Bodine ma'am. He had a big, homely face and a sweet, almost angelic smile. "You bunch make a wrong turn somewhere?" "Nope. I'm where I aimed for." "Well, if you're having a beer, stick with the bottles. Slats here would tell you the same," he added, wagging his own bottle toward the hefty, bored-eyed bartender. "We're not drinking right now. I've got some other business." Sandy took a peer down the bar. "Clintock? If you got a beef with him, I'd wait." His mile-wide shoulders straightened, stiffened, and the sweet smile vanished. "He's the one who shot your horse? I heard about that." Sandy slapped down his beer, started to push his mighty girth out of the stool. "It's okay." Christ, he didn't need to add another. "I've got this." "Hope you do." "Just stay back here," Callan told the rest, and walked down the bar to Clintock. "We've got business to finish." "Fuck you, Skinner. I figure you're carrying. So I'm going to say if I see your hand go where I think your gun is, I'll break that hand at the wrist." The red started creeping up into Clintock's face. "You're threatening a police officer?" "I'm threatening an asshole, an unemployed one, I hear. I'm threatening a coward who hides up in the trees and shoots a horse. So you're going to want to keep those hands where I can see them." Callan felt rather than saw the man on the stool behind him slide off. "Ease away. Coward." Clintock pushed off the stool. "You're a murdering coward. You killed 2 women." Now Callan sensed the bikers tuning in. "You want to believe that. You know different, but you want it to be true. What is true is, you shot my horse." Clintock rammed a finger into Callan's chest. Callan let him. "I was shooting at a snake. Even your aim's not that bad. Same as you ever were." Eyes hot, teeth bared, Clintock jabbed the finger again. "No good. No good whelp from a loser who gambled away everything and hanged himself from the shame of it. And here you come? You come in here with the longbow men and women to hide behind. They're just here as audience for the ass-kicking. You want the ass-kicking in here or outside? That's your choice. You take it outside." The bartender brought out a bat, slapped it against his palm. "Outside then," Callan said. He saw the punch coming, made another decision to let it come. It landed hard enough to set his ears ringing, but he just wiped the blood from his lip. "Keep coming." Callan backed up toward the door. Clintock took 2 charging steps, and as Callan braced, Sandy flung out a beefy arm.
"Now."
"What are you reaching for back there, Garrett?" He yanked the .32 out of its holster. "Man's a bushwhacker," he announced to the bar. "Shot this man's horse out from under him. We don't stand for that. No, Zaire, we don't. We don't stand for trying to draw down on an unarmed man, neither." He slapped the gun on the bar. "Best put that behind the bar, Slats."
"Now."
"Are you walking outside to settle this on your own, Garrett, or do you want me to help you?" "Keep your hands off me, useless retard of a drunk. Get back there, and keep the door open." Callan murmured to Chase. "I'll get him through it. Let's go, Clintock. If you try to run out the back, I bet I'm faster." "Run from you." Clintock charged forward. He grabbed a beer from the bar, smashed the bottle, continued to charge, slicing with the jagged glass. Callan danced aside, let the momentum carry Clintock forward, and booted him hard enough in the ass to propel him through the door. Chase grabbed Clintock's wrist, twisted. The broken bottle fell on the gravel. "Thanks." Callan came roaring through. "Stay out of it." He knocked the off-balance Clintock to the ground, had the pleasure of seeing him skid over the gravel and leave blood smeared on the stones. Then stepped back, waited. Bodine kicked the broken glass aside, and like Callan watched as Clintock slowly gained his feet. His hands bled from their rude run over the gravel. Under the big moon and the snap and sizzle of the vacancy sign, she saw the darkening stain on the knees of his jeans from the spill, and the hot blaze of rage in his eyes. "Go get him," she murmured to Callan. But to Callan's mind, remarkably cool at the moment, words delivered as sharp an insult as fists. Guns, broken bottles. Suits you, Clintock. Just like hiding out in the rocks and trees and shooting down at a horse. Just like putting a bullet in some helpless pup's head suits you. He shot a puppy? This from one of the bikers as they filed out to watch the fight. Son of a bitch. That all suits you, Callan continued. Like ambushes suit you. Like having your friends hold a man down so you can beat on him. That one didn't work out so well for you as I recall. Time to see how you do 1-to-1 in a straight-up fight. Should have put the bullet in you. Callan smiled. Which time? Back when we were kids and you killed that little dog, or now when you shot my horse? Both. With that, Clintock charged. Callan dodged the jab that flew as wild as any temper tantrum, followed it with a solid right cross, snapping Clintock's head back, bloodying his nose. He'd told himself he'd be satisfied with this. With one bare-fisted punch that drew blood. But by God, it lit a fire in him, one that had simmered for years. Before he actively thought it through, his left hook landed on Clintock's jaw. Maybe the two rapid blows cleared Clintock's head, or maybe he had instincts of his own. Either way, Callan took a couple of punishing strikes to the ribs before he blackened his opponent's eye. Behind them, Jessica closed her hand over Bodine's. "We should stop them." "Oh, hell no." Bodine winced when Callan took one to the face, jabbed her own free hand out when he delivered a pair of breath-stealing gut shots, followed it with a wicked uppercut. Boots scraped over gravel as they lunged, as they circled. The metallic scent of blood wound around the smell of beer, of sweat, and surprisingly of the jerky Sandy gnawed on. Animal grunts, the snap and crunch of knuckles meeting flesh, meeting bone. Beside her, Jessica shifted, gave up, and put her hand over her eyes. "Tell me when it's over." Nearly is. Working all her life with cowboys. Growing up with two brothers, not to mention Callan himself, Bodine figured she'd seen her share of fistfights and dust-ups. And she could judge them. Clintock had the advantage of sheer power. But Callan had the weight on strategy. Then there was hot rage against cold fire. Each time Callan landed a blow, Clintock's response grew sloppier. He's telegraphing, she thought. Come on, Skinner. Can't you see thouch? Then she watched Callan return the glancing punch off his cheekbone with a jab fast and slick as a snake, a gut-punishing follow-up, and that vicious uppercut. The last knocked Clintock off his feet, and Callan was on top of him. He didn't pummel his downed opponent, though she wouldn't have lost an ounce of respect for him if he had. The onlookers not only expected it, but vocally encouraged it. Instead, Callan pinned his man down, spoke clearly. It's done. You come back at me again, come back at any who matter to me. I won't just put you on the ground. I'll put you in it. Believe it. He shoved up. Now get gone. He walked away, leaning heavy on pride to keep from limping, taking from Bodine the hat that had flown off his head during the battle. Set it comfortably on his head. I guess I ought to buy everybody a drink. You're bleeding, Jessica said. After a swipe of bruised knuckles over his bruised face, Callan shrugged. Not much. Is it men? Jessica wondered. Is it men altogether, or is it men in hats? We'll talk about it over a beer. Amused, Bodine started to give her friend a tug toward the door, then shouted a warning. Clintock stumbled back into the light, a gun in his hand. Callan shoved her clear, stepped quickly away from the group as Clintock raised the gun. Her world stopped in an instant, slowed to an endless spin in that same snap of time. She heard shouting, like voices in a tunnel, felt someone drag her back as she tried to surge forward. Then nothing. She saw, horribly. She saw Clintock's finger pull the trigger. One, twice, a third time. And nothing. The baffled look on his face might have been funny if the ground hadn't undulated under her feet. As it did. Callan strode over it. The roundhouse was pure fury, sent Clintock flying back before he landed. And stayed down. You could have hit my woman, you miserable son of a bitch. He picked up the gun.
Checked it.
Empty. Rory figured he had one in his truck. Pale but game, Chelsea gripped Rory's arm. So he checked. A good salesman reads people. Moving easy, Rory walked to Callan.
Took the gun.
So I unloaded it. I owe you. Not a thing, but I'll take that drink. Callan glanced back at Clintock, not just down, he noted, but out.
We've got to do something about that.
I've done it. Holding up her phone, Jessica stepped back outside. The sheriff's on his way. Oh, now, Jessie. Why'd you go and do that? She only gaped at Callan.
Why?
He tried to kill you. She's right. Chase reached out, drew her to his side. I know how you feel, but she's right. She's damn right. It took all Bodine's willpower not to simply explode. If Rory didn't have more sense than I've ever given him credit for, you'd be dead or close enough. He's not just an asshole, he's a crazy asshole. He's not just a coward. He's a murdering. Because he heard touches of hysteria, Callan moved to her, took her arms. Okay. You probably want to take a breath or two. Don't tell me to take a breath.
Or two.
He kissed her, said, shit, when the contact stung, then leaned in to whisper. Don't cry. You'll hate yourself. I'm fine. Drinks all around. Callan told the bartender while he kept his eyes on Bodine's. I'm good for it. You'd better be. With a last look at Clintock, the bartender slapped his bat against his palm again. He got what was coming to him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Maybe so, but clearly Tate didn't look pleased when he pulled up some 20 minutes later. He looked at Clintock sitting on the ground, his hands secured behind his back with a zip tie, his face bloody. Looked over at Callan, leaning against the wall of the bar, sipping a beer along with Bodine, her brothers, and the other women. He crouched down beside Clintock. I told you to steer clear. I was having a drink, and he busted in with his goddamn posse and started it. And you decided to finish it by pulling a gun? Wouldn't have had to if you'd done your job and locked that murdering bastard up. I've done my job right along, just like I'm going to do it now. You busted your bail carrying a gun in the first damn place. Curtis, lock him up in the back, and we'll take some statements, see what the hell's what here. He walked over to Callan. Told you to steer clear too, didn't I? We all decided to go out and have a drink, Bodine said. We wanted to show Jessica some more of the local color. After a long stare, Tate scrubbed his face with his hand. Bodine, that's just insulting. It's not altogether untrue, Callan put in. But it's also true I knew Clintock would probably be here. And it was surely true I planned to knock him on his ass. I could toss you in the back with him, charge you with assault. Well now, you could. Studying his beer, Chase spoke thoughtfully. It's not going to stick real well, seeing as Clintock threw the first punch, then went for his gun. You can ask the bunch in there if that's how it went down, and when you talk to Sandy Rhymes, he'll be sure to tell you he pulled Clintock's gun, the one he had on him, away from him before he could use it. Miss Bozov said Clintock had a gun aimed at Callan outside. He got that one out of his truck after Callan beat him in a fair fight. I unloaded that one, Rory added. I had to figure he had one in his truck, and since he'd already shot Callan once, tried to do the same again inside, it seemed prudent to take that precaution. Now Tate used both hands to scrub at his face. Jesus suffering Christ. You forgot about the broken glass. He smashed a bottle, Chelsea continued, charged at Cal with it. He didn't fight fair till he had to, and even then. Does your mom know you're out here getting in bar fights? Tate demanded. She knows I'm with Rory. Or I expect she does. I live in the village, but I talk to her most every day. A bunch of sass, that's what I get. Curtis, you go in, start with Sandy Rhymes. Get his statement. Miss Bozov. Jessica, we're going to take a walk over to the vending machine, since I can't have a good shot of whiskey as I want. I'm going to assume you're the one standing here, with the most sense. So you're going to tell me every step of what happened. I'd be glad to. Callan took another pull on his beer as they crossed the lot. He's going to be pissed a while. He'll get over it. Bodine shrugged. He knew you'd hunt Clintock down, and he knew he'd have done the same himself given the circumstances. What'll be longer than pissed off is disappointed. Not in you, but in Clintock. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It took more than an hour, and by the end of it Callan felt every bruise and scrape. He thought fondly of the bag of peas Bodine had tossed in his freezer, and only wished she'd tossed in a half dozen. Still, he considered every twinge, throb, and ache well worth it. Garrett Clintock would look through bars for a very long time. He supposed Jessica's comment before they'd all gone their separate ways hit the mark, too. Clintock needed some serious head shrinking. If he gritted his teeth against the banging in his ribs when he got out of the truck, he could remind himself Clintock had worse. Do you want to go tell Sundown he's been avenged? I'll tell him in the morning. With some sympathy, Bodine put an arm around his waist. You can lean on me. And looking up, she sighed at the moon. I have to say this ranks as the prettiest night in my experience for a fight. Jessica got some strange and arty-type pictures of a step-up and some of the patrons while Tate gave you the final lecture. She opened the door, took off his hat, tossed it aside, then brushed her fingers over his face as she surveyed the damage. You won't look pretty for a few days, but you broke his nose. I thought so. Don't ever shove me aside like that again. Now he arched his eyebrows. Even that hurt. I can guarantee you, should some fuckhead asshole ever wave a gun around in your direction, I'll shove you aside again. Then next time I'll be ready. And shove you first. She gave him a little one, tugged him back to unbutton his shirt. Let's have a look at the rest of you. He gripped her hands. It stopped my heart, shut it right down. The idea of you getting hit. It didn't do mine any good, either, when you stepped aside and gave him a clear shot at you. Damn, Gary Coopering. Clint Eastwooding. Chase is more Gary Cooper. He grabbed her face, kissed her hard so pain and lust and pleasure all burst and tangled. Hot, so instantly hot, she gripped his shoulders, struggled to gentle her hold. You're in no shape to get me revved up tonight, Skinner. I've got to get this done. Fast, he pulled off her shirt, shoved her back against the door. I've got to have you. Just let me have you. He flicked open the catch of her bra, dragged it aside, filled his hands with her breasts. Let me have you. I wanted to tear your clothes off since you threw the first punch. So she did. Starting with his shirt. Don't complain later when I hurt you. When she crushed her mouth to his, he dragged her to the floor. All the heat, all the fire, all the passion he'd banked to fight cold and clear surged into him. That need to pound flesh now burned as a need to possess it. Possess her. And with a madness snapped free. He felt pain as her hands, rough and greedy, pulled at his clothes, dug into muscle. But distant, almost unconnected, all but buried under this fresh, wild hunger. He didn't wait for her, couldn't wait, but rammed himself into her as soon as he'd stripped her down far enough. Then he rode like his life depended on it. She arched up on a breathless cry, gripping his hair like a rope to keep her from falling off a cliff. His eyes had gone green, reflecting hers, with an almost feral intensity that kept her gaze locked to them. It tore through her, a wildfire, a lightning bolt, leaving her senses as scorched earth. She bucked under him, driving him harder, faster. If he plundered, she ravished. And when that bolt struck again, she rode the lightning until they burned themselves out. Shuddering, slicked with sweat and some blood from wounds opened in the madness, she wheezed in air. His heart hammered against hers even as he lay, full weight, spent over her. She thought of the moment Clintock had raised his gun, that spinning, the sensation of the ground shaking, and thought this was nearly the same. Here's what you're going to do. Bodine. I think there are multiple reasons I'm not going to be able to move right this minute. I warned you not to complain when I hurt you. What you're going to do is go in and take a hot shower. When you come out, you're going to take some Motrin, some whiskey, and we're going to ice down what needs icing, treat and bandage what needs that. I'm fine right here. That's sex adrenaline. And it's going to pass really soon. Sex adrenaline. She felt his lips curve against her throat. Ought to be bottled. You kicked ass that needed kicking tonight. And you topped that off with the best hot and crazy floor sex in my personal experience. Mine, too. That's about as manly a night as it gets, in my estimation. But you're hurt more than you might think. It'll be worse if we don't see to it. Gently, almost tenderly, her hand stroked over his back. Do that for me, Callan. She never asked, not really. And never in that way, that soft way. So he had no choice. And when he moved, the gasp and groan escaped before he could stop them. Your ribs took the worst. Left side. I know it. But for the first time, he looked down, saw the spread of black and blue, hits of angry red. Well, shit. It'll look and feel worse tomorrow, so let's get ahead of it. She yanked off the single boot he still wore and the jeans that had been caught on it. Rising, she offered him a hand. Come on, cowboy, hit the shower. He gripped her arm, got slowly, painfully to his feet, then just stood looking at her. You've got to know what's coming. Her heart stuttered a little. Maybe. But I don't think it should come when you can barely stand, and the standing we're doing is naked. You're probably right. It'll wait. She pulled on her jeans again while he limped off to the shower. It would wait, she thought. She didn't need a lot of fuss, but if and when the man she now realized she'd been walking toward all her life told her he loved her, she'd at least like him to say so when he wasn't bleeding.
There's a place where the sun sets slow, where the flowers bloom and the soft winds blow. It's a quiet spot where time stands still, a peaceful haven on this hill, where the trees are tall and the grass is green and the world feels more like a dream. In this little corner I found my peace, a place where all my worries cease. And in this space I feel alive. With every breath I start to thrive. No need to rush, no need to fight. In my little corner everything's right. A little corner of the world so bright, where every day feels like a light. In the shade of the old oak tree, I'm exactly where I wanna be. My little corner, here I'll stay, where the world can't take my peace away. In my little corner I found my home, a place to rest, a place to roam, a place to roam. The sound of birds is all I hear.
Chapter 29. He didn't mind the black eye or the bruised jaw, the nicks and cuts or swollen knuckles. The ribs gave him some trouble. But after a day or two they didn't scream every time he moved wrong. Since it struck close to the truth, he spun a tale for guests, especially the kids, of getting into a saloon fight with a bushwhacker. And he talked Alice into taking a ride with him. She lavished affection and attention on Rosie, and the young mare responded to it with utter devotion. With Maureen, Alice planted the sister garden. In the kitchen, she cooked simple dishes with Clementine. With the weather warming, she often sat with the grannies on one of the porches crocheting. The big day came when she agreed to drive with the grannies to Bodine House, to look it over, to consider if she'd be happy living there. They stopped by the BAC, he learned later, at Alice's request. Even from a distance, he could spot her nerves. So he detoured and led the two horses he'd chosen for an upcoming trail ride toward the women. Ladies, and here I thought this was as pretty as a day could get. You proved me wrong. I do like a flirting man. Miss Fancy winked at him. We went to the house, the Bodine house. Ma and Grammy live there when they don't live at the ranch. I could live there. I could live there. I don't know. You don't have to decide now, Cora soothed. We just wanted you to see it. There's a barn, it's just a little one. Rosie could stay there. Wouldn't she get lonely? It's hard to be alone. She'd have fine boys like these two to visit with all day long. Alice studied the two horses, moved in to stroke them. Lots of horses in the paddock.
Lots. Who's that?
He glanced back. That's Carol. She works with me. With the horses. She has long hair, and she works with the horses. It doesn't look like it did. She looked all around, hugged her elbows. I can hardly remember how it looked, but not like this. She works here. You work here. It's close to Bodine House. I like to sneak over and mooch lunch sometimes when your ma and Miss Fancy are around. Maybe if you decide to try living there, you'd come over here sometimes and help me out. She stopped looking everywhere with those nervous eyes. Come here, help out? With you? With the horses? Like I do for Sam and Chase at the ranch. Yeah, like that. I can always use somebody who knows their way around horses like you do. I'm good with them. They're good with me.
Who's that?
That's Easy. He works here, too. Is that a name? I don't know that name. It's Easy's name, Callan said and signaled him over. Alice immediately stepped back, grabbed Cora's hand. I just want him to take these boys into the paddock over there. We've got people coming to ride them. Because he works here, Alice whispered and clung to Cora's hand. Ladies. Easy tapped the brim of his hat. Easy, how about taking these two in? Getting them saddled? Sure thing, boss. Because you work here, Alice murmured, staring at him. I sure do, ma'am. Best job there is. Carol said she'll take Harmony on this ride. Wanted to ask if I should load Sundown up to trailer down to the center for the lesson you've got coming up. I'll ride him down. We can both use it. Sundown's here. Alice gestured. I see him. That's one fine horse. Big boss coming, Easy added, and Alice tore her eyes from his face to look around. It's Bodine. Alice's hand relaxed in Cora's. Bodine works here, too. It's close to the Bodine house. I'll get these fellas saddled. Ladies. Easy tapped his brim again, led the horses away as Bodine strode up. Bodine. I went to see Bodine house. Nothing looks the same. Everything's different. It's big. It is big. Casually, she draped an arm around Alice's shoulders. We like to think we have something for everybody who's looking for a Western experience. Maybe one day you'll take a ride around with me, see more of it. To my mind, there's no better way to see Bodine Resort than on horseback. We can ride around? That's right.
Now.
I'd like to ride now. I can take a ride with you. Callan grinned at her, knowing she'd be ticking off a half-dozen things she'd planned to do. And none of them would be giving Alice a tour on horseback. Bodine must be so busy, Cora began. She's the big boss. You know you're right. And the big boss can take an hour to show you around. Skinner, you pick out a good mount for my aunt. I can do that. You'll have Leo. I saw him over in the paddock. I'll have a new horse. I'm not afraid to ride a new one. You ought to come over with me. Pick out one who looks good to you. Obviously pleased, Alice took Callan's hand. I know you're busy, Bo, Cora said, watching Alice walk away with Callan. I like being busy. Why don't you and Grammy go on up, have some lunch? And I'll text you when we're back. You're a good girl, Bodine. Don't let anybody tell you different.
Come on, Cora.
I'm in the mood for a glass of wine with lunch. She'd have to work late, Bodine thought as she saddled Leo. But she'd planned to anyway. 2 events that night, she mused, and she wanted to lend a hand at least in getting them going. Besides, she had that fancy dinner to look forward to tomorrow night. She figured Callan would get his words together by then. And if he didn't, she'd take that bull by the horns and say her own. Carol works here, Alice said so quietly Bodine barely heard. She's taking those people out riding. She has bluebirds on her boots. She's taking them on a trail ride. I thought we'd ride more in the open so you can get a good idea how things are laid out. We'll ride in the open. Easy works here.
He's too thin.
He must need a wife to cook for him. He could learn to cook for himself. He calls Cal boss, but you're the big boss. And she doesn't let us forget it. Callan moved in to check the cinches. You picked a good one here with Jake. Want a leg up? I don't need one anymore. Alice swung into the saddle as if she'd done so every day of her life, and made him proud. You have a good ride, Miss Alice. I can, because you and Sundown taught me again. You've got a ma, but you're mine, too. You can be mine, too. Touched Callan patted her knee. We can be each other's.
I'm Elise.
You call me Alice. No more Miss Alice, if we can be each other's. Alice it is. With Bodine, she walked the horse through the gate Callan opened. We can ride toward the river, Bodine told her. We'll see some cabins, and pretty country and one of the camps. Camps. It's called glamping. Glamour camping because it's really fancy and plush, and we do it up right on the resort. Not like pitching a tent and pulling out a bedroll. Do we have to meet more people? No, recognizing her nerves, Bodine tried an easy smile. I mean, we could go by somebody who'd say hi, but you don't have to talk to anybody if you don't want to. I get nervous when I do if I don't know them. I'm better. I think I'm better. Alice, you're so much better. I met Carol and Easy. And that's enough for one day. Smiling, Bodine looked over and saw tears standing in Alice's eyes. What is it? What's wrong? Do you want to go back?
No.
I was happy to see you. Happy to see Cal. I get happy to see Chase and Rory. You're not mine. You're not mine. He took my babies away, all my babies. And they're not my babies now. They're my babies and not my babies. If Bobby found them, if I found them, they're not my babies. All grown up and with another ma. A good ma would never tell them about their daddy. I can't have them back. I'd have to tell them. And they don't know me. I'm not the mother. She let out a shuddering sigh. I can say it. I can tell you when we're riding. It hurts in my heart, but it hurts more when I think of telling them. Cal says I'm brave. It's braver not to look, not to find, not to tell. But it hurts. I can't even imagine how much. Bobby put the man who shot Cal and Sundown in jail. He'll put Sir in jail when he finds him. But I have to tell him not to find my babies. I have to tell him that and protect them. If I ever have a daughter, I'm going to name her Alice. Alice gasped, and though tears shimmered in her eyes, they widened with stunned joy. Alice?
For me.
For my brave aunt, who'll get to spoil her. And rock her to sleep? This time her sighs spoke of pleasure. I can sing to her. Riini, and I can sing to her. She'll have a good ma, a good daddy. Settling, she looked around. It is pretty country. It feels like home again. Every day it feels more like home again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Whatever crunch it put her in, Bodine deemed it worth the hour or so she spent riding with Alice. At sunset, she stepped out to check on the photography club holding their annual awards banquet and was pleased to see the sky didn't disappoint. All 38 members worked to capture the brilliance of light and color, the billows and streams. A number of guests there for the first outdoor concert of the season did the same. Satisfied, she went to check on their headliner. The musicians ran into Chelsea and Jessica. Have the waitstaff light all the candles in about 15 minutes, Jessica said. I want the porches, the patios, the gardens to sparkle as soon as it's dark. And we need at least 2 waitstaff circling out here. On my list, Chelsea assured her. I was about to hunt you down, and here you are.
Chelsea.
Did you pick up those samples for the summer setups? The napkins and rings and candles. Yesterday. I left them on your... She slapped a hand to her face. Crap. I left them on my kitchen counter. I walked right out without them, and you wanted them today. I'll run home and get them right now. You've got a full list right now. It can wait.
I'm sorry, Bo.
I know you wanted to look them over. Show them to your mother and your grannies, and it won't take me 10 minutes to get them and come back. You're going to be running around here nonstop in about 5 minutes. Jessica reminded her. I can slip out in about an hour. They weren't top priority, Bodine thought, but they were on the day's agenda. Why don't we do this? I can just swing by and get them on my way home. I'm hoping to leave all this to both of you in about an hour. It's easy for me to go by the village on the way home. If you don't mind giving me a key, I'll get it for you. I'm really sorry. It could wait, but I'm going to be showing it to a bunch of women. I want to give them time to argue about it. 2 minutes. Just put it under the mat when you leave. I'll give the waitstaff a heads up on the way. She'll kick herself for a week. She shouldn't, Bodine said. She did me a favor picking them up when I was crunched for time. In any case, I'll be here for another hour, longer if you need. Just let me know if you need a hand with either group. With Chelsea's key in her pocket, she circled around, slipping into the dining hall to check on setup, then over to the mill to do the same. She came back out to Callan standing with the horses under the rise of a full red moon. The music started up with a lusty, nothing on but the radio. She considered it perfect. I thought you'd have headed home by now. I'm about to, he said as she walked to him. I wondered if I'd put it off long enough for you to be ready. Not for about an hour. You'll lead Leo home for me? I'm going to steal one of the Kias. Then I better give you these now. He pulled a clutch of flowers from his saddlebag. You bought me flowers? I stole them from here, and they're on the way. I guess the sunset put me in a mood, and that moon did the rest. You said once you liked getting flowers from a man. And I do. She took them, smiling at him. That's something I wouldn't expect you to remember. I remember a lot when it comes to you. I've got those words. Oh, but I plan to put them together tomorrow. After that fancy dinner. That'd be more standard. But look at that moon, Bodine, that big, red moon hanging up there. It says more for people like you and me than champagne. She looked up at the big, brilliant ball in the endless sky. It did say more to people like him and her. He knew her. She knew him. I want you to know what I'm going to say I haven't said to another woman. My mother, my sister, a few times. Not enough times, but I'm going to work on that. But never to a woman. Not when I was here, not when I was gone, because saying it changes things, so I've been careful. She looked down at the flowers, wild ones, she thought. Nothing hothouse, but flowers that came wild and free. And back up at him. His face still bruised, his eyes blue in the moonlight. That's a lot of words already, Skinner. I'm working up to the important ones. When I came back, when I saw you again, it gave me a jolt. Not just that you'd grown up, gotten prettier, but seeing you made me realize I'd thought of you a lot when I was gone. Just little things. Bits and pieces of my life here. The good ones. The good ones always seem to have you in there, one way or the other. I didn't come back for you, but you made coming back right. All the way right. We felt something for each other, and maybe we figured we'd jump into that, and that would be enough. It's not enough for me, and I'll do whatever it takes so it's not enough for you. I love you. There it is, she whispered, took a step closer. Lifting a hand, he nudged her back. I'm not finished. You're the first, you're going to be the last. You can have some time to get used to that. But that's how it is. Now I'm finished. I was going to say I love you back, but I'm going to need you to specify just what you're saying I have to get used to. A woman as smart as you ought to make that connection. We're getting married. We what? She took a deliberate step back. You can take some time on that, but he yanked her back. Go back to the first part. You can't just leapfrog right over. He kissed her, drew it out. Go back to the first part, he repeated. I love you back. But you can't tell me we're getting married. Just did. I'll get you a ring if you want one. I'll pick it out though. If I'm going to wear something I ought to have a say in. This time she cut herself off, nudged him back. Maybe I don't want to get married. A woman comes from what you do, sees what it can mean to make that promise. She'll be fine with it. I'm going to need your promise, Bodine. Just like I'm going to need to give you mine. But you can take some time on it. He kissed her again, hard, brief, final. We can talk about it when you get home. With that, he took Leo's reins. Swung up on Sundown. I'll wait for you. As he started to turn the horses, Sundown sent her a look. On a human face, she'd have called it a smirk. You might have a long wait. I don't think so, he said, and broke into an easy trot. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. No doubt Bodine ran late because Callan had messed up her thought process. How was she supposed to concentrate on work, on questions from staff, on making sure the opening concert of the season got off to a smooth start when he'd effectively tossed marriage at her like a set of car keys and told her she'd be driving whether she was in the mood or not? She'd prepared herself for the I love you back portion, though by her schedule that should have been on Saturday's menu. But the leap straight to marriage didn't give her time to get her feet under her. Still, she put his flowers in a vase, put the vase on her desk. She appreciated the flowers. She appreciated a lot when it came to Callan Skinner. She didn't appreciate being told how she'd spend the rest of her life, because he'd hit the bullseye on one element. She knew where she came from, and where she came from took marriage seriously. Not on a whim, not in a rush of hormones or dreamy feelings, but seriously, as the foundation for everything else. With Chelsea's key in her pocket, she got behind the wheel of the little car she'd borrowed for the night. That's what she'd tell him, she decided. She wouldn't be told. And she took marriage seriously. And she'd say just that when she damn well felt like it. He could wait. She left the music, the lights, the guests, and the staff behind and drove into the quiet. She could use some quiet, some thinking time. As she pulled up in front of Chelsea's apartment in the village, she half wished she'd asked Jessica for her key, too. A little quiet and thinking time there, then a friend to listen. Maybe she'd pick up the samples, take them back to her office. Or take a drive along the river. Or go home and close herself up in her room. All of which, she admitted, struck like avoidance when she laid them out. Hell with it. She unlocked the door, propped it open with her hip to slip the key under the mat, and stepping in, reached out to switch on the lights. The arm around her throat cut off her air and turned her shout into a garbled gasp. Instinct had her stomping down with her boot, jabbing back with an elbow. The quick, sharp bite in her biceps turned panic into terror, so she dragged uselessly at the arm around her neck. And felt herself falling down a tunnel, limbs limp. Everything slowed down. Then, everything stopped. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though it was close to midnight before she drove into the village, Jessica found herself revved. Everything had gone perfectly, and now she could leave the cleanup portion to Chelsea's and Rory's, as he'd shown up, supervision. While she expected Chase would be asleep, ranch life started early. She thought she'd text him so he'd hear from her the minute he woke in the morning. Text him, she thought. After she'd shed her work clothes and poured a glass of wine. With a smile on her face, it still amazed her anyone could be so ridiculously happy. She parked her car, got out. She'd taken 2 steps to her building when she noticed the Kia parked at the curb rather than in a slot. And in front of Chelsea's section. Wondering why in the world Bodine would still be there more than an hour after she'd left, she wandered down, glanced in the car. Bodine's briefcase sat on the passenger seat. Unsure, uneasy. She went to Chelsea's door, knocked.
Bo.
Maybe she got caught up in the samples, she thought, but she couldn't see a single light reflecting in a window. She lifted a corner of the mat, saw the key. Shoving aside innate courtesy, Jessica picked it up, unlocked the door. Bodine. She reached for the light switch, flipped it, but the dark remained. When she took another step,
Her foot hit something.
bending down, she picked up Bodine's hat. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The fact she made him wait didn't trouble Callan. She wouldn't be the woman he loved if she'd been biddable. Added to it, he liked knowing he'd knocked her off her stride some. The woman had damn good balance. So he'd wait. A man could do worse than sit out on a pretty spring night, under that big red moon, waiting for his woman. He considered wandering back inside, getting a beer, maybe a book to while the time away. Chase flew out of the house, and Callan surged to his feet. His heart had bounded straight into his throat before Chase said a word. Somebody's got Bo. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Everything blurred. Everything muffled. Her vision. Her mind, her hearing. She wanted to call out, but couldn't form any words. She felt no pain, felt no fear, felt nothing. Gradually she became aware of light, like a lamp with a dirty shade. And sound, an indistinct clicking. No color, but shapes behind the dirty light. She couldn't think of names to go with the shapes. As she struggled to find them, the pain awoke with a vicious pounding in her head. She felt the moan move in her throat as much as heard it. One of the shapes moved closer.
Man.
The shape was a man. You're not the one. That's not your house. It's your own fault. It's not my fault. He moved away again, and through the ugly pounding in her head, the too rapid beat of her heart, she began to make out other shapes. The names for them. Walls, sink, hot plate, floor, door.
Locks. God.
She tried to move, to push up, and the world rocked. For horses, she heard him say. I didn't use too much. Just to keep you quiet, to get you here. But not you wasn't supposed to be you. Chelsea's apartment.
Key under the mat.
Dark inside. She concentrated on moving her fingers, then her hands, then her feet. Something weighed on her left foot, and when she heard the rattle of a chain, She knew. The trembling started deep inside, shuddered its way out. Alice. Like Alice. Gotta make the best of it. He came back, sat on the cot beside her. That's what we gotta do. You're young and you're pretty. She turned her head away when he rubbed her cheek. You got plenty of years of childbearing in you. We'll make lots of sons. I know how to make you feel good while we're making them. She pushed at him, still weak, when he trailed a hand over her breast. You don't want to be that way. You're my wife now, and you gotta please me. No, can't be your wife. A man chooses and makes it so. Once I get you planted, you'll see. You'll see how it is. Can't. She pushed at his hands as he unbuttoned her jeans.
Sick.
Water. Please. Can I have water? His hand stilled. On a heavy sigh he rose. Went to the sink. It's the horse sedative, I expect, but it'll pass. Either way, we're getting this started tonight. I've been waiting long enough. She bore down, forced herself to think. Think clearly through the fear and the pounding that made her sick, roiled in her belly, but she understood. He had to lift her up so she could drink, and his touch revolted. But she drank, slowly. I can't be your wife. He slapped her. That's back talk, and I won't have it. The sting only helped clear the rest of the muddle from her brain. I can't be your wife because we're cousins. She used all she had to stay sitting up, to inch away from him. Your mother and my mother are sisters. That makes us cousins easy. I don't want to hit you again. But I will if you keep lying and back-talking. I'm not lying. Your mother is Alice Bodine, my aunt. My ma died giving me life. It's Eve's curse. Is that what your father told you? You heard about Alice Bodine, how she came home after all those years. Years she spent right in this room. It's a house. Right here, locked in, chained up just like you've got me. But you couldn't have done it. You're too young. But not too young to have killed 2 women, she thought. Not too young to kill her if she set him off the wrong way. She named you Rory. And she talks about you a lot. How she sang to you and rocked you to sleep. How she loved you. His eyes, hazel, she noted, just a hint of Bodine green in them, bore into hers. My ma's dead. Been dead since my first breath. Your ma lived here for years after you were born. She told me all about this place. I know that foam on the walls is new. I know behind it, the walls are drywall. Spackled, but not finished. And on the other side of that sheet hanging there is a toilet, a little shower. How would I know that if your ma hadn't told me? He scratched his head. You're trying to confuse me.
You met her.
I think something in her recognized you. She started crying when she rode off with me after she met you. Crying and talking about you. And her other children. Babies your father took away from her. You must have seen her sometimes around here, working the garden. She said he chained her outside to work the garden. Did you ever see her? That wasn't my ma. That wasn't that woman at the BAC neither. It was both. You weren't allowed to go out when she was out, were you? You weren't allowed to talk to her. Shut up. We're blood kin easy. He slapped her again, harder. Hard enough, she tasted blood. But tears stood in his eyes. He told you her name was Esther, but it's Alice. You know I'm not lying.
He lied.
He lied to you, and took you away from her. You just shut up. He shoved off the bed, began to pace. There was a dog, a mean dog, and a horse sway-backed. A milk cow, and some chickens. There's a cabin. He kept her there first in the cellar. You were born in that cellar, lived there with her for about a year until he took you from her. He said she's dead, like the others. Though her gut twisted at the others, Bodine fought, her voice steady. He lied, you know he lied. He made your life so hard, didn't he? I took off when I was 15.
Sympathy now, she thought.
Understanding now. No wonder. Everything's rules, his rules, and he'd whip the skin off my bones if I broke one. I don't blame you for leaving. More sympathy, she told herself. Give him sympathy, understanding. Family feelings. Your ma would have protected you, but he had her locked up. I came back. It's my land as much as his. I've got a right to it. I'm going to make a family. I'll have sons and wives and a family. You've got family. I'm your cousin. You've got to let me go easy. I can take you to the ranch, to your ma. It's not gonna work that way. I'm not stupid. Maybe you're the liar. I gotta think. He went to the door, unlocked it. If you're lying, I'm going to have to hurt you. Have to punish you for it. I'm not lying. He went out, and she heard the locks clunk. For a moment she let herself fall apart, just crumble and shake and weep. Then she pushed off the bed, stood rocky but stood. She reached in her back pocket, but wasn't surprised he'd taken her phone. But from her front pocket, she pulled the little penknife she always carried, and sitting on the floor, tore back the foam. She began to dig around the bolt of the shackles. Chapter 30. He wouldn't allow panic. He wouldn't allow rage. Both lived inside him. But Callan kept them locked in as he stood in the Longbow kitchen. The sheriff had come and gone. He knew Tate had every deputy out looking, had contacted the FBI, intended to push hard on the sources he'd been cultivating. It didn't mean a damn to him. He'd listened to Chelsea weep. She'd forgotten samples, and Bodine had gone by her place to get them. Nobody doubted whoever had Bodine had intended to take Chelsea. But even when Chelsea had stopped weeping, she had no idea who had planned to abduct her. Tate claimed they had an advantage. That with the timeline, it couldn't have been much more than an hour between the time Bodine had been taken and when Jessica had found the car, the hat. That didn't mean a damn to him, either. What mattered was at first light, he'd start where Alice had been found, start doing his own search. He listened, and he studied the map Sam had spread out. And if he noticed Sam's fingers trembled now and then, he said nothing. Every soul on the ranch, others from the resort, they'd all take a section of that map and search in groups. In trucks. On horseback, on ATVs. He had his own section, and nothing would sway him. They've searched miles around there, Sam pointed out. Plenty of miles left. I'm damned if whoever took Alice isn't who took Bodine. I just need to borrow a trailer. I'll drive that far and take Sundown from there. We can cover more ground. There are roads, gravel. Alice stood at the base of the back stairs, pale as the moon in her pajamas. And fences and places where the snow was so deep. I made a snow angel. I remember. Sir took Bodine. I heard you talking. He took Bodine. You don't need to worry now. Cora, so exhausted, she had to lever up from the table, stood. Yes, I have to worry. Stop it, stop it, stop it. She pressed her hand to her mouth. I can go back. If I could find it, I could go back. Will he let her go? If I go back? I don't want him to hurt Bodine. She's mine, too. I'll go back if I can find it. Maureen laid a hand on Cora's arm, then rose and went to Alice. Enfolded her. I know you would, but we'll find her. We're going to find her. I love her, Riini.
I promissa.
I know. I shouldn't have left. He wouldn't have taken her if I hadn't left.
No.
That's not true, and don't ever think it. Maybe Rory knows. Does he know how to get back? We're going to look, Rory told her. We're going to find her. Not Riini's Rory. My Rory. Does he know? Let's sit down now. Jessica, would you make tea? I just can't. Of course. I don't want to sit.
I don't need to sit. You sit.
If Rory knows. I didn't want him to know. His father's evil. His father's mean. He shouldn't have to know. He was just a baby. Alice, please. Undone, Maureen dropped down, covered her face with her hands. I told Bodine. I told her I wouldn't tell them any of my babies. Not my babies now. I told her. She said I was brave. But if he knows, he already knows. We have to ask if he knows, or Sir will hurt her. He'll rape her and take her babies. He'll. Stop it. Maureen shoved up again. Rounded on Alice. Stop it. But Callan nudged Maureen clear, laid both hands on Alice's shoulders. How would we find him to see if he knows? You know. I can't think of it right now, Alice. I can't get my mind clear. Help me out. He's good with the horses. He's polite and says ma'am. He has green in his eyes and some red in his hair, just a little. He calls you boss. And Bodine's the big boss. He'd help find Bodine if he can. He's a good boy. It broke in him, broke over him. He had to lift his hands from her shoulders before they dug down to bone. Yeah, that's right. Easy Lafoy, Callan said as he turned back to the table. She's talking about Easy Lafoy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The bolt went through the drywall and deep into the stud. Digging and hacking at the wood dulled the blade. Covered in sweat, fingertips bloody, she made herself stand, made herself search for something, anything she could use as a weapon or tool. Plastic forks and spoons, plastic plates and cups. A cheap ceramic mug. She considered breaking it, hoping for a couple sharp shards, and put that aside for later if necessary. She studied the bathroom, the chain slapping behind her. She turned, eyed the window, dark with night. If she could get the damn bolt out of the wall, she might find a way to pull herself up to it. Break it. She'd be able to squeeze through, barely, but she'd squeeze through. The problem remained that with a dull pocket knife it would take days, even longer to dig out the bolt. She doubted she had days. If Easy believed her, he couldn't use her. He might cut his losses there. If he didn't believe her, he'd use her. People would look for her. And maybe they'd find her before she was dead or before she'd been beaten and raped, but she couldn't count on it. She looked down at the pocket knife. Aimed for his eye, she thought, cold as winter. It might be enough, but she'd still be chained to the wall. She went back, sat on the floor again, and this time played the knife into the lock of the leg irons. She'd never picked a lock in her life. But if there'd ever been a time to learn, it was now. Could she talk him into unlocking her? Play the bloodkin card? Hey, Easy, why don't you show me around the place? She dropped her head to her knees, just breathed in, breathed out. The man was crazy, as indoctrinated as Alice had been. And without the 18 years Alice had had for foundation. No love for the father, she'd seen that. Could she use it? Words could be a weapon just like a bullet or a blade. I'm not going to die here, she declared aloud. I'm not going to be a victim here. I'm going to get out. I'm going to get home. God damn it, Callan. I'm going to marry you. I decided. I say that's it. Furious with herself, she dashed away tears, blinked her eyes clear, and kept working. At one point she dozed off, shocked herself awake. She'd sleep when she got home. Take a hot shower, drink a gallon of coffee. No, a gallon of Coke, cold, cold on her dry throat. Eat a hot meal. God, Alice. God, how did you survive? Thinking of that, of the years Alice had done just that, survived, Bodine worked harder. When she heard the click, her mind emptied. Every thought simply drained out. Her hands shook, dripped blood as she pried open the irons. On legs that felt like rubber, she stood, calculating how to reach the window. Heard the locks thump and thud on the door. Scrambling, fresh fear sweat popping onto her skin, she slapped the phone back down, dragged the chain. Stood beside the cot with her heart hammering and the dull pocket knife palmed in her hand. She'd talk him down, she told herself. Somehow she'd talk him down, and if she couldn't, she'd fight. The door opened, and her hammering heart jerked to a stop as she met the bitter eyes of the man who'd held Alice captive for 26 years. She knew there would be no talking him down. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callan unloaded Sundown from the trailer. Though he hadn't fired one in years, he had a gun on his hip.
So did Chase.
They'd spread out, family, deputies, friends. A lot of ground to cover. He thought, but not as much as before. Easy had grown up south of Garnet, and Tate had confirmed the man they now knew as John Gerald Lafoy had a cabin somewhere south of Garnet. He'd calculated in his head, as best he could, the most likely areas working back from where Alice had been found. 28 men out, Chase said as they both mounted. A lot of rough country to cover, but 28 men can cover it. He looked skyward. FBI copter will be up shortly. The sun peaked, a hint of light, over the western peaks. I'm not waiting, Callan said and rode. Since Lafoy stayed off the grid, Callan figured he'd plant himself away from ranch houses and roads, use trees and the rise of the land for cover. But he'd need a way in and out. They traveled the ranch road for a time, in silence, scanning. He's going to stay away from the ghost town, the tourists, the ATV routes. Chase lifted the field glasses that hung around his neck, peered through. The son of a bitch told Clintock we'd had a beer together after work the night that college girl was killed. We didn't. But I didn't say otherwise. Figured he was covering for me, but he was covering for himself as much.
I didn't see it in him, Chase.
I never saw this in him. Nobody did. He wasn't after Bodine. I can't resolve if that means she's safe until he figures out what to do, or just don't. She's alive. She can handle herself. She can handle herself. Callan echoed because he needed to believe it. I'm going to marry her. I thought that's how it was. That's how it is. I'm going west from here, off the road now. How about you keep north another quarter-mile, then do the same. We're covered east. You see any sign, you signal. On a nod, Callan led Sundown down a slope, up a rise, and into the trees. He saw signs, but of animal. Deer, bear, elk. Sam had taught him to track when he'd been a boy, just as he'd taught Chase, Bodine, Rory. But Callan rode half a mile while the sun strengthened without seeing a single sign of human or machine. He scented cattle, crossed into a pasture where they grazed, followed the fence line north until he could cross another ranch road, and since Alice had spoken of walking over more than one, he felt a twinge of hope. He should have waited for her. Why hadn't he waited for her under that big red moon? Since those thoughts only brought on fear and despair, he blocked them out. Instead, he willed her to think of him. Maybe if she thought of him hard enough he'd know it, he'd sense it. He came across a rancher mending fences, pulled up. You lost, son. The man pushed up his hat, gave Callan and the gun on his hip a cool, hard stare.
No, sir.
This your land? That's right. I expect you've got reason to be on it.
Ida.
A woman was taken last night. We've got reason to believe she's being held in this area. You got a badge? No, but others out looking for her do. She's my woman. Well, I ain't got her. Maybe she ran off. She didn't. Bodine Longbow. The hard look shifted into concern. I know the Longbows. Bodine's their girl? The one who runs the resort. That's right. I'm looking for the Lafoy place. John Gerald Lafoy. He's got a son goes by Easy. Don't know it. Can't place that name. He's got a cabin, at least one outbuilding. An old horse, a dog, a milk cow, some chickens. Living off the grid. Has some business with the true patriots. Don't know the name Lafoy, but there's a place about a mile as the crow flies. He gestured northwest. Mad Max, my boy called him that. My boy and his friends used to like riding up that way till they got too close to that squatter, and he's nothing more than that, and he ran them off. I had some words with him about that, but that's 10 years back easy. Sovereign citizen, half crazy, you ask me, but live and let live. We steer clear of each other. Hope, stronger, brighter, ran steady through Callan. Have you got a phone on you? I do. I need you to call Sheriff Tate. Tell him what you told me. Tell him where to find the cabin. You think he'd grab her up? He's got a son, too, and yeah, they've got her. You wait for me to get a horse. Quickest way to get there from here. I'll go with you. I can't wait. Call Tate, Callan said, kicking Sundown into a gallop. He had to slow when the ground roughened, the trees thickened. As he rode, he dragged out his own phone, called Chase. He barked out the location. I'll be coming in from the north. I'm a half-mile out, Callan said, and shoved the phone away. He'd barely done so when he heard the gunshot. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lafoy studied Bodine as he shut the door. Leaned on it. She noted, braced like he needed the support. His color looked sickly, his eyes red-rimmed. Easing her hand behind her thigh, she slid the dulled blade between her fingers. She'd fight. He had a gun on his hip, a knife sheath on his belt. She'd fight. Knew he was up to something, sneaking in, and out of here the way he's been. Insulated the walls, I see. Maybe he's not as stupid as he looks. He cut his gaze to the bed, back to her. Doesn't look like he's taken his rights yet, and that's for the best. The son honors the father. I'm the head of this house, the house I now provide for you. You're Myra, my wife. You'll call me sir and obey in all things. Take off your clothes and lie on the bed. You look sick. You look like you need a doctor. She needed him to come closer, close enough she could use the knife, get his gun. Take off your clothes, he repeated, starting toward her. I will take my God-given rights, and you will bear me sons. She stood her ground. If she backed up, he'd see her leg wasn't shackled. Please. She let some of the fear show. Please don't. Don't hurt me. He grabbed her shirt in one hand, tearing it, backhanded her with the other. With her ears ringing, eyes watering from the blow, she struck out, jabbed the knife into the side of his throat. The shock of it had him stumbling back a step, dragging her with him. As blood spurted and ran, she got her hand on the butt of his gun. A violent coughing fit pitched him forward. She went down under him, cursing, screaming, jabbing again as she fought to free the gun from his belt. His hand closed around her throat, squeezing with shocking strength. She heard another shout, not her own, and the weight, the pressure released. She saw Easy hurl his father against the wall. She's mine. I'll beat you bloody, boy. You lied. Now Easy's hands clamped on his father's throat. I could have killed you in your sleep. I nearly did. As she crawled, wheezing, she saw LaFoy's fist plow into Easy's face. And they set on each other like animals as she gained her feet and ran. Rough ground, a sway-backed horse, an old cow that hadn't been milked, a chain spiked into the ground, and an old dog collar. She thought of Alice, and in panic started to run toward the woods. A cabin and 2 trucks. She forced herself to change direction, to not give in to the visceral need to run, just run. One might have keys in it. She heard the shout, kept running, but when she heard the sound of running behind her, she whirled, lifted the gun. She aimed it at Easy, center mass. I swear I'll shoot you. I won't think about it twice. He stopped, his mouth bleeding, held up his hands. Actually smiled. It's okay. It's okay now. I stopped him. He shouldn't be tried to take what's mine. It's okay for you to be my wife. I thought it all through. It's like Adam and Eve, the children of Adam and Eve. We're going to start a family. In a little while I'll get Chelsea too. She likes me. You'll have a sister wife. We're not, you're not. On your knees. I can make you feel good. I know how. When he took another step, she braced herself to shoot, to kill if she must. Don't make me do this, she warned. Then she swung the gun away from him, toward the man charging out of the prison with a knife in his hand and murder in his eyes. Honor thy father, LaFoy shouted, and Bodine fired. Fired a second time when he barely slowed, and a third before he dropped to the ground. You shot him. His tone curious, his head angled, Easy stepped over, nudged his father with a boot. I think he's dead. I'm sorry. He was a mean son of a bitch. It's why he couldn't keep a wife. Kept having to bury them. I didn't want to be mean to the 2 I picked out before. That wasn't my fault. I won't be mean to you. Please don't make me shoot you. Please don't. Her hand shook so hard now she feared she wouldn't be able to steady it enough to pull the trigger. He just smiled as he started toward her. They both heard the horse coming, turned in time to see Callan pull the gun from his hip as Sundown sailed over the fence. On the ground, Easy. Face down on the ground, or I'll put you there bleeding. Callan swung a leg over Sundown's neck, dropped lightly to the ground.
Now.
It's my land now. I've got a right.
Callan took the simple way.
2 punishing lefts. Keep him there. In response, Sundown set 1 foot on Easy's back. Leaving Easy face down on the ground with the horse guarding him, Callan strode to Bodine. Let's have that. He took the gun from her shaking hand, stuck it in his belt. Let me see where you're hurt. It's not my blood. It's not mine. I'm not hurt. You sure? He shoved his gun in its holster, trailed his fingers over the bruise on her face. I shot. Shoo, he gathered her in. You're all right now. He heard the sirens and the hoof strikes. You're all right now, he repeated. My legs are going. Her knees didn't buckle, they evaporated. It's all right. He scooped her up. I've got you now. I stabbed him. I stabbed him in the throat, I think the throat, with my pocket knife. Couldn't dig out the bolt, but I stabbed him. You gave me the knife, and I stabbed him. Okay. Shocky, he thought, and no wonder. Her skin had gone pale as ice, and her pupils were the size of moons. Did I kill him? Is he dead? I don't know. He's down, and that's what counts. Look, here comes Chase. Your dad and Rory, they're coming, and Tate. Hear the sirens? I was going to go out the window, but he came through the door.
Sir, not easy.
I'm not making sense. I can't think straight. You can think later. Callan stayed where he was as Chase leaped off his horse, wrapped his arms around both of them. She's not hurt, Callan told him. It's not her blood. With a nod, Chase turned his head, looked at the two men on the ground. Did you do that? He asked Callan. I did one. She did the other. He glanced back as the sheriff's truck sped down the rutted road. You don't have to talk to Tate yet. He'll wait until you're steadier. I'm okay. Better. I can probably get my legs under me now. But Callan just carried her over to a chopping stump, sat with her in his lap. We'll just sit here for a while. Good idea. She talked to Tate, found the step-by-step retelling, helped clear the fog out of her mind. And she watched Easy being led off, in handcuffs, still insisting he hadn't done anything wrong.
He believes that, she said.
Taking me, though he meant to take Chelsea, that was just his right. Killing Billie Jean and Karen Allison. Those were just accidents and not his fault. He was raised to believe it. I forgot, God, I forgot. He said something about Sir Lafoy having to bury his wives. I think Alice was right. There were others. We're going to look into that. He was going to kill his own son. He came running out with the knife.
He wouldn't stop.
I had the gun. I had the gun, so I used it. Honey, you're not going to worry about that. Tate patted her knee. It's clear as clear gets you were defending yourself, and more than likely saved the life of the man who got you into this. I stabbed him first in the house. He came at me when I wouldn't just strip and lie down like he told me. I needed him to get close. I'd been using the knife, you gave it to me, she said to Callan. My 12th birthday. Callan stared for a moment, then laid his brow on hers. You kept it all this time. It's a good knife. I want it back. Can I have it back? We'll need it for evidence right now, but I'll get it back to you. It's pretty dull now. I used it to try to dig the bolt out of the wall, but it wasn't working, so I used it to pick the lock. That's what happened here? Callan took her raw fingers, pressed them to his lips. It took forever, but I got the lock open, got out of the irons. I was figuring to get up to the window, get out of the irons, get up to the window, break the window, get out the window.
Run.
Better if I could find a weapon somewhere in there. But I set that agenda. Bet you did, Callan reassured her, and just buried his face in her hair. Then he came in.
Not easy, Lafoy.
He knocked me back, tore my shirt. Easy had slapped me a couple times, but I could talk him down. I knew I couldn't with Lafoy. He looked sick, forgot that too. Like he'd been sick a while. Had a coughing fit. I jabbed him a couple times, and he fell on me. I got his gun, was getting it when Easy came in and pulled him off me. I ran, skipped the going out the window part, and ran. I saw the trucks. So I headed for them. Maybe I could get away in one of them, then Easy came running after me. I thought I'd have to shoot him, and what would I tell Alice? But then Lafoy came out with the knife. Then Callan rode up after, when I thought I'd have to shoot Easy again. That's enough for now. I'm going to come out and see you after we're all done here. There's your dad now. I need to stand up. Show him I'm okay. Bare seconds after Callan let her up, Sam swept her off her feet again. It would be harder to tell Alice. She knew it just as she knew it had to be done, and had to come from her. She drove home with her father, he needed it, and kept her hand in his the whole way. All the women stood on the porch, her family, and Jessica, Clementine, Chelsea. She saw pale faces, shadowed eyes, fresh tears. Her mother sprinted to her, clutched her, wept as they rocked each other. We're going to take you inside, take you in, get you all cleaned up.
Not yet.
Can we all of you, sit on the porch first? She looked at her father. I need a little while with them. It's hard to let you out of my sight. But he kissed her and signaled the others who drove up behind him to head around the back to unload the horses. Bodine held each woman in turn, held hard. She saw the questions, the hope in Alice's eyes. Felt her heart squeeze. Clementine's chin wobbled, but she nearly managed to speak briskly. I made a gallon jug of lemonade. I'm going to go get it. Clem, I'd sure like a Coke. If it's all the same. I'll get you one. I'll help you. Tears just rolled down Chelsea's cheeks. Clementine put an arm around her shoulders. I could use some help. You come on with me, sweetie pie. Alice. Needing it done. Bodine took her hand. We're going to sit. I have some hard things to tell you. Did Sir hurt your face? Yes, but that's all he hurt.
O asig, asobi.
Alice lowered to sit on the porch steps. You got away. You got away before he could hurt you more, before he could do all those things. I'm so glad, Bodine. I'm so glad. Now Bobby will put him in jail. Bobby's the law. Bobby's going to lock him up. He's dead, Alice. Alice blinked at the tears, swiped at them.
Dead.
You're never going to have to see him again. He'll never hurt another soul. But, Alice, it wasn't Sir who took me, who locked me up. That's what Sir does. Now she groped for Bodine's hand, trembling. Callan told me you realized Easy was your Rory, the Rory Sir had taken away from you. That helped them find me, Alice. You helped them find me. I didn't want anything bad to happen to you. I know. Rory took you. My Rory. He took you and locked you up. La Foy, Sir told him you were dead. He told him you died giving birth. He never knew he had a mother. And Sir taught him bad ways. Bad things. Cora sat now, stroked Alice's back. He tried to take 2 others before me, because that's what Sir taught him. And they died. Sir's in him. What's his name, his real name? John Gerald Lafoy. John Gerald Lafoy is in him, and he took him from me before I could teach him right and wrong, before I could get enough of me, of us, in him.
He was a sweet baby.
I try to take good care of him. He has to go to jail. He will, but I think he needs help, too, and he'll get help. Like Dr. Minnow. That's what I think. And I think in a couple days, maybe sooner, they'll let you see him, talk to him. On a strangled sound, Alice pressed a hand to her lips. I don't want you to hate me. I never could. I want to see him, to tell him he's got a mother. He did terrible things, but he's got a mother. Ma. I'll go with you. So will I, Miss Fancy told her, gripping Maureen's hand. Reenie. I'll drive you. I can't go see him, Alice, I can't do that. But I'll drive you. Because you're my sister. Because I'm your sister. Alice kissed Bodine's bruised cheek. You get some ice on that. You go get your Coke, and let your ma help you get cleaned up. I love you. I love you too. Bodine rose, took her mother's hand, then reached for Jessica's. We're next to sisters now, and I could use some help. Plus, you can tell me who the hell's running the resort. We've got it covered, Jessica assured her. With a sigh, Miss Fancy lowered to the step on Alice's other side. I'm going to live in Bodine House with you. I'm going to live there and work sometimes at the resort with Cal and the horses. I'm going to cook and crochet and try to be a mother to my Rory. We'll be 3 old ladies in our pretty little house. Who you calling old girl? Miss Fancy demanded, and Alice tipped her head to her shoulder. I'm going to keep my red hair, just like yours. I'm going to bake biscuits and ride at a gallop. I'm going to sing with my sister and not be afraid. Because I got away and I came home. She put an arm around her mother, drew her closer, and sat. Content. Epilogue. Bodine showered until the water ran cool. And though she'd intended to go back downstairs, she didn't object when her mother and Jessica tucked her into bed. She couldn't drum up an argument when Jessica ordered her to stay there and take the next day off on top of it. Though she had no intention of doing either. She fell asleep before they'd left the room, and slept 5 solid hours, unaware for one of them Callan stretched out beside her just to be close. When she woke, she ate as if she'd been starved for a week. As promised, Tate came to see her, talked her back through the entire ordeal. She remembered details she'd blurred over, then surprised herself by dozing again on the sofa while he went off to talk to Alice. Between sleeping and eating, including a big ranch meal outside so all the hands could join in, she hadn't managed 5 minutes alone with Callan. And she had some things to say. With that in mind, she announced she needed a good long ride. She sent him a look, crooked her finger. They said little as they saddled the horses. She chose the route, as she had a purpose in mind. I never asked how you found me. I know about Alice's part in it, but I got lucky. Found a rancher who knew about the place. I was a good mile off, and about half a mile when I heard the shot. I'm going to have to go thank him in person. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd have killed 2 men instead of 1. If you carry an ounce of guilt over that, you're plain stupid. I'm not stupid, and I don't carry any overlaugh, boy. It's not something I can just shrug off, but I'm not feeling guilty over it. I would have if I'd had to shoot easy. He's not right. No matter what he did, he's not right. And he's Alice's son, so I'd have carried that weight. You came, and I don't have to. You saved me from that. You saved yourself with a goddamn pocket knife. I did, but it occurs to me you gave me that knife. You gave me the tool and I used it. That's one more for you, Skinner. Let's walk a bit. I need to walk. She swung off, waited for him to do the same. Together they led the horses over land where the trees sighed in the wind, the grass waved in it, and wildflowers bloomed.
I was so scared, she admitted. Me, too.
Now he stopped, turned, yanked her to him. Jesus, Bodine. I didn't know a man could be that scared and breathe. And he'd never in his life erase the image of her standing there, her shirt torn and bloody, her face pale and bruised. I knew you'd come, but I couldn't wait. You had an agenda. Laughing, she kissed the side of his neck. I did. Just like you. Ticking off boxes. Thank God for it. He drew back, cupped her face, kissed her. I'll make good on that fancy dinner, sooner or later. I'll make sure you do. Meanwhile, I like the land here. Can't beat the views. She gestured toward the mountains as the sun slowly slid through the wide blue sky toward them. Plenty of room to spread out. She walked over, looped Leo's reins around a branch. Curious enough, Callan did the same, and went with her as she wandered. Already got the ranch road, an easy ride, horse or truck, to work. I figure the house goes right about here, facing west for those sunsets. Barn over there and a paddock. If and when you've a mind to do any serious ranching, you might want to add a bunkhouse. Good grazing here, horses or cattle. I wouldn't mind chickens, she added thoughtfully. I've always found chickens oddly soothing. Maybe his brain was still frazzled some, all things considered. But he had a hell of a time following her. You're talking about building a house here? The house is your part, though I have several non-negotiable requirements for it. My part's the land. My parents promised each of us 500 acres. More if we want it, but that's more than enough for me to start. If you did so well back in California, you ought to be able to pay for a house. He was catching up now, and liked the direction just fine. I did well enough. Good. I want a good wide porch all the way around. Big windows, too. Fireplaces. I want one in the bedroom. In fact, I saw a picture in a magazine of one in the master bathroom. I want one of those. You want a fireplace in the bathroom?
Ida.
And one of those big steam showers. I think double porches, though the top one wouldn't go all the way around. And I'll make you a list. I bet you will. How many bedrooms am I building? I think 5 would do. He shook his head. 6. Eyebrows arched. She slanted him a cool look. Do I look like a broodmare? 6. And one of those rooms where you put up the biggest of big-ass TVs and watch movies. Her eyebrows arched higher yet. How well did you do in California? You have to marry me to find out. I'm talking about building a house. I didn't say I'd marry you. You'd better. He only had to glance at Sundown to have the horse give her a solid headbutt, sending her into his arms. You're outnumbered. Let's build a house, Bodine. Let's make a family. I knew you'd come. She laid her hand on his cheek. I was so scared, but I knew you'd come. I couldn't just sit and wait, but I knew. I wonder now if I always knew you'd come back. You'd come back home.
And you'd come to me.
I couldn't sit and wait, but I wonder if I knew. It's nice to think so. One thing's for certain. When I had the knife you'd given me all those years ago, and I worked on that lock, I knew when I got away, I'd come back to you. I'd come to you and marry you. She wrapped around him for the kiss. Swore she felt their roots planting together on that spot. I love you, Bodine. You'll know it every day. I love you back. She looked into his eyes. I love you so much back. You hear that? Callan swooped her up, gave her a spin. Sundown gave a whinny of approval, hip-bumped Leo into a snort. With a laugh, Bodine leaned her head on Callan's shoulder. It's going to be a hell of a sunset. Every night. Speaking of nights. 5 bedrooms. 6. He boosted her into her saddle. And I'll throw in a hot tub on the top porch for the master bedroom. Bodine looked at the land. Imagine the house. A hot tub, she murmured. Grinning, Callan swung into his own saddle so they could ride the land and talk of tomorrows while the sky turned to glory.